Hey, Yaxter.
Father, get us out of here. For 100 years we have lived in a state of fear. The police hung us like we're deer. Yasharal has shed so many tears. Yahuwah, we need you. Yahusha, we need you. Yahuwah, our Aloha, deliverer. America with the triple K. Judgment surely is coming your way. For 400 years oppressed, for 400 years distress. Away white supremacy will fall. Babylon will fall, America will fall. Yahuwah, burn it all down. Yahusha, burn it down. Bring fire and pestilence to every heathen that's around. We had enough, oh my Father, how much longer, oh why? Oh, it don't make sense. Father, we need some recompense. Burn it down. Babylon, burn her down. Abba, burn her down. Oh, yeah. My down. My baby, oh, yeah. 400 years. To hell with Donald Trump. Hair slicked back like Donald Duck. Kamala Harris ain't black. I ain't siding with no Democrats. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey, Yaxter. Hey, Yaxter.
Look, yeah. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto. Nazareth was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil. Yahusha take the wheel, put the gas to the pedal. Yeah, didn't ask to be the vessel. The heathens act friendly, see the mask of these devils. And Yahusha take the wheel, put the gas to the pedal. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha the Messiah 3 times. And Yahusha HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto. Nazareth was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil. And Yahusha HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto. Nazareth was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil.
Hey, youngster. Hey, youngster.
Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Amayushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane.
Look, yo, I'm straight up Messianic. I believe in the blood, no Jewish doctrine gonna change it. The Negro ghetto gospel, that's the real good news. He will set the captives free, the enslaved will be loose. Liberation is freedom, bringing sight to the blind. Why Jesus was designed to keep your mind in the bind. The heathens all raging cause they know that it's time. Judgment coming on the heathens, birth rates on decline. Look, Edom, falling, Jacob, watching, Yahusha, HaMashiach, watch me. Lynched as a lamb, coming back like a lion. All praises to Yahuwah, the Azua of Zion.
Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Amayushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane.
And Yahusha is the way, truth, life. They wanted to hide the truth, so they painted it white. And the devil coming to you as an angel of light. Yahusha coming with a vengeance like a thief in the night. Yeah, better let them know I'm Yahushayan. Messianic Yahudi, I'm a son of Zion. And Yahusha HaMashiach, both king and high priest. He will avenge all his people, all the slain and deceased. Whoever dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of Alua Shaddai. Yahusha HaMashiach, he was lynched, he was beaten. What makes it even worse, he was mocked as he was bleeding.
Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Amayushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Hamanana, hey, Yahushayane. Bum, bum, bum. Yahushayane. Yahushayane. Bum, bum, bum. Yahushayane.
Hey, youngster.
Bum, bum, bum. Yahushayane. Yahushayane. Yahushayane, no, no, no. Yahushayane.
The vibe is like really chill. That song was
Hey, youngster.
Hey, yo, I rest on the 7th day as surely as a Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't fall the ways of Edom by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yes, I spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Held up with these nations, white bodied like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, ain't no new ways, doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when the Kadasha you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first. Yeah, whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy, it's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham Yahuwah. Baruch atah King Yahusha.
Hey, Yaxer.
You know what? Screw it. We gonna just skip the intro music. Let's just jump into this. Barak Yahuwah, Barak Yahusha. Shout out to the family. Good to see y'all. All praises to the Most High. I'm sorry. I just wanted to jump in. Y'all been waiting long enough. Like let's just get into it. Okay. Now I want to do Yahuwah's Palal. I haven't done Yahuwah's Palal on here in a while, and I want to make that. I want to make that, you know, a part of this and doing this. So we're gonna do Yahuwah's Palal real quick in Abarith or Abari Hebrew, and then we'll do it in English real quick. I haven't done this in like so long, and it just feels weird not to open with prayer. So let's do it in Hebrew first. All right. So this is Yahuwah's Palal, or what people call the LORD's prayer. Abinu Bashamayim Yakadashamka Malakuthka Bua Yarauka Alaratskan Bashamayim Natan lanu hayum at lakamba hasarak ula sala lanu lakatenu lanu salakatan lakatekan kara lanu aparat lanu lata'a abu uyasha lanu marasha lala malakuthka shalat haka uhakabar bahasham akal shamut yaua uyausha. Aman. Our Father in heaven, separated, holy is your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth, so it is in heaven. Bashamayim. Give or distribute this day, and forgive us our crimes as we forgive those who commit crimes against us, and lead us not astray, but rescue us from all evil doing. For your kingdom reigns, the power and esteem in the name above all names. Bahasham Akashamut, Yahuwah and Yahusha. All right. Amanu Akan. So, shout out to everybody that's here. I'm sorry I'm late. These slides took me a little bit longer than I wanted. See, the thing is, listen,
I could do a total show without doing slides. I could just go straight to Blue Letter and pull up the Septuagint and go through these verses. But I just like doing the slides because it just, you guys could just see that I put effort into stuff. I don't like doing, and I know sometimes people don't watch if it's not aesthetically pleasing in regards to like whatever I'm doing. So I only do these simply because it's just, people want like good quality content, and I just want the people to know I take it seriously. You feel what I'm saying? So it has to look fire. The visuals got to be good. Now, I didn't go crazy with these visuals because it would have taken me forever. But I wanted to do slides instead of just jumping around from the Blue Letter Bible. That way I can explain stuff as I go. Like I said, I could still do it with Blue Letter, but I just put a lot more effort into stuff that I do because, people come here for content. They come for not just for content, but quality content. So to me, it's important. It is important that, you guys are, feeling what I'm bringing out. So let's go ahead and jump into this. I'm going to cue the music real quick here. Make sure my headphones are plugged in. Let me switch to my earphones. Give me a second here. There we go. Rock and roll. Turn this down. All right. Okay, fam. So I was in a group chat with some of our people on the continent. I was talking to some dancers. We were in a group chat together. And see, I knew that my calling to our people is greater than I realized. And that's why I tell you guys, when we're dealing with our people in Al-Kebulon, Africa, you got to have a lot more mercy for them because a lot of the information we have access to in America, they do not have access to in the continent. As I'm talking to more of our brethren in the continent, I'm starting to understand that they have been colonized mentally by the white man too. We cannot, it's happened to us directly here in America, but a lot of their education in regards to the scriptures and all of that is very much what we have in America, which is why you see melanated African people worshiping white Jesus or Muslim or Christian in general. When you got Israelites in the continent that should be worshiping Yahusha, they're worshiping white Jesus. So there has been colonialism in the continent, and Africa is still very much being controlled by colonial powers. And some of the African leaders have sold out their own people. Now, obviously, you have Ibrahim Traore, who is not on that kind of time. But there are a lot of African leaders who have misled the people by, kikiing with the enemy. So it is my work and it is my will to do the will of Yahuwah. And the will of Yahuwah is to bring out this information in a way that even our people who are not privy to this information can understand, whether they're in America or outside of America. So I wanted to do this. For some of you guys, this is really just review. You know what I mean? But to people who don't understand this is going to be for you. So I dropped the link to everybody who was on the group chat. I dropped the link. So if you want to, understand this, I'm going to just go through some brief precepts today. I have a deeper study on this that I can drop in the chat if you want it in regards to the grafting in, because a lot of people misunderstand that. Did a full video breakdown on it. If you want the link, I'll drop the link in a second. Now, let's look at this. So the reason why I use this thumbnail is because this needs to be your mindset when we dealing with heathens. Now, I'm not telling you to put a gun in a white man's head. I'm just telling you the doctrine that surrounds this white man right here, who people call Jesus Christ or Cesare Borgia. You need to blow it out. Imagine white Jesus is in your face right now. Shoot him. Okay? Because everything attached to him is a lie. White Jesus was given to you by the children of Lucifer. And the children of Lucifer's doctrine is to write you out of scripture. You see, they hate you so much that they created a non-Bantu, non-Negro version of a Messiah. The true Messiah, Yahushua HaMashiach, he looked like you. He was a Negro, obviously. But they hate him so much, they had to create the fallen seed Nephilim version, which is JC. So Yahuwah created man in his image, which is a so-called black man, black woman, and mankind, who is not man. You have man and you have mankind. Mankind created a God in their image. Let me say it again. Yahuwah created man in his image. Black man, black woman. Mankind, a different kind of man, created a God in their own image. You know why they had to do that? Because the Most High don't look like them. And this is not about them and what they look like, but I'm just trying to help you understand the whitewashing and the agenda of the children of Lucifer. Now, this particular image is also very important because some of what I'm going to be bringing out today, if you have a Christian understanding of the scriptures, I'm going to be destroying some of that today. All right? So let's go ahead and let's jump into this. All right? Please hit the like button, family. Now, very quickly, I would like to show you why John 3:16 is leaven, or kamatz, is what we call it in Abari. Kamatz. All right? Somebody gonna ask me to type it in the chat, so let me just do it right now. Kamatz. Kat, mom, thod. Kamatz. Kamatz. All right? Let me drop it in the chat here. So if people want to be like, Yexter, how do I spell that? All right, I got you. I got you, fam. Kamatz. You learned a new word today. Kamatz. All right? So what the heathens be telling me about the Bible is kamatz. It's leaven. And let me just put it in parentheses so you know what it means. Kamatz, leaven. All right, there we go. Barak Yahuwah. So that's the word of today. The word of today is kamatz, leaven. That is the most important thing that you can understand when we are dealing with the renewed covenant. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's not kamatz in the first covenant or so-called Old Testament too. There is, because it's been translated over and over, and every time they translate it, they change it to something else. Even the Septuagint, I love the Septuagint. I think the Septuagint is amazing, but I still have to translate it from Greek sometimes with certain passages. So I still, though I'm not a fan of the KJV, I use it side by side with the Septuagint, so I can still kind of get the core of what's saying. So with the KJV, I can look at the Hebrew and break down the Hebrew, then compare that to what the Septuagint says and get closer to the truth. But then it also reveals to me what they added in, what they removed, and so on and so forth. So I have been on a journey to discover the deceptions that are in the scriptures, so we can get closer to the truth. All right. So I would like to show you why John 3:16 is kamatz and makes no sense in the grand scheme of Yahuwah's plan. All right. Let's look at that. I have a few rules of thumb when I am studying the scriptures, and it's helped me see many of these deceptions, especially when it comes to the so-called New Testament. Now, let me just say something. I'm not one of these brews out here that rejects Yahusha, rejects Hamashiach. No, I fully accept him and believe in him and his blood. I believe in Hadam Hasha. I believe in the blood of the Lamb. I got an album coming out called that, by the way, or one that I'm working on right now. So I believe in Yahusha, all right? I'm just saying I do not believe in the Eurocentric Messiah that they've given us, because the Eurocentric Messiah is not the Messiah of Scripture. They preach two different messages. Yahusha was sent to the lost sheep of Yasharal. JC was sent to the whole world. Big difference, bro. When you say Yahusha was sent to the whole world, you are literally destroying what the prophet said about him and what Yahuwah said to our forefathers. So when you're saying he's sent to the whole world, that doesn't agree with the Most High. But we'll get to that. So, two things that are important to understand when you're looking at the scriptures is, one, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably because it's not true. Let me say it again. If it doesn't make sense scripturally or in general, like not even outside of scripture, in general, somebody tell you a story, you tell your son not to eat the cookies out the cookie jar because he gonna spoil his dinner, and he go in here and he eat the cookie, and then you ask what happened to it, and he said that the dog got to it, but the dog is not even allowed in the house. It don't make no sense. So you mean the dog somehow got into the house, opened up the cookie jar, and got the dang cookie out the jar? Yeah. It don't make sense because it's not true. In most cases, now, sometimes something cannot make sense and still be true, right? Homosexuality doesn't make sense. But, still, they acknowledge that as some sort of thing that's real. It's just perversion. It's really demonic possession, right? It's still a form of perversion, but they have somehow created a community for this. It is true that they have created a community to this group of people who live a wicked lifestyle, a perverse lifestyle. So it doesn't make sense they acknowledge them as, not being, like straight people. But it is true that they are different in the way that they operate than straight people. They don't want families. They don't want to make babies with the opposite sex and so on and so forth. It's different. So it doesn't really make sense, but it is true that they have a protected group of people, right? But in most cases, when you're using logic, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true. And that's exactly why courts... I used to watch Judge Judy when I was younger because my auntie used to watch her every time I used to come home from school. So I would just watch it with her because she loved that show. She used to always say that if it don't make sense, it's probably because it's not true. And I've come to understand that is a very factual statement, which is why courts require evidence. It's up to you to prove your case. The scriptures also teach this. With 2 or more witnesses are all matters established. So just as a court consumes evidence and looks at the evidence to prove something, we have to do the same thing with the word of Yahuwah. All right. Now, that leads me to the second point. If there is no precept in the first covenant or the so-called Old Testament, it is likely Kamatz. All right. Yahusha would not say something that contradicts Torah. And there are a few things he said that do. You know why it contradicts Torah? Because he didn't say it. The translators put words in his mouth. That's why if you go to the so-called New Testament right now, you don't have no Hebrew. All you have is Greek. And that's why I be telling people, no, I don't fully trust it. Because it's not the people are going to get mad when I say this. The so-called New Testament is not the unadulterated word of the Most High. Let me say it to you again. It is not the unadulterated word of the Most High. Because if it was, it wouldn't have so many changes in it. Now, what he gave our people is the unadulterated word because it came directly from him. But when you have a people he was not in covenant with, who stole the original scrolls and translated it to their heathen language, then gave it to you after the Roman Catholic Church approved it, yeah, that's not the unadulterated word of the Most High. All right? Now, when I talk about the renewed covenant, right, whenever you're trying to study what the words actually say, all you have is Greek. That's it. You don't have Hebrew. Okay? I just want y'all to understand that. That's why I say there's no Septuagint for the renewed covenant. All we have is freaking Greek. There's no Hebrew. I just want y'all to see. Look, all we have is Greek. Now, if I'm in the Old Testament, so-called Old Testament, if I go to Genesis 2, I can easily switch it over to Hebrew. Easily. So Genesis 2, it's already in the KJV, but if I was in the Septuagint, I got Hebrew right here. So I can compare words. I can look at stuff. I can break it down. Shamayim, Arat, Kala, right? I can look at all of this stuff. I can look at the Strong's H3615 and I can see what Kala actually means and I can get the full definition and all of that, right? But with the Greek, I don't have that option. All I have is just the Greek. And I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes the Greek is just different and it doesn't the words don't break down as much as Hebrew does. So for example, if I look at this word, a man, I got anthropos, right? If I click this, let's see what words I get. So we only get a few definitions here, but you looked at the Hebrew, you saw hella definitions. So this is what I'm trying to show you. This is why the renewed covenant we have right now is heathen approved. There's things they don't want you to understand. There's things that they don't want you questioning. And unfortunately, my mom, she's one of the people who doesn't question anything about it. I know some Hebrews who will say, I really don't believe that one verse. Let me see if I can pull it up. And I'm going to do a poll and ask y'all a question. Let me pull it up first. Let's go to this verse. You tell me if you believe this came from the Most High. And then that's going to help me it's going to help me understand how many people don't understand what's going on with this Bible. All right, so let's go to Ephesians 6. I'm going to read Ephesians 6, 5 through 9 real quick. Okay. So let me first read this scripture and we're going to do a poll. All right. So this is Ephesians 6, 5 through 9. The wrong verse. Okay, here we go. Servants, be obedient unto them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling and singleness of your heart, as unto who they call Christ, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Give me a 1 if you believe that this is from the mouth of the Most High. Give me a 2 if you don't believe it is. Somebody said, yeah, it's like you were in my conversation a little bit ago. Wow, really? All praises. I love how the Most High works, man. He's like, you could be talking about something, or you could be thinking about something, or just in the scriptures, and then somebody comes on YouTube or somebody you watch is talking about the same thing. Barak Yahuwah. Okay. Yes. So there are many of us who can admit this is not from the Most High. This is heathens that added this to scripture so they could break you down and turn you into a slave. And if you dare fight back, you go into hell, because you're supposed to turn the other cheek as I grape, I beat, I harm your wife, I harm your children, and I harm you. And if you don't turn the other cheek, you go into hell. You have not submitted to Yahusha, or who they call JC, because you haven't turned the other cheek. Even though Yahusha said fight back. Even though Yahusha told his people, get a sword and fight back if they do anything to you. Levin, it doesn't make sense. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to see. This is Kamatz clearly, because if you look at Torah, it says, cursed is he who steals one of the children of Israel and sells them. Cursed is he who steals of the children of Israel and sells them. Specifically. Now, if you look at some of the other verses, it don't say that. It says man. Let's look at another one. So we can agree that that's not from the Most High. Okay, fair enough. And we know it's not from the Most High because when it came to servitude, every time we were in servitude to a heathen, it was captivity. So when the Yahudim were in Babylon and they refused to bow down to Nebuchadnezzar's image, they, according to Christianity, they would have been wrong because they were not obeying their master and bowing down to Nebuchadnezzar's image. Yet they chose not to do it, so they chose a righteous rebellion, and the power of Yahuwah was demonstrated through them. This is what I mean when I talk about righteous rebellion. So let's look at another example. We're going to just look at a handful of these verses the heathens have used, and we're going to go from there. Even though these verses literally don't have any precept, anything in regards to Messiah or understanding Messiah, they're just telling you need to willingly submit to them. Was it 150 lashes? Let me see if I can find that verse. There's no way that verse came from the Most High, but my mom, she's one of them people that really believes there's nothing wrong with the scriptures at all. Okay, right here, 2 Corinthians 11:24. Let's look at that real quick. So we looked at Ephesians. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 11:24 here. 2 Corinthians 11:24. The reason why I'm showing you this is because I'm trying to get you into the mindset of thinking like a Israelite and a Negro without the white man coming into your mind and telling you're not believing he's real. It's just what your enemies have given you about him. That's not true. So look, are they ministers of JC? I am more in labors, more abundant in stripes above measure, in prisons more frequent, in death's loft. Of the Jews, 5 times received I 40 stripes save 1. Thrice was I beaten with rods. Once was I stoned. Thrice I suffered shipwreck. A night and a day I have been in the deep. You know what? This is not the right one I'm looking for. Hold on. It's a scripture about lashes. Let me see. Hold on a minute. I gotta find the specific one. I gotta use AI real quick so I can pull it up. Let's see here. Luke 12. Okay, I found it. Luke 12, 47 through 48. All right, Luke 12, 47 through 48. Luke 12, 47 through 48. All right, here's another piece 11 for you. It says, the master of that servant will come in a day when he looks not for him, and at an hour when he is not aware, I will cut him in sunder, or I will cut him to pieces, and I will point him his portion with the unbelievers. And that servant, which knew his master's will, or Lord's will, and prepared not himself, neither did he according to his will, shall he be beaten with many stripes. Shall he be beaten with many stripes? But he that knew not and did commit things worthy of stripes shall be beaten with a few stripes. So it's saying whether you agree or don't agree, you gonna get a butt whooping because the white man is presiding over you. This is not the word of the Most High. This is a lie from the children of Lucifer, family. This is why I'm trying to tell you the renewed covenant it's from our enemies. I mean, at least the version we got right now. Now, I could show you a whole bunch of verses that disagree with this, but I'm just trying to get you to understand that the so-called renewed covenant of today was approved by white men, not the Most High. Shall be beaten with a few stripes, for unto whomsoever much is given of him shall be required, and to whom men have committed much of him, they will ask the more. Okay, so I just wanted to show y'all a few examples here. Total BS, total lies, total leaven added by white men to keep us as slaves. All right, it's just that simple. Now, with that being said, let's get back to this. I just wanted to prove that real quick. All right, moving on. So, one, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably because it's not true. Why doesn't these verses make sense? Because one, Yahusha said we would go into captivity. So why would these particular letters, who are supposed to be to our people, be talking about us beating them? And why would Yahusha, who spoke about liberation, tell us to submit to the oppressor when he didn't submit to the oppressor? He didn't even want to pay Caesar. He didn't even want to pay tribute to Caesar. They asked him about it, and he was like, man, give Caesar whatever's his. I'm not giving him jack. He didn't say it like that, but I'm just paraphrasing. Quickly, real quick, I'm just going to pull up that scripture, that the Torah precept that refutes what those scriptures said. So let's go to the Torah real quick, and let's get the precept for that. Exodus 21:16. So they're telling you to submit to the master, right? They're telling you submit to the white man. Well, the Torah disagrees with this, and that's why I'm saying if it don't match the Torah, it's probably a lie. All right? Exodus 21:16. Let's look at that. And let's look at this in the Septuagint. Exodus 21:16. 21:17 in the Septuagint, but 21:16 in the KJV. And it says, whosoever shall steal one of the children of Israel and prevail over him and sell him, and he be found with him, let him what? Certainly die. Let him die. Whoever steals one of the children of Israel and prevails over him and sells him, and he be found with him, let him certainly die. So I know that those verses that I read are foolishness. Because you're not supposed to be stealing our people. You're not supposed to be selling our people, prevailing over us. And that's exactly what these white people did, which is why I'm like, how the hell can you believe in salvation for them? I mean, come on now. So we just saw in the scriptures right there. Stealing the children of Israel is a sin, according to Torah. So if Paul was sent to our people, why would he be telling them to submit to the slave master? When Yahusha was leading a rebellion against the oppressor. Let me show you these visuals again. That's what I'm saying. You gotta really decolonize your mind to understand this stuff. I'm gonna just pull up this visual that I pulled up last time to show you guys the difference here. You had two groups. You had the rebellion and you had the authority when we're talking about the renewed covenant. And I use visuals to help people understand the truth. So you had the authority, which was the Roman authority. Then you had the house niggas, the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Both of them were doing the bidding of the Roman authority of Judea at the time. Right? But then you had the rebellion, which was Yahusha and the Nazarene. But then you had the Zealots and you had the Essenes. Every one of these factions was not in agreement with Rome at all. They were not paying tribute to them. They were not bowing down to them. They didn't want nothing to do with them. Those who wanted their kingdom to be restored, those who wanted liberation, they were joined with Yahusha. And those who were followers of Yahusha, they started out as followers of Yehukanan, John, the immerser, because John came before Yahusha. And John was so radical, they thought he was the Messiah that was supposed to come for our people. He was so radical, just like me, Rock Yahuwah. Then Yahusha came and they became followers of Yahusha. And then you had the Zealots and the Essenes. Essenes were like radical separatists. So they were radical, but they just weren't in Judea. They were living out in the wilderness, kind of like Yehukanan. He was kind of what you would think of as a Essene. He was aside from Judea. He was outside of Judea. He was in the wilderness because he just wasn't in agreement with the heathenism, heathens ruling over them, and so on and so forth. So he was separated from them until the time for him to come and preach the gospel to the people. Then you had the Zealots, who would be radical just as much as the Essenes or the Nazarene, but they were just more violent. Right? So what side are you on? Are you with the rebellion or are you with the oppressor and the authority? That's the question you have to ask yourself. So when it comes to the renewed covenant, two things to understand. We'll say it one more time. If it doesn't make sense, it's probably because it's not true. And if there is no precept in the first covenant or Old Testament, it is likely leavened. That is the most important thing to understand. Yahusha would not contradict Torah, nor would Yahuwah. And one thing you'll notice about the renewed covenant is nowhere in the renewed covenant or the New Testament does it say, thus says Yahuwah. That should tell you something. All right? Now, let's keep going. There's no such thing as a New Testament. Right. Yeah, I just call it New Testament. I don't like calling it that because that's why I say so-called. It is a renewed covenant. But, you know, people call it New Testament. So I have to speak to people who don't understand. All right. So let's continue on. We're going to look at some of these precepts and we're going to prove all of this. All right. So let's go. The whole purpose of Christianity is to deceive everyone, including the covenant people, that the true belief system was stolen from. Christianity is a bastardized, heathenized version of the truth our people knew, understood, and accepted. Yahuwah had no dealing with Christians, Europeans, pagans, heathens, etc. He was only dealing with us. And in the scriptures, we're gonna prove all of that. Now let's look at scripture. So starting out, John 3:16. This is the subject of conversation. So we're going to start with this one first. John 3:16. I'm going to say the pagan name that they use because I do not believe this is from Yahuwah. Just being honest. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Okay, so that's what John 3:16 says. The first problem with this verse is nowhere in the scriptures were any other nations expecting Yahusha. Only Yasharal or Israel were expecting him. Let's look at some precepts for that. 2 Samuel 7, 12 through 14. And it shall come to pass when your days shall have been fulfilled, and you shall sleep with your fathers, or you shall die, that I will raise up your seed. Okay? Your seed. Zarakah. So he's talking to David, King David. As far as I'm concerned, King David ain't the other nations. KD, King David, is Yasharal. As a matter of fact, he was the first king after Saul over the whole nation. After Solomon, then the kingdoms became divided. Then you had separate kings. But he was a king over the whole nation. All right? So this is dealing with our people. That's why he says your seed. He doesn't say the heathen seed. He says your seed. Let's keep reading. I will raise up your seed after you, even your own issue, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build for me a house to my name, and I will set up his throne even forever. And I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. And when he happens to transgress, then will I chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the sons of men. So this prophecy was only told to King David, and it was known amongst our whole nation. This is not something he revealed to the other nations. He didn't reveal it to the Hamites. He didn't reveal it to the Japhites. He didn't reveal it to the other people who come from Abar who are Hebrew, but just not of the Israelite stock. This was only something we knew. It didn't involve anybody else. Let's keep going. So that's one example. Let's look at another one. Isaiah 11, 1 through 4. So now we have a prophet. Yashayahu, Isaiah, a prophet. Prophets only deal with our people, and I'll prove that in a second. That's why when I hear people telling me they're a prophet sent by the Most High, and they're over here talking to Christians, yeah, you ain't no prophet from the Most High. Prophets only deal with our people. They only hear from Yahuwah on behalf of our people, not everybody else. But let's look at this. Isaiah 11, 1 through 4. And there shall come forth out of the root of Yeshai or Jesse, and a blossom shall come up from his root. And the Ruach Eluah shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, Kakma Ubina, the spirit of counsel and strength, the spirit of knowledge and godliness shall fill him, or righteousness shall fill him. The spirit of the fear of Yahuwah, he shall not judge according to appearance, nor reprove according to report. But he shall judge the cause of the lowly, and shall reprove the lowly of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the word of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he destroy the wicked one, who we know is Lucifer. So we have a prophet prophesying to our people that this Messiah would come and judge the wicked, and would be that standard of righteousness that we are to adhere and learn from when it comes to how we operate as Israelites. This is coming from Isaiah. So are you telling me Isaiah went to a bunch of random Gentiles telling them this? No, he was talking to our people. Our people understood these prophecies, and only our people. But let's keep going. That's what I'm saying. When Gentiles try to add themselves in scripture, it's like it don't even make sense, because you're ignoring everything the prophets were talking about and who they were sent specifically to. And it wasn't random people from the other nations. Psalms 2, 2 through 3. The kings of the earth stood up, and the rulers gathered themselves together against Yahuwah and against his Mashiach, saying, let us break their bonds and cast away their yoke from us. So you have a conspiracy here against the Most High and against his son. And when you read Psalms 83, the conspiracy is also against the chosen people. So wait a minute. The Bible and the Gospels for everybody, but yet the conspiracy is against our Eluah, our Redeemer, our Liberator, Yahusha, and our nation. That is not everybody, family. Hold on. I didn't put it in the slides, but let me show you Psalms 83 real quick. I got to prove everything. So look, you just read that there's a conspiracy against Yahuwah and Yahusha. Well, in Psalms 83, there's a conspiracy against us too. And as a matter of fact, the wording is almost the same. So this is Psalms 83. For behold, your enemies have made a noise, and they that hate you, hate Yahuwah, have lifted up the head. Against your people, they have craftily imagined a device and have taken counsel against your Kadashim, your saints, your people, your chosen, your holy ones. They have said, come and let us utterly destroy them out of the nation, and let the name of Yasharah or Israel be remembered no more at all. For they have taken crafty counsel together with one consent. They have made a confederacy against you. The Confederacy, isn't the Confederacy the ones who wanted to keep you a slave in America? Now, I'm not saying this is just talking about America, because there's a whole bunch of nations that tie to this. But think about the Confederacy. The Confederacy were the people in America who were fighting to keep you a slave, who didn't want you to be set free. Their whole economy was built upon black bodies. So I want you to notice this word Confederacy. Confederacy against you. Let's keep reading. Even the tents of the Edomites and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Agarenes, Gabal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines also with them that dwell at Tyre. Yea, Assyria is also come with them. They have become a help to the children of Lot. So look at this. You've got all these nations. Now let's count these nations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nations. Kind of reminds you of the 10 kings of the Aryan bloodline, but we ain't gonna get too deep into that right now. But 10 nations, right? 10 kings, whatever. So you have in the scriptures the conspiracy being against Yahuwah, Yahusha, and against his people. That's not everybody else. So explain to me, if the gospel is liberation, why would it include everybody else? Because the Confederacy is against us, not everybody else. As a matter of fact, a lot of these people claiming the gospel's for everybody, they are descendants of these same people that have taken crafty counsel against us. Let me say it again. A lot of these Christians and these heathens telling you that, you know what I'm saying, the gospel's for everybody, nigga, they are descendants of these nations who have taken counsel against you. I mean, come on, fam. You gotta push back against these people. I'm just saying. It is the world against us. So why would Yahusha be sent to the whole world when the world is against us, family? I mean, it really falls apart when you come with these scripts. But let's keep going, okay? I got more verses, okay? So we just looked at Psalms 83. We can see the nations are confederate against us, and we can also see that the kings of the earth or the nations are also confederate against Yahusha and Yahuwah. So collectively, it's the whole world against Yahuwah and his people. Why against his people? Because his people are the prophetic chosen people in which his power would be demonstrated, in which the prophecies will come to fruition until we would know that the word of Yahuwah is true through what is demonstrated through his people. Why? Because if your God, and I'm talking to the heathens, if your God has not put you into slavery, if your God has given you the ability to enslave Negroes, but hasn't put you into slavery for disobedience, your God ain't real. Our Alua is real because we suffered for disobedience. No single religion on this earth has ever had their own God put them into slavery for disobedience, except the true Alua, which is the Most High Yahuwah, the Alua of Yasharah. So if you don't believe he's real, I need you to understand that our slavery and mistreatment by all these nations is proof he's real. So if anybody can tell you he's real, it is his chosen people, not the heathens. You weren't enslaved by him. He didn't send you and scatter you amongst the nations. He scattered the Negro. He didn't scatter the white man. The white man colonized. He didn't scatter the Asian. They know their culture. They know their people. He didn't scatter the Native American. They know their culture. They know their pagan practices. He didn't scatter nobody else but us, bro. We are proof he's real. We are proof the Bible's true. But we are also proof he loves us. Because they wanted us dead. He didn't let that happen. Let's keep going. That's one thing I notice a lot of people never bring up. Your God didn't bring you into slavery for breaking him or going against him, but yet your God gave you the ability to enslave us. And that agrees with the scriptures, that we would serve other gods in the nations in which we've been scattered. What I've seen in my family, what y'all have seen growing up in the hood, what y'all have seen with the gangs, what y'all seen with the Ronald Reagan era, mass incarceration, single mother homes, Planned Parenthood, abortion, redlining, you know what I'm saying, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, police brutality, all of this stuff you seeing. Even the firefighters who admit, there was a black man who literally admitted that a firefighter told him they used to leave black families in buildings that were on fire because they weren't worth saving. Let me say it again. They'll go in there and save a cat. They'll go in there and save a dog. They'll go in there and save a white family. But there were some white firefighters who heard the screams of dying black children, dying black parents in a fire in their apartment and left them to die. Yeah, I got a problem with everybody claiming our heritage. Yeah, I got a problem with everybody saying Yahushua was sent to everybody, when these people have done nothing but evil to us. And now all of a sudden, Yahushua sent to them. We're going to look at really what deliverance is, but let's keep going. All right, so we have two examples of the conspiracy being against us and against Yahuwah and Yahushua. Let's keep going. All right, Deuteronomy 18, 15 through 18. Of course, this is Torah. Yahuwah your Eluah shall raise up to you. Wait a minute. He said up to you, not everybody else. He shall raise up to you a prophet of your brethren. That means he's of our bloodline. That means he looks like us. That means he's not a heathen. Because, I mean, the scriptures say only a king of our own bloodline and our own people can rule over us. So if we got white people ruling over us right now, then that means that we in captivity, as I've been saying. People don't like to hear that, though, unfortunately. So I shall raise up to you a prophet of your brethren, like me, him you shall hear. According to all the things which you do desire of Yahuwah your Eluah and Karab in the day of the assembly, saying, we will not again hear the voice of Yahuwah our Eluah, and we will not anymore see this great fire, and so we shall not die. And Yahuwah said to me, they have spoken rightly all that they have said to you. I will raise up to them, who? The chosen people, the Yasharal, the Israelites. I will raise up to them a prophet of their brethren, meaning he would be of our people. He would not be no white man. He wouldn't be looking like this, okay? He looks like us. So when he says a prophet of your brethren, he's telling you that this man is your own flesh and blood. He doesn't look like your enemies, all right? Period. So throw white Jesus in the trash. All right, let's just keep going. Sorry. So I will, verse 18, I will raise up to them a prophet of their brethren like you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them as I shall command him. So Yahushua is of our stock. He is of Negro, Bantu stock, Israelite stock. Yahushua was an Israelite. He was not an Israeli. Let me say it again. He was not an Israeli. He was an Israelite. Notice the Jewish people don't call themselves Israelites. They say Israeli. Now, actually, it would be Yashraeli. But since he was a Yahudi, he was a Jew, he would be Yahudi. But, you know, Yahudi would still be an Israelite. You still from the nation, and you still a descendant of Jacob. So whether you want to say Yahudi or whether you want to say Israelite, either way, it's more accurate because you have the southern kingdom, which would be the Jews, Banyamin, Yahuda, and Levi. They're all Yahudim. everyone outside of those 3 tribes would be considered just, Northern Kingdom Israelites or Ephraim or Ephraim or whatever you want to call it. But you could say Yahudi, but a lot of people don't know what Yahudi is. They don't realize that that's actually the word for Jew. Jew is like a modern word that heathens use, but it should be Yahudi. I consider myself a Yahudi. I consider most of us in America as Yahudim. You know what I'm saying? And even in the continent, you've got Yahudim. Like, obviously, the Akan people are connected to Judah, Yahuda. But he was not Jewish, all right? Jewish means being like something, but not exactly that thing. He was a Jew or a black Jew. I don't like saying Jew. I really don't like that word. He was a Yahudi Israelite from the tribe of Yahuda. But he was an Israelite is just the best way I could say it. A black man who was a Hebrew Israelite. Yahushua HaMashiach was a Hebrew Israelite. Abari Yahushalim, it would be Abarith Yasharali is how I would say it. And I'll put it in the chat so y'all can see. Because I know y'all trying to learn stuff, bro, and I'm happy to show you. So let me just put it in the Hebrew here so y'all can see it. So if you were to say Hebrew Israelite, it would be Abarith Yasharali. Yashar, that's the root word. Yasharali. So when they say Israeli, it should be Yasharali. But they say Israeli because they spell it with an I instead of a yod, which makes no sense. So that's why I say modern Hebrew is trash, because how the heck you gonna call it Israel when it's a freaking yod letter at the beginning? How the hell do you get the I sound out of the yod letter? That's what I'm saying, bro. Modern Hebrew is trash. It is. I hate it. Ugh. All right. So Abarith. So Abarith, if you put the thou at the end, the Abarith, which means Hebraic, and then Yasharali, which would be Israelite singular. So Abarith Yasharali, just like this. Here, let me put it right here. All right. So just to break it down, now if you're watching the replay, you're not going to be able to see this. I don't know why the Abari text does not show up when I'm doing the replays, but so you have Ayin, Bat, Rash, Yad, Thou, Abarith. And this is where we get the word Abari from, which are descendants of Abar, who is a descendant of Shem. Okay, so Hebrew, then Yasharali. Now they say Israeli, but it should be Yasharali. Okay, or Yashareli. Some people say Yashareli, but it's Yasharali because it's all. All is short for Alua. Yasharal means upright of Alua. Okay, so Yasharali would be a single Israelite. Now, if you want to say Hebrew Israelites, then you could say the Abarith Yasharalim. Okay, so you keep that Y at the end, but you add an M. Now it's plural. So Abarith Yasharalim. Okay, same thing with Yehuda, right? Yahudieth. Okay, so instead of saying Jewish, we would say you are Yahudieth. And if you got a bunch of Yahudim, then you would say Yahudim. All right, it's just, some basic stuff, but Abarith Yasharali is how you would say Hebrew Israelite. Okay, in the tongue. Barak Yahuwah. All right, fam. Let's keep going. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get too deep into the language, but sometimes people want to know, so I make it clear. So Deuteronomy 18:15-18 says that Yahusha will be raised up from within our people. So he will come from amongst our people. So the white man with blue eyes and blonde hair, or even the Middle Eastern man, makes absolutely no sense when you know who the true people are. Let's keep going. Daniel 7:13-14. We have another prophet here. I beheld in the night vision, and lo, one coming with the clouds of the Shamayim as the Son of Man. And he came onto the Ancient of Days and was brought near to him. And to him was given the dominion and the honor and the kingdom, and the nations, tribes, and languages shall serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom shall not be destroyed. So we have another prophet, Daniel, who is also speaking to our people about the coming of Yahusha. So far, I haven't seen one nation over here talking about, well, where's Hamashiach? We're waiting on Yahusha. It's only our people who knew about him. So the gospel's not for everyone, because if it was, they would also be expecting Yahusha. Now, let me just say this real quick. Now, in regards to the scriptures that say, through your seed would all nations of Ha'adamah be blessed, I agree with that. I'm not taking away from that. The reason why I'm saying that they can still be factored, the other nations can still be factored into this, is because he is called the Son of Man, Ban Adam, meaning that he was sent specifically to our people. But the nations who cleave and believe upon his name, they can also serve him. So I'm not saying other people can't serve Yahusha. I'm just saying his priority has and always will be us. And we will rule the earth with him. The other nations who are allowed to, who will be spared by him, that's in Baruch 72. It says some he will slay, some he will spare. Those who are able to be spared and serve him, they will be under our rule with him. So we have to make it clear that his assignment was to us. But the other nations through him can believe upon his name and serve him in the kingdom to come. But we will be ruling with him. So you will also be serving us. All right? That's the most important thing for the other nations to understand. And listen, when I'm talking about other nations, I am not talking about the children of the devil. I'm talking about other melanated people who are non-Israelite. Because they're still created by the Most High. It's just the fallen seed was not. So I'm excluding certain groups of people who are not created by Yahuwah that have a whole host of mutations. But everybody else, yeah, sure. The Ethiopian, the Cushite, the Aboriginals, the Native American Indians, yeah, they might be heathens, but if they turn away from the heathen gods, they can serve the Most High. They're just not Israelites. I know a lot of our people believe Native Americans are Israelites. They're not. They practice shamanism, pagan. Totem pole worship, pagan. Spirit quest, pagan. Spiritual animals, pagan. They're heathens. And it's all right. They can still serve the Most High, but they're just not Israelites. Yahuwah said, do not give your honor to another nation. Let's keep going. So we have several instances here of prophets mentioning Hamashiach. Let's keep going. Now that we have shown that our people were expecting Yahusha, and he was mostly spoken of by Nabim, the prophets, who only dealt with our people, why under the dome would salvation be for everyone? Now let's look at this real deeply here. Let's look at some precepts that prophets only dealt with Israelites. Let's look at this right now. Amos 3:7. For Yahuwah will do nothing without revealing instructions to what? His servants, the prophets. Jeremiah 7:25. From the day that their fathers went forth out of the land of Egypt, even until this day, and I sent to you all my servants, the prophets, by day, and early in the morning, yea, I sent them. Psalms 147:19-20. He sends his word to who? To Jacob. His ordinances and judgments to Yasharah. He has not done so to any other nation, and he has not shown them his judgments. So is David lying? How would Yahusha's purpose be about other nations when it clearly says that only the ordinance and judgments were given to us? Now we have a problem with Christianity, because Christianity doesn't bring up these verses. Christianity ignores this and tries to make themselves the bride of Mashiach. But it says he doesn't deal with other nations, though. Let's keep going. So we just looked at a few examples of the prophets speaking about this, about Messiah coming, and the prophets only dealing with our people, and only we are the servants of the Most High. But yet we have a scripture here in John 3:16, the renewed covenant, telling us that Yahuwah sent his son to the whole world. Let's fact check that. Another problem with this verse is the world is revealed to be evil and has nothing to do with Yahuwah. Yahusha himself said he did not pray for the world. So let's read it again. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whomsoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Now, let's look at these verses because these other verses contradict this. Let's look at it. John 17, verse 9. I pray for them. Who? His people, Yashua. I pray not for the world, but for them which you have given me, for they are mine. So wait a minute. Yahusha don't even pray for the world. So how does Yahuwah love the world if his son doesn't even pray for the world? Give me a one if you see contradiction already. This makes no sense, bro. This literally makes no sense. If you read John 3:16, which is the 3rd chapter in the same book, then you see this. This makes no sense, bro. This is leaven. And like I said, we're going to go back to our rule of thumb. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it's probably not true. And there is no precept in the first covenant about him loving the whole world. It says the other nations can be blessed through his son, but it doesn't say he loves them. It doesn't say that. It says he loves Jacob. And he even said that the other nations are spittle. And I don't know why people ignore that. Yahuwah said these other nations are spittle, bro. Let me pull that up real quick. The other nations are spittle. 2nd Esdras 6, 56 through 58. Let's go there real quick. This is what Yahuwah said. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Look at this. As for the other nations which have descended from Adam, you have said, Yahuwah said, you have said that they are nothing and that they are like spittle, and you have compared their abundance to a drop from a bucket. And now, O Yahuwah, behold these nations, which are reputed as nothing, domineer over us and devour us. But we, your people, whom you called your firstborn, only begotten, zealous for you, and most dear, have been given into their hands. So these nations who took you into captivity, they are nothing. And he even says these other nations who come from Adam are nothing. So why would it be my purpose to really care about the other nations? Let's just be honest. If he said they're spittle, they're spittle. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to turn away the other nations if they want to serve Yahuwah. I'm just not going directly to them and really worrying about trying to help them see the truth. Because the truth of the matter is I need to help my people see the truth. Our people broke covenant with the Eluah. Our people went into slavery. So my only audience that I'm really dealing with is our people. Whether you're in the continent, outside the continent, wherever you scattered. If you are the nation of Yashua, you are Bantu, you are Negro, I'm talking to you. Unawakened or awakened. That's who I'm sent to. I'm not worried about everybody else. I know other nations watch me, so they're still getting the truth regardless. I'm just not sent to you. I'm sent to my people, just like Yahusha was. And I'll be honest, when I first came into this, I thought I was sent to the other nations. I thought that. But as I continue to seek Yahuwah more, I realized I had the wrong understanding of the scriptures to begin with, which is why I thought I was sent to the other nations to help the other nations, but I'm not. The nations learn from how we deal with our own people. The nations learn when we show our people the Torah. The nations learn when we show the tongue of creation and all of that. They learn from what I'm teaching you guys. But I don't need to go directly to the heathens and try to introduce them to Yahusha. I'm not doing that. It's important I get my people to understand who Yahusha is, because that's who Yahusha was sent to. And they learn based off of what I'm showing you. That's how this goes. All right? Now, let's keep going. Just wanted to show you that real quick, but you can see right here, Yahuwah said the nations are nothing. So I don't know why our people have such an affinity to like defend them and worry about them so much when Yahuwah said they're nothing. I didn't write it. I just recited. All right. So going back to what I was saying, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably because it's not true. And if there is no precept in the first covenant or Old Testament, it is likely leaven. So the Most High sending his son for the whole world. Yeah, this is leaven for sure. Because this right here, John 17, verse 9, disagrees with that. Yahusha does not even pray for the world, but you're telling me Yahuwah sent his son to the world that his son doesn't pray for? Yeah, that makes no sense. But let's keep going. Matthew 18, verse 7. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense come. So Yahusha is saying right here in Matthew 18, verse 7, that the world is full of offenses. So he's not speaking of it in a positive way. Let's keep going. There's more. Romans 12:2. And do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you prove what is good and well-pleasing and the perfect desire of Yahuwah. So wait a minute. Yahuwah sent his son to the world, but he's telling you not to be like the world. He's telling you not to follow the world. So I'm supposed to believe Yahuwah loves this world. He's telling you not to be like. Contradictions. The problem is a lot of our people are not questioning this. And actually, yeah, that was a scripture I didn't bring up. Let me pull that up. Friendship with the world is enmity with the Yahuwah. I didn't put that in the slides, but that's another one too right there. James 4:4. Yep, right here. Actually, I do think I have it in the slide, but just in case I don't, let's look at it. So look, it is what it says right here. Switch over to James 4:4. You adulterers and adulteresses, know you not that friendship with the world is enmity with the Yahuwah, hatred with the Yahuwah. Remember how Yahuwah said he put hatred between the serpent seed and his chosen people? In Genesis 3:15, that's that same word enmity, hatred, okay? Friendship with the world is hatred with the Yahuwah. Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of Yahuwah. So wait a minute, I'm confused. Yahuwah loves the world, but he said that himself, he's an enemy to it. He told you not to be conformed to it, but he loves the world that he told you not to conform to, and he said he's an enemy to. But see, Christians just ignore this. Christians just be all like, but it's the word of God, but it's the word of God, because they don't want to admit that their ancestors added to his word to push their wicked agenda. See, this is why it's important to approach the scriptures with fear and trembling, because it's not like I'm disagreeing with the word of Yahuwah. I'm just showing you all these contradictions that make no sense and literally make the renewed covenant look like exactly what it is. A Roman Catholic approved version of the Bible that pushes this one world religion and this universal gospel stuff. That's what the anti-Messiah is coming to do. Yahusha told us to separate from them. He will separate. He will divide the sheep from the goats. The goats are not going to be with the sheep, and the sheep are not going to be with the goats. Why? Because Yahusha taught Torah. So you can't have two different types of creatures together. That wouldn't make any sense. That's why he's going to divide the wheat from the tares. Let's keep going. So Romans 12:2 disagrees with, obviously, John 3:16. Let's look at another one. John 15:18-20. Yahusha says, if the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. And if you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said unto you, the servant is not greater than his master. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. So right here, Yahusha saying the world hates you. So Yahuwah loves the people who hate you. Even though Yahuwah says they have touched the apple of my eye, he that lead into captivity shall go into captivity. But the same people who Yahusha said hates you, Yahuwah also loves and sent his son too. I mean, no person with a working brain understanding this from the Abarith perspective can sit here and say that this is not contradictory, because it fully is. I showed you 4 or 5 witnesses that disagree with this concept. So Yahuwah loves the world that hates you and has taken confederacy against him, against his Mashiach, and against his people. Yahusha also says if you were of the world would love you. Well, the world doesn't love Negroes. And they only love us when we assimilate into the culture. They loved you when you was a Christian. They loved you when you was bound down to white Jesus. But now that you want to keep the laws and commandments, they don't want you around. And what do they want to do? They want to re-Babylonianize you back into Christianity again. So I'm not expecting the world to love me. Right? But then he also says in verse 19, but because you are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. So wait a minute. Yahusha is choosing us out of the world and calling us away from the world. But yet Yahuwah sent Yahusha to this same wicked world that hates him, hates Yahuwah, and hates you. Yeah, this is Christianity. And this is why I say, when we talk about Babal and Babylon and the land of confusion, look at the confusion. Verse 20, remember the word that I say unto you, the servant is not greater than his master. If they have persecuted me, who persecuted him? Was it not white people? Was it not the Romans and the Pharisees and the mixed heathen, house Negroes of the Pharisees? And the Sadducees and the Roman Catholic Church beat him and mocked him and all of that? Was it not white people that he said you were of your father, the devil? I'm just asking a serious question. I'm trying to put some pieces together here. Let's keep going. So we have another contradiction. Let's keep going. Do we have another one? 1 John 2:15-17. Do not love the world. Wait a minute. Yahuwah says, do not love the world. But yet he said he loves the world. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on a minute. Let's go back to John 3:16 again. And let's come back to this. John 3:16. For so called God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. So he loves the world, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. For God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. So the Most High is not condemning the world. So all the wickedness we just read about that Yahusha told us about the world, Yahusha is not coming to destroy this wicked world and the wicked people in it. Yahusha also said, do not love the world. But right here in John 3:16, Yahusha's going against Yahuwah, because it says here that Yahuwah does love the world. Bro, this is crazy, cuz. This is absolutely wild. My. None of this makes sense, y'all. So, right, in John 3:16, it says that Alua loves the world, right? So much, he loves the wicked world so much. He sent his son to give this wicked world everlasting life, but not his chosen people who he made covenant with. Not man, because man was made to be immortal, but to the wicked world. Okay, got you. Okay, all right. Well, let's keep reading. So it says in that verse that the Most High loves the world. But 1 John 2:15, 2:15 through 17 says, do not love the world, nor that which is in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Wait a minute here. So we have another contradiction. Yahuwah loves the world, but right here it says, if you love the world, that the love of the Father is not in you. So then how does the Father love the world when he tells you not to love the world? Come on, y'all. This is crazy, y'all. I'm laughing because it's low-key funny that even as a Christian, I once believed this. But I'm going to be honest. When I was a Christian, like I said, I was an awakened Christian. So I knew a lot of things, but I was just like my mom, bro. Like, I just didn't question nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I did believe this at one point to be true. And I was preaching that same message. Matter of fact, I have a song called For God So Loved the World. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. Just a bit of a side note. It's an old song. I low-key don't like the song, but it's an old song from my first album. For God so loved the world. So if people tell me I'm preaching hate and all that, can y'all understand that I was once very humble about this? Let me pull it up real quick. I actually have a song called For God So Loved the World. Look, right here. People be like, Yex should be preaching hate, but I'm the nigga who is preaching this message of God loves everybody. I preach that message, y'all. I preach that message. So let's stop it with the acting like Yexer wasn't humble and Yexer didn't, preach the gospel to everybody and all that. Because I was one of them that did, bro. All right? I'm going to play a little bit of the song here for those who haven't heard. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I don't like the song. Honestly, I don't like it. One of the worst songs I ever made. It's not that bad, but you know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't like my first album at all. All right, let me show y'all real quick.
Of the world that he gave his son. For God so loved the world that he gave his son.
I believe in the Messiah.
So I made that song, bro, with the intention of preaching this Christianity stuff. Because at that time, when I made this album, I knew I was Yasharal, and I knew that this book was about us. I just didn't know the true names at the time. I didn't know Yahuwah, Yahusha at the time, but I knew we were Israelites. But I still believed, even as an Israelite, that the other nations could be saved and grafted in and all that other stuff, right? So, again, I preached this message and made songs about this message. So I need everybody to understand how far I've come in this understanding, because I was once brainwashed by the propaganda too, which is why I'm coming out to show you that you should never stop learning new things in this walk. You have to re-examine everything that you thought to be true about the word of Yahuwah. You have to re-examine all of it, okay? I've had to do that. You're going to have to do that. Yahuwah is going to reveal more things as time goes on, but none of us has all the answers, including myself, which is why I have to keep on coming on here. If I'm wrong about something, I have to come and correct it. I have to repent before the nation. I have to go before the Most High and repent if I'm wrong about it, because that's just the humility that's needed to continue to grow in understanding. It's okay to be wrong about stuff. We all have been wrong in this, and we're all growing and learning more in Yahuwah, which is why it's a beautiful relationship, because as you continue to seek him, more will be revealed to you, as it was for me. I just had to accept that I'm not right about everything. I had to accept I'm not the Most High. And I never even looked at myself as that way, but I know some people do. Some people look at themselves as the authority on everything Scripture, when the Ruach HaKadosh is the authority on everything Scripture, because it's the Ruach Yahuwah that leads us into all truth. So if there's some things you're not understanding, you need to go to the Most High about it. It's okay to come to a brother, but sometimes I can't even give you answers because sometimes I don't know. And instead of me going to him for you, you should be going to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your mediator. Yahusha is. And that's why I say we got to stop with all this exalting man. And you know, like I said, I appreciate everybody who supports what I do and like what I do, come to these shows. But that's why I always don't, you know what I'm saying? I always kind of have to like put it off of me because it's not about me, bro. Everything I can see and understand now is because of the Most High. It's not my own ability or ingenuity or my researching. It's the Most High who helps me be able to put these things together scripturally to make it make sense to you guys when I'm bringing it out. All right. So just understand that we're still growing and learning things. We are still growing and learning things, myself included, and we have to have that humility so we can continue to grow and learn in Yahuwah. He wants us to be humble because he wants us to know more truth. And as I've said plenty of times, he is not no gatekeeper of knowledge. Yahuwah gives it to anybody who seeks it. If you are an Israelite seeking his face, he will reveal himself to you. So if you're already doing that, hey, keep at it. Barak Yahuwah. Let's keep going. So, 1 John 2:15-17, he says, do not love the world nor that which is in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. But yet John 3:16 literally says he loves the world. Verse 16, because all that is in the world, what is in the world? The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. But this is the world that God loves. I mean, family, what is going on? I really have to laugh at this because I really believe this. The song is the proof. In the song, I said, I believe in the Messiah, Jesus the Messiah. I believe in the King. Yeah, he is the Messiah, right? And I said Jesus even back then because I didn't know the true name. You feel me? It's the humility, man. I had to accept that I was, you know, I still didn't understand some things, right? I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh at this. This is just hilarious, bro. Like, oh, man. So all that's in the world is the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life, and it is not of the Father, but is of the world. And the world passes away and the lust of it, but the one doing the desire of Yahuwah remains forever. So the world will pass away. There's an old song we used to sing and you know, the choir, just like in gospel, you know, something about that name. They would say it about JC. And there's a part where it says kings and kingdoms, they will all pass away, but there is something about that name. Now, obviously, I don't believe in the name JC, okay? But the name Yahusha is what it should be. And I was actually thinking about doing a remix or doing like a cover of it, but just doing the Yahusha version. So I might do that. You never know. I ain't gonna make no promises, but you know. So it says that the world will pass away. The wicked world will pass away. And we know that because there's going to be a renewed heaven and a renewed earth. So the earth will be cleansed of the wicked that has been wrought upon it, the innocent blood that has been shed upon this earth, and also the wicked seed that has brought much destruction to the earth. Okay? But these are just a few examples of the many contradictions in how the world is described as something evil and wicked that we are not to be a part of. But yet in John 3:16, it says that Most High loves this wicked, evil world, which is why I'm showing you this is leaven. Now, let's continue. Yahusha was sent to Yasharal. Matthew 10:5-6, Yahusha sent these 12 out, having commanded them, saying, do not go into the way of the nations, and do not enter into the city of the Samaritans, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal or Israel. Okay? So Yahusha is telling them to go to the house of Israel. Don't even go to these Negro Samaritans who are still Israelites who were intermixed with the Assyrians and all of that. That's why when you think about Jonah or Yahuna, he went to Nineveh because Nineveh did have some Israelites in Nineveh. People be like he was sent to random nations. No, he was not. Jonah or Yahuna was sent to Negroes, Israelites in Nineveh because some of them were there. Some of them did not know uh, 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 who Yahuna was, because if you look at the scriptures, it talks about Assyria and it talks about some of the sons of Ephraim that would be in Nineveh in the first covenant. So you can find it there. But let's keep going. So Yahusha says right here, go to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal. Don't even go to the intermixed, you know what I'm saying, Israelites. Only go to the people in Judea, which would be the Yahudi. Let's look at another one. Matthew 15:24, but he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal. And y'all knew I was going to get to that one eventually. All right, so Matthew 10:5-6 mentions him talking about only the house of Yasharal. And Matthew 15:24, he also refers to the children of Yasharal. Let's keep going. Matthew 1:21-23, and she shall bring forth a son, and you shall call his name Yahusha, for he shall what? Yasha. He shall save his people from their sins. Just as it said, a prophet from amongst your brethren. I will raise up a prophet like Moses from among you. He will come from amongst his people, just as he was sent to save his people from their sins. 22. Now all this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of Yahuwah by the prophet, who? Yashayahu, saying, behold, a virgin shall be with a child and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is Alua, or all with us. So we have the quote back to the prophet Isaiah, who was only dealing with our people in regards to this prophecy of Hamashiach coming. Let's keep going. Moving on. Galatians 3:13-14. Messiah redeemed us from the curse of the Torah, having become a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs upon a tree, in order that the blessing of Abraham might come upon the nations in Messiah Yahusha to receive the promise of the Ruach through belief. Now look right here. It says the promise of the Ruach through belief. But it doesn't say anything about deliverance and salvation. It says the promise of Ruach, which is why the Ruach can be poured out upon the other nations to be able to understand what's going on right now, which is why some of these other nations are calling out what's going on and starting to see it now. But every time Yahusha went to these other nations, or he didn't really go to the other nations, they came to him. Have you noticed every time these other nations come to him and he does a miracle, it's always in the sight of our people. And not once did he preach this message of redemption to them. He never preached this message of liberation to these other nations. Show me one precept or one scripture where he tells them about this kingdom that is to come, that he will be ruling and they will be part of it. Show me. There isn't one. There's no such thing. Yeah, he healed the Canaanite woman. He healed the Roman soldier. He healed all of that. But the bottom line is he did not preach this message of a kingdom to these other nations. He preached it to us and only us. Why? Because we the covenant people. We the covenant people. We the people that broke the covenant. And we're going to get to that in a second. Matter of fact, let's keep going. All right. So continuing on, we're almost done, fam. So curse is everyone that hangs up on the tree. But if you notice right here, only one people were cursed from the Torah. And that's found in Leviticus 26, as well as Deuteronomy 28:15-68. So if the blood of Yahusha redeems us from the curse of Deuteronomy 28:15-68 and Leviticus 26, this gospel is not for everybody, because only one people been cursed. And his blood shed was to redeem us back to Torah and back to covenant with the Most High. So therefore, this right here tells you it has nothing to do with everybody else. Period. Yeah, the promise of the Ruach through belief. Yeah, of course. But salvation, what do Gentiles have to be saved from? This is my point. Let's go to Luke 21:24. Let's go to Luke 21:24 real quick. Luke 21:24. Whenever Gentiles are talking about salvation, I'm trying to understand what you are supposed to be saved from. This is your kingdom. It is the heathen kingdom, which y'all are, a part of. So I don't know what you need to be saved from. We need to be saved from the heathen. Luke 21:24. They shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So we are not back in the land right now in Jerusalem. So that means the Gentiles are in power right now. What are you being saved from? This is your kingdom. This is your kingdom. What do you need to be saved from? We need to be saved from your kingdom because your kingdom is wicked. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 6:9. We're also going to prove this as well. Okay. So it says right here that this is the Gentile rule currently. Well, let's go to 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verse 9. And we can also prove that this is not Jacob in power. For Esau is the end of this age, and Jacob is the beginning of the age that follows. So the Edomites are in power. And the reason why the Edomites are referred to as a different nation than us is because the Edomites are from the fallen bloodline. The original Esau, he was not of the fallen bloodline. But when he mixed into them fallen bloodlines, and he had children with them, they became what are known as the Edomites, which is why you never hear these Edomites tying back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because they would be considered children of, if you want to think about Esau, he would be considered a child of Abraham and Isaac. Because they came from, Jacob and Esau came from Isaac and Abraham. But because they're different people now than they were originally, or Esau's a different person than he was originally, and his children are different, that's why there's no connection of Esau to Abraham and Isaac at all. But there always is with Jacob. Because Esau and Edom are not what they were. They are something different now. So Esau would be considered a heathen at this point. Why would he be considered a heathen? Because he's not a Bari. He's not Abarith anymore. He's just heathenistic. You feel what I'm saying? So if it says that the Gentiles would rule until the time of the end, that also includes Esau and his seed. So until Jacob and until Yahusha comes back and we are back in the land and we are in control and we have the righteous rulership, we're restored back to our kingdom, we have an abundance of wealth, and the nations acknowledge that we are the seed which Yahuwah has blessed, the white man is still in control, it's still the time of the heathen. Because when Yahusha comes back and we are restored back to the land and we are in power, now it's Jacob's rule. We ain't there yet. I see a bunch of pale faces in power. And I see a bunch of pale faces trying to destroy us, targeting us. So Esau is in power right now. And no, it's not the freaking Arabs. I wish people would stop saying that. Oh, Esau's the Arabs because Esau the Arabia. I'm not saying that Esau hasn't mixed into some Arab bloodlines for sure. I'm not saying that that's not true. But what I am saying is the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and all these rich, powerful families, they're all white. Here, let me show you something real quick. You know how Revelation 7 mentions the red dragon? Well, look at the country of Europe. Or this country in Europe called Wales. What do you see? A red dragon. And guess what? It's a bunch of Europeans presiding over this. They're connected to the royal bloodline. So when Revelations 12 talks about a red dragon, you got the red dragon symbolism on this European flag. Come on, man. Now, just in case you don't believe Esau's the white man, let me show you another example real quick. I'm sorry. I just got to show receipts. I don't like people call me a liar. Okay, people do that all the time, and it just irritates me because I ain't got to lie. I ain't got to lie, Craig. I ain't got to lie. All right. So let's go to Obadiah 1 real quick. Here's just another. I notice our people don't bring this up enough. This is how you prove Esau is the so-called white man. So to all of our people who, believe he is, okay, this is another witness you need to show our people. Look, Obadiah 1. Look at this real quick, and I'm going to show some proof. Behold, I have made you small among the heathen. You are greatly dishonored. I have made you small among the Gentiles. Okay, well, that's easy to prove. All we have to do is look at their birth rates. All right? The birth rates prove they have been made small among the heathen. Let me just prove it real quick. All right? I'm not going to go too deep into it because you already know this truth, but there's some new people in here I'm trying to prove some things to here. So I just want them to see I always got witnesses when I say stuff. So Yahuwah says he's made Esau small among the heathen. Okay, well, look at these birth rates. And look at these other countries like Africa or the continent itself. Okay, look at that. Small among the heathen. Now our people are in the continent all throughout, but you have a lot of non-Israelite nations that are also in the continent. So you have the Bantus who this is not affecting, and you also have the non-Bantu nations that this is not affecting. Then you have the Hispanics this is not affecting, the Arabs this is not affecting, you have the Aboriginals this is not affecting. This is only affecting one group of people. Let's look at another one. All right? I'm just trying to show you scripture because our people don't bring this stuff up. If you're going to prove Esau's the white man, use statistics, European birth rates. All right? Esau has been made small among the heathen because Esau is the so-called white man. Now, like I said, I acknowledge there's black Edomites, but these black Edomites are not in power right now. Okay? This proves Esau is white currently. At least the Esau that, Yahuwah got that smoke for. Yeah. All right. Just a few witnesses here. Just a few little witnesses. Okay. All right. So Esau has been made small among the heathen. All right. So that's just another prophecy right there to prove he is the so-called white man. And like I said, you won't see Truth Unedited bring this up. Truth Unedited wants you to believe that Esau is just these Jewish people. But what he don't understand is that they're Amalek. So they're a tribe of Esau, but they're not 100% just Esau alone, because the Anglo-Saxon and all these other Indo-Europeans, they're all connected to Esau. Jewish people are Amalek, which is one of Esau's descendants. But there's still other people connected to Esau who are not just Amalek. That is one tribe from the Edomites. There's many others besides that, which is what I noticed some people won't talk about. And like I said, I love Truth Unedited. I respect him as a brother, but I just noticed what he was doing with this whole Esau conversation. He wanted to, because people were asking him about Esau for a while, and he was like ignoring it and not really dealing with it. Then he finally brought it out and he made it just about the Ish people, which just doesn't make any sense when you look at Psalms 83. They have tried to cut us off from being a nation. It says Amalek, and then it says the Edomites. Let's go back to that real quick. Amalek and the Edomites. Psalms 83. Let's go there real quick. Psalms 83. Look, the Idumeans or the Edomites, then you have Amalek right here. So you have Amalek, which is one of the chief tribes of Esau, but then you have the Edomites. Idumeans is Greek for Edomites. So you have Amalek and you have the Edomites. So you have two groups here. All right. So they're not all one thing. Esau would not just be Amalek. He would also be of the Edomite nations. All right. And like I said, you got black Edomites too. But these black Edomites are not of the fallen bloodline, and they don't run anything either. All right. So that's just something to think about. Now, I've proven that. So let's continue. I just wanted to show that real quick because these verses are just kind of important to understand. All right. So let's keep going. We're almost done. So Yahushua was sent to Yasharal, in Matthew 15:24 and Matthew 10:5-6. Let's keep going. We also read Matthew 1:21-23. He will save his people from their sins. Curses everyone that hangs up on a tree. That goes back to Deuteronomy 28, which is the curses we are under, which is the curse of the Torah, and Leviticus 26. Yahusha was hung from a tree, as we know, Acts 5:30, Acts 10:39, 1 Peter 2:24. Let's keep going. Deuteronomy 21:22, and when a man has committed a sin worthy of death, then he shall be put to death, and you shall hang him on a tree. So this is Torah law. Let his body not remain overnight on the tree, for you shall certainly bury him the same day. For he who is hanged is cursed of Eluah, so that you should not defile the land which Yahuwah your Eluah is giving you as an inheritance. More evidence that the Messiah died specifically for our people. Let's keep going. Acts 13:22-24. And when he had removed him, he raised up unto them David to be their king. Once again, going back to Daud, our people, to also he gave testimony and said, I found David, Haban of Yeshai, Jesse, a man after my own heart, which shall fulfill all my will. Of this man's seed, listen to this, of this man's seed has Yahuwah, according to his promise, raised unto who? Yasharah, a savior, Yahusha. It doesn't say everybody else. It says Yasharah, he raised up a savior. That's all 12 tribes. The two sticks becoming one. Verse 24, when John had first preached before his coming, the immersion of repentance to all the people of Israel. Wait a minute. All the people of Israel. All of them. Not all nations, not all tribes, not all peoples, but all of Israel. Yasharah. Somebody said truth unedited doesn't speak the full truth. You can't be partial about what truth you tell. He's also not receptive to correction or sound reasoning. He's definitely not. He's absolutely not. And I'm going to be honest, I was taken aback by it. I didn't expect that from him. I didn't expect that from him. But see, this is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. And I'm not, like I said, I still love him and I'm praying for him, but I can tell he's definitely trying to preserve his status on YouTube with his, 700,000 subscribers and make money on YouTube and stuff like that. I was barred from being able to do any of these things. I was barred from being able to make money on here. And I was also barred from, obviously, I'm currently shadow banned right now. So again, you have him who's pushing a feel-good message to everybody, but then you have me telling the 100% truth without, caring what people think. And, there's consequences for what I speak. But when he toes the line to make people feel good, he gets rewarded. So you can't really be impartial to the truth, bro, if you're really going to teach the word. So I hope he comes to that place of understanding. I still love him and everything, but I just don't understand how you could sit there and argue with a whole bunch of heathens, a bunch of pale-skinned heathens in the comments on an email about the Trinity. But then when I'm trying to come to you about something that's Israelite related, you ignore that and you don't even answer the question, but you wrote like 6 paragraphs to a bunch of white people. How the hell you give them more precedence than your own people, bro? That don't make no sense. So I was taken aback by that because he presents himself as a very humble person. I'm not saying he's not, but just when people try to show him stuff, he does reject it. Even the Esau video he did, people brought up Jasher 90, he ignored it. He didn't address it. He didn't say nothing about it. And then he went through Jasher. He went through Jubilees. He went through all these books, but he made sure to skip Jasher 90. That's partiality. The Most High don't respect that. What are you, a coward? You scared to tell the truth because you're going to lose followers? I've lost a whole bunch of them, bro, and I don't regret a damn thing. Matter of fact, one of the white people who did support me, they were very supportive. Very, very, very. So one of them sent me like $600, right? So I was like, wow, okay, well, Barak Yahuwah, right? But then when the truth came out, I wasn't going to change my message because they are very supportive of me. No, the truth is the truth. And no, I don't regret speaking that. But that goes to show you about these children of the devil. They will support you until you tell the truth. They want you to be like their father, the devil, and lie to them. They want you as an Israelite to tell them there is no judgment for them, that they're not going to pay for the sins of their father, the devil, and what they've done under their father, the devil. They're not going to tell. They don't want you. They don't want you telling them that. That's why you don't see them on this channel no more. And I said it knowing I'm going to lose support. I said it knowing these people would turn their back on me. I said it knowing these people would be, talking about me behind my back, and they're still doing it. Guess what? I ain't stopped. But some of our people are cowards. Let's be honest. Some of y'all are freaking cowards. And you would be no good to us during the Maccabean time because you would have assimilated with these heathens. You would have been fighting against them. You would have went along with it just so it's easier for you. That's a weak-ass person. And the Most High, he ain't got no purpose in no coward. The Bible says the cowardly and unbelieving shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High. How could David be great if he wasn't a warrior for the Most High? How could he be so respected as a king if he wasn't focused on our people and their preservation? But y'all want to say the freaking white man, who is the reason why a lot of our people are so confused about the freaking scriptures. Who added to it? Who took away from it? Is it not white people? And I got mad because I was in a group chat and this one sister, she's over here talking about the Gentiles over and over and over again, man. Over and over again. And I'm like, listen, the Gentiles are not the ones who broke covenant with Yahuwah. And then I show scripture after scripture about how they're spittle, and he says that they're nothing but a drop from a bucket and this and that. And you still talking about these people. Shut up about these goddamn heathens. I don't give a damn about them. I don't. It doesn't mean that I hate them. They're just not who I'm focused on. Because Yahusha was not focused on everybody else. Joshua was not focused on everybody else. David was not focused on everybody else. Paul was not focused on everybody else. Nowhere in the scriptures were we focused on other nations. Period. Not one place in scripture where our people like, well, Father, what about the Gentiles? Well, Father, we got to save the Gentiles. Oh, Most High, please deliver the Gentiles. Let the Gentiles come with us. Oh, Father in heaven, please give our inheritance to the Gentiles. Our people were waiting on Yahusha to restore the kingdom back to us. Let me show you a precept for that. Acts chapter 1. Look at this. Acts 1. This tells you what their intention was and what they were waiting on. So let me show you this real quick. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and the cloud received them out of their sight. While they looked steadfastly. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me go back. We'll start here. Acts 1:2. Until the day in which he was taken up, after that, he through the Holy Ghost, or the Ruach HaKodesh, has given commandments unto the apostles who he had chosen. So also he showed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days, and speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of Eluah. And being assembled together with them, commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but for wait for the promise of the Father, which say, you've heard of me. For John truly immersed with water, but you shall be immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh not many days thence. When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Master, will you at this time restore again the kingdom to Yasharah? So listen to that. They wanted the heathens out of their land. They were expecting Yahusha to wipe out these Romans. They didn't want them heathens in their land at all because they were oppressors. But the thing is, he said, it's not the time right now. Okay? It is not the time for me to restore the kingdom back to you. But they were asking him about that because that is what these prophecies were about. Restoring us, the kingdom back to us, and restoring us as a people. And that's why many of them rejected him, Yahusha, because they thought he wasn't going to do it at all. But he will. There's just an appointed time for that, as all things. So Yahusha's response to this Yahudi was, And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father has put in his own power. So he said, it's not for you to know when that's going to be. But the Most High has an appointed time for all things. Muadim, appointed times for all things. But that tells you right there, they were expecting him to get rid of these freaking oppressors and give the kingdom back to our people, not the freaking heathens. So stop bringing them up. Stop asking me about them. Because it seems to me you got more of an allegiance to them than our people, and you are working against the Most High. He taught us to love our people, to be there for our people, to help our people, to, treat our people with respect. And you sitting here asking me about heathens. Screw these heathens. I ain't got no purpose in dealing with them, bro. Like I said, they can learn. You're welcome to come to the channel. You're welcome to follow me on social media and all of that. But do not send me friend requests. I'm not going to add you if you're another nation. I only deal with my people. But you can follow me. Just don't send me no friend requests. I know that might sound harsh, but hey, it is what it is, bro. You don't have to follow me, but if you want to follow me, that's totally fine. I ain't got no problem with it. Follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook, whatever you want to follow me on. But just do not send me friend requests. I only accept friend requests from my own people. So if you ain't Negro, I don't want your friend requests. But you can follow me though. So we can see here right now that the truth is our people were the only folks we should be focusing on, not nobody else. All right, let's keep going. We're almost done, fam. I know I keep saying that, but so it says, of this man's seed, who is David, Yahuwah, according to his promise, raised unto Israel a savior, Yahusha. When John had first preached before his coming, the baptisms of repentance to all the people of Yasharal, not the heathens. Let's keep going. James 1:1. These scattered people in these nations and these lands were also Israelites. James 1:1. James, a servant of Eluah and of the master, Yahushua HaMashiach, to what? To the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Greeting. So the 12 tribes were scattered. So James was going to Israelites in all these different places. And there's another precept for that. Let's keep going. 1 Peter 1:1. Peter or Kapha, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach. To what? To the strangers. Now, these are not just any strangers. These are Gentiles who are actually Israelites by blood. Why? Because these are scattered Israelites who are referred to as Gentiles. Listen to this. It says to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. So when were the heathens scattered? That was a prophecy to our people. So when you're like, but he's calling them Gentiles. Well, right here, they're called strangers. But these are the scattered children of the Most High Yahuwah. So now you understand why Paul was in these same places. Galatians. Come on, y'all. Asia, Cappadocia, Bithynia. These are all places where the Yahudim were and Northern Kingdom Israelites were. And like I said, they were called strangers because they had not followed the Most High, man. They forsook his ways and embraced heathenism. Lastly, the covenant is only with our people. That would be Israel and Yahudah. Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom. Now let's look at this real deeply. Jeremiah 38:31, 31 through 32 in the Septuagint. Again, Jeremiah 38:31 through 32 in the Septuagint. And in the KJV, it's Jeremiah 31:31 through 32. Behold, the days come, says Yahuwah, when I will make a renewed covenant with the house, Habayith Yasharal, Habayith Yahudah, the house of Yasharal and the house of Yahudah, not according to the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day when I took hold of their hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, for they abode not in my covenant, and I disregarded them, says Yahuwah. All right, so right here, the Most High is saying the covenant is only with his people. Let's keep going. Not Gentiles. Hebrews 8:8 through 9. For finding fault with them, he says, behold, the days come, says Yahuwah, when I will cut a renewed covenant with the house of Yasharal and the house of Yahudah. So again, this is quoting what we just read. Not according to the covenant that I cut with their fathers in the days when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not on my covenant, and I regarded them not, says Yahuwah. Hebrews 10, 16 through 17. This is the covenant that I will cut with them, Yasharal and Yahudah. After those days, says Yahuwah, I will put my Torah into their hearts, and in their minds will I write it, and their sins and wicked deeds will I remember no more. So again, none of this has to do with Gentiles. Continuing on, Jeremiah 38:34 in the Septuagint, and it's Jeremiah 31:34 in the KJV. And they shall not at all teach everyone his fellow citizen and everyone his brother, saying, know Yahuwah, for all shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them. For I will be merciful to their iniquities, and their iniquities I will remember no more. So this is the Torah, or not the Torah, but the Tanakh precept of what we just read in Hebrews 8. Or Hebrews 10, talking about our people. I remember their sins no more, and that connects to Jeremiah 38:34 in the Septuagint, 31:34 in the KJV. I will remember their sins no more. He's talking about our people. That's why he said, and he shall call his name Yahusha. Why? He will save his people from their sins. That's exactly why our people did Passover. So we can understand why we need Yahushua HaMashiach. The other nations weren't doing Fasach. Only our people were. Yeah, the strangers were doing it, but they had to attach themselves. Let's continue on. Romans 9:4. Who are Israelites? To who pertains the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service of Eluah, and the promises. Let me say it again. To the Israelites pertains the adoption, the esteem, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service of Eluah, and the promises. Only we can teach these scriptures. Only we can. I don't give a damn about John Truth. I don't give a nothing about these Christians, these white heathens. I don't care nothing about what they're talking about. If you are not an Israelite, you are not called by the Most High to teach, period. The scriptures. And that's not to say everybody's called to teach the scriptures either, but it should only be Israelites. Anybody who ain't an Israelite, you're going against the word of the Most High. Only we are his servants. That's not everybody else. Because if everybody was his servant, he would not have preserved a bloodline through Shem to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob. If it's not about bloodline, Yahushua would have been preaching the gospel to everybody, but he wasn't. He was in Judea, where our people were. And he told his Talmudim specifically, do not go to the other nations. So we got to stop with this belief that heathens can do what we're called to do. These heathens didn't suffer like we did because they're not the covenant people. Matter of fact, they've been the greatest tool of the devil throughout our oppression. Let's continue on. Exodus 24, 6 through 8. Now, this is a big one to understand when we're talking about why only our people can be grafted into the covenant. This scripture right here makes it clear. The only people Yahuwah is in covenant with were cursed for breaking the first one. Let's read this. Exodus 24, 6 through 8. And Mashah took half Hadam, the blood, and poured it into bowls, and half the blood he poured out upon the altar. And he took Hasafar Habarith, the book of the covenant, and read it in the ears of the people. And they said, all things whatsoever Yahuwah has spoken, we will do, and hearken therein. And Mashah took Hadam and sprinkled it upon the people and said, Hana Hadam Habarith, behold the blood of the covenant which Yahuwah has made with you concerning all these words. So this blood was sprinkled upon the 12 tribes of Yasharal. Let's look that up, actually. There's another verse I wanted to show you about that real quick to prove this. So the blood was sprinkled upon our people in Exodus 24. And actually in Exodus 24, it mentions he set them up specifically for the 12 tribes of Israel. So let's look at that real quick. Shamuth, Exodus 24, real quick. Let's go there. Exodus 24. So I'm going to go ahead. I didn't pull up a slide for that, but I'm going to go ahead and show you in blue letter real quick that it was literally set up for our people, representing each one of the 12 tribes. Had nothing to do with heathens. But let's look at this. Watch this right here. So we're in Exodus 24, and we'll start off at verse 3 for actually, oops, my bad. Okay, here we go. Exodus 24, we're going to start off at verse 1 just for the context. And to Moses, he said, go to Yahuwah, you and Aaron, and Nabad and Abod, and the 70 elders of what? Yasharal. Not no stranger, not no Gentile, the elders of Israel. And they shall worship Yahuwah from a distance. And Moses alone shall draw nigh to Eluah, and they shall not draw nigh, and the people shall not come up with them. So Masha, he had a special purpose. The elders could go up to where Yahuwah was, but they would not be as close to Yahuwah as Masha was, which is why I say jealousy is not it. Yahuwah will choose who he chooses of our people, of course. I'm not talking about heathens. I'm talking about our people. He will choose who he wants to choose. It's not up to you who he chooses as a chosen person of a greater works. You feel what I'm saying? I see it like that sister in the chat that I was talking about, that's what I want to defend the heathens. She's over here telling me I don't know the Most High and I don't operate in his Ruach HaKadosh and I got a wicked camp spirit and all this other stuff. But she don't know nothing about all the people I've woken up on this channel. She don't know nothing about the work I'm doing for Yahuwah. She just made that up because she don't know nothing about the scriptures like that. That's why she keep talking about heathens. She's still a Christian. And it's nothing against her, but the truth is she don't know the work I put in over here. So she's out of place and she's making assumptions. And it's not for me to tell everybody who's called to teach and who's not, because that's not my purpose. But I can just tell you, not everybody is called to do it, even though they think they are. All right. So let's look at this. Just wanted to say that real quick. So right here, verse 2, and Eluah and Moses alone shall draw nigh to Eluah, and they shall not draw nigh, and the people shall not come up to them. Now pay attention to this. And Moses went in and related to the people all the words of Eluah and the ordinances, and all the people answered with one voice, saying, what? All the words which Yahuwah spoken we will do, and be obedient. Okay? So they said this twice. That's why these curses were so bad. They agreed to it. They said, yes, we'll do it. And Moses wrote in all the words of Yahuwah, and Moses rose up early in the morning and built an altar under the mountain. And what? And set up 12 stones. For what? For the 12 tribes of Yasharal. 12 stones for 12 tribes. That means this covenant was only made with us. Not heathens, not strangers, not nobody but us. That's why he set up 12 stones for each one of the 12 tribes. That's why only the elders of the 12 tribes were allowed up there. Not the stranger, not the heathen. Let's keep going. So I'm saying it's the context is everything. So we just read that earlier in the verse, he took 12 stones, each to represent the 12 tribes. He took the blood from the ram, and he took the book of the covenant, and he sprinkled the blood of the ram upon all the children of Yasharal. Every single one of them had blood upon them, or blood sprinkled upon them, which is why these curses cleaved to one people, not everybody. It cleaved to one people because of that covenant that was made in the wilderness of Masraim. All right. Now, let's keep going. Just wanted to prove that real quick. Deuteronomy 4:7-8. For what manner of nation is so great, which has Eluah so near to them? As Yahuwah Elohinu, our Eluah, is in all things, in whatsoever we may call upon him. And what manner of nation is so great, which has righteous ordinances and judgments according to all this law, which I set before you this day? So again, more proof the Torah was given to us, not heathens. Yeah, if they sojourn with us, they got to keep the law. But he didn't give that responsibility to heathens. They were to submit to the law. He gave the law to his people. He's giving his ordinances to Jacob. Romans 9, 4-5. Let's continue. I got like 2 more slides. Romans 3, 1-2. What advantage then has the Yahudi or the Jew? Or what profit is there of circumcision? Much every way. So Paul is saying right here, there is a benefit to being a Yahudi. Let me say it again. What advantage then has the Yahudi, or what profit is there of circumcision? And Paul says, every single way. Why? Because that unto the Yahudim were committed the oracles of Yahuwah. So yes, it does matter. It says it right here in Romans 3, 1-2. But the children of Lucifer, they're the first ones to tell you it doesn't matter that you're a Yahudi. Yes, it does. It says it right here. It does. It says in every way it is an advantage. In every single way. And that's why I get mad at our people, because they want to claim to be Native Americans. They want to claim to be indigenous. But yet the scriptures say that this is a benefit in every single way. The Most High wasn't dealing with Native Americans and indigenous Americans. He was dealing with Israelites. So to me, being indigenous to America, that's almost like, it's not even almost like, I mean, it's a whole demotion. It is a whole demotion. Hold on. Somebody said Yahuwah told them to leave. Authentic Israelite. Hold on. I just saw it, what you were responding to them. What they say. Hold on. Question. A bit off topic. What is your take on leaving the U.S. before the craziness goes down? Again, I keep telling people this. You need to seek Yahuwah about this. I can't give you instructions. That's not for me to do. I know what I'm doing. I know what my household is doing, but that's something you need to go to him about. I don't want you guys coming to me about things you need to go to Yahuwah about. I'm serious. I'm here for you, and I love you guys so much, but you're coming to me instead of going to him. I don't want to tell you something that could be against his will for your life. You need to seek Yahuwah about this. Every one of y'all who have not prayed to Yahuwah about what you need to do, I'm saying you need to go to him about it. Where are you going to go? I don't know. I can't tell you, because the truth of the matter is this beast system is going to be everywhere. Even in the continent. Some people say, well, I'm going to move to another state. I mean, yeah, but you're still going to be under America. You could go to, now, if I'm being honest with you, some of these third world countries will be better to go to because they're not as developed as America. So there's still some development that has to take place in order for them to fully implement the beast system. But that's something you're going to have to go to the Most High about, all right? And I'm not saying it because I don't care or I'm not worried about our people. It's just because I had to pray about it, so you have to as well. I had to seek Yahuwah about it. You got to do the same, all right? He is who you need to go to. He is who can guide you. He is the one who can show you the right moves to make so you won't experience this. But what I will say is make preparations to get the hell up out of here. That's what I will say. How you going to do it? Seek Yahuwah about it. But it's going to come a time where you ain't going to be able to leave no more. So make your preparations and, you know what I'm saying, do what you got to do. All right, continuing on. Authentic says, thank you. You're welcome, sis. Hey, Xer, are some righteous non-Israelites from Adam also called to teach? No, they cannot teach. Not even Adamic non-Israelites can teach. They're not called to. They are not called to. Only Jacob is called to teach the word of Yahuwah, because only Jacob has he known of all the nations of the earth. He has given his ordinances and commandments to Jacob and Jacob only. So no, non-Adamic nations cannot, Adamic non-Israelites still cannot teach the word because they're still Gentiles. Only we can. Only we can. I don't know how much more clear I can be about that, but that's about as clear as I can go. All right, let's finish this up. So there's an advantage to being a Yahudi. Why? Because unto us were committed the oracles of Yahuwah, or the law of Yahuwah. John 3:16 makes no sense when you understand Yahusha preached liberation. And I'm going to close it out with Luke 1:68 through 74. Blessed be Yahuwah, Eluah of Yasharal, for he has what? Visited and redeemed his people, and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spoke by the mouth of what? The prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be what? Saved from our enemies. Saved from our enemies, family. It says we will be saved from them. And from the land and from the hand of all that hate us. So we will be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. To perform what? The mercy promised to our fathers, and to remember his Kadash covenant. So if saving us from our enemies is part of his covenant, why would that include other nations? '73. The oath which he swore to our father Abraham, that he would grant unto us, that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear. And that goes right back to Egypt, or Matzraim. We were being delivered from our enemies so we could serve him without fear. Salvation is liberation. The gospel is liberation. So it doesn't involve everybody. That's foolish. To say it involves the oppressor just makes no sense. It really doesn't. Somebody said we have freedom of religion in this country. Without none of it, you would be practicing your Greek book religion. Why this Christianity, Islam? First of all, what I live is not a religion. It's a bloodline. It's a covenant. Your white Jesus is trash. Islam is trash because it's created by white people. And the Most High literally said we would be serving your gods as a punishment because our people wanted to serve the other gods. But I don't give a damn about freedom of religion because you guys want to force your Christianity on me. I don't want to worship your white Jesus. I'll slap the shit out your white Jesus. I'll put a gun to white Jesus' head like this, bro. If freedom of religion, this is what it should be. I'll put a gun to white Jesus' head and I'll put a gun to white Muhammad's head because both of them are from the oppressor. But what I do like is I have freedom of speech to say this. White deaths exceed white births. That includes white Jesus, white Muhammad, and every white God that y'all have created. White deaths exceed white births. Just remember that. So let me just show this scripture real quick. The scriptures literally say that we will be serving other gods in the land of our captivity because it's written that this would happen. But it's also written that the people who enslaved us are going into slavery themselves. And that's why you're seeing so much white people getting shot by the police, getting shot by ICE. Trust me, you're going to see way more of that. You're going to see a lot more dead white people. The New World Order will come because white people will feel as if they're being targeted. But what's really going on is just the curse is reversing. We were the byword, we were the reproach, we were hated by all nations, but now that's becoming our enemies. So let's go to Deuteronomy 28 real quick, because it literally says we will be serving these false gods. Deuteronomy 28. And by the way, the Bible has nothing to do with Christianity or anything that you're talking about, because this is a book about black people, and Christianity nor Islam has anything to do with black people. It's from the oppressor. So just keep that in mind. So let's go right here to Deuteronomy 28, and we're going to read the scriptures here that talk about us serving these other gods. Right here. Deuteronomy 28:36. Yahuwah shall carry you away and your princes, whom you shall set over you, to a nation which neither you nor your fathers know. And there you shall serve other gods, wood and stone. Wood and stone. White Jesus on that pagan cross and the Kaaba stone of Islam. So both religions are trash. Both of them are. Judaism too, because Judaism ain't got nothing to do with the scriptures. Matter of fact, I got a visual I'm going to show you guys real quick. Let me pull this thing up. Somebody said, what's wrong with these religions? It came from white people. What could be good about it? Everything they touch is tainted. Every damn thing. Everything white people touch is tainted. So why the hell would it be a good thing? Anything coming from the white man is poison. Everything is. Ain't nothing good coming from these demons. And if you don't realize that by now, well, it's probably because you're white. All right, let me pull up this next thing here. You know what? I think I might need to do a re-upload of my video about the curses of Deuteronomy 28. I told you I was going to do a Deuteronomy 28 series, which I still will. But I think to like start the series out, I'm going to just re-upload the original video that I did about that. Because somebody told me that in regards to proving Deuteronomy 28 is about us, that is like the greatest version they've ever seen of like the breakdown of it. And when they told me that, I was thankful, but I'm like, bro, I could go so much deeper than this. Okay, I don't think I have that at the ready here. So I'll just leave that alone. But let's look at this real quick. So right here, it literally says all the prophecies that would take place to the Negroes. And guess what? Not one of these Jewish people has this happened to. Jewish people have not been in slavery and captivity. You want to talk about what took place in World War II? That was not a captivity. They were not brought from their land and put into Germany. They were already in Germany, nigga. They were already in Germany. So they were not scattered to Germany. They were already in Germany. So that's not a slavery or captivity. 2, scattered to all nations and no power against enemies. How did that happen to Jewish people? When were they scattered to all nations? And as far as I'm concerned, they own everything. The banks, politics, they control the U.S. Matter of fact, they were the ones who owned the slave ships. Let me pull that up. I got some receipts on that. They own the slave ships, bro. Let me pull that up. They don't like when I bring out these facts, bro. Hold on. Some of these ships were owned by Ish people. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I got the proof right here. Give me a second. They don't like talking about that. It wasn't just the so-called Anglo-Saxon that was involved in our slavery. It was also these Jewish people. They just won't admit that. But there's so many receipts for that. And I'm going to eventually do a video on it, but I'm not sure when, though. Hold on, let's see here. Okay. All right, look at this. Let me show you something here. A lot of people don't know this. I'm going to put you on game. Jewish control over American slavery. Every single one of these ships were owned by Jewish people. So you can see these names are obviously Yiddish European. Moses Levi, Jewish. Henry Kruger and Jacob Phoenix, Jewish. Mordecai David Gomez, Jewish. John and Jacob Roosevelt, Jewish. So it goes back to Psalms 83. It says Amalek was going to plot against you, as well as Ishmael, Esau, and everybody else. So these different slave trades, whether it's the transatlantic slave trade, whether it's the Indian Ocean slave trade, or whether it's the Arab slave trade, all of these nations have conspired against you. But I just wanted to show y'all that. Now, let's continue. So, its people have power over everybody and everything. As a matter of fact, you can't even say the word Jew online too much because then they'll censor you for that. All races above them and non-prosperous. Well, that's definitely the Negro. Because when I look at white people, let's just use them as an example. White people are the face of banking, Wall Street. So it's definitely not white people. The face of the New World Order. Look at all that power, right? It's definitely not the Hispanic, because the Hispanic can come into the hood and sell tacos and be able to make money. Black people try to sell stuff in our hood. We're denied loans. So that race is above us. The Arab. Thank you. Come again. Okay, all over the 7-Elevens, all at the liquor stores, all in the hoods. Okay, you see turbans everywhere. And I'm just speaking on it because they are heathens and they have enslaved us. And I just don't like people who have been a part of these nations who have done what they've done to us. They're everywhere and they're all in the hood. All right. Chinese, Japanese, or, you know, Oriental or whatever you want to call it, Asiatic people. They're in the hood too. They got the beauty supply stores. They selling to our sisters. And most of the time, they selling them, you know, hair pieces and hair from Indian people who have put spells on it, by the way. That's why I wish our sisters would wear their natural crown and stop wearing hair pieces and these other nations' hair. They be putting spells on that stuff. So you have all these other non-Negro nations who are in the hood that are able to make money above us. And most of them, I mean, let's just be honest, they are not citizens here. I mean, well, some of them are, but they've been here a lot less than us, but they're able to get loans. They're able to build business. They're able to monetize and make money. They are just now feeling the weight of the economy. But all this time, when I was a child, when I was in the hood, all I saw was these other nations doing better than us. So the Negro is at the bottom in regards to these other nations. Not in the Most High's eyes, but economically, socially, politically, right? A very sick and illness-stricken people. Oh, man, do I really need to go down the list? Diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, high cholesterol. And a lot of the reasons why I could say in my family there's a lot of health problems is because they still eating like slaves. They still eating large, copious amounts of hog ass. That's really what pig is. Pork, you're just eating a pig's butt. They still eating like a slave. Ham, holiday ham and chitlins and all of that nasty Southern stuff. And I'm not dishing the South. I'm from the South, but just what we learned in slavery in the South, my family is still holding to, unfortunately. So a lot of the health problems we have, but that also includes medical problems. If you look at the many illnesses that Black people suffer from, and I'm going to be doing it, that's going to be the first episode of Deuteronomy 28 series, which I'm probably going to put out probably next week sometime. I'm already starting to write it out and everything. So I should have the first episode very, very soon, the Deuteronomy 28 series. And that's what I'm calling it. The Deuteronomy 28 series, every curse, every verse. And this is going to be like the greatest series to prove this book is about us. I know our people use Deuteronomy 28 all the time to prove it, but I don't think anybody's ever gone as deep as I'm going to go on this series. So it's going to be I'm going to try to go through every single curse, bro, as much as I possibly can. But it's called Deuteronomy 28 series, every curse, every verse. You feel me? We're going to get deep into it. But let's keep going. So you have very sick and illness-stricken people, which I'll get into in the series, oppressed and defeated by their enemies. Well, that's definitely not the Jewish people. You know why? because they have technology like the Iron Dome. They have a whole bunch of nuclear weapons they can use at any given time. They can ethnically cleanse Palestine and claim no wrongdoing in that. Yeah, that's privilege. That's not oppression. Meanwhile, every single black nation that I have come to understand and study and look at, not any one of them has a nuclear weapon. And I'm not talking about Negroes. I'm just talking about black nations in general. Not a single black nation on this earth has. We don't. They will be given a new religion, Deuteronomy 28:64. We didn't come here following Islam and Christianity. These things were given to us by the oppressor, as I mentioned before. The cobblestone of Islam, Arabs. White Jesus, Christianity. And both of these laws, or both of these religions, go against the laws of Yahuwah. Why? One, you're bowing to a graven image of JC. That's idolatry. You're not supposed to be doing that. Two, Christianity teaches you lawlessness and celebrating pagan holidays the Most High said are unclean. Three, it writes out the true chosen people that the Most High has made a covenant with, and they give it to our oppressor. Then you have Islam, who also worships an inanimate object, a large stone in Mecca. Some of them do not even believe in growing out their beard because they think it's unclean and nasty to have a beard, even though you a grown man. What type of grown man shaves their beard and cuts it off? You a grown man who can genetically grow a beard and you shave it off? The Most High made a distinction between male and female. Paganism blends it all together. So yes, he required us men to grow out our beards. Because a man was to present himself as a man and a woman was to present herself as a woman. And I know this is true because I actually I follow what's his name? Rissa Islam. Now I know he's a Muslim, but he does speak a lot of truth in regards to the black community that I can rock with. I'm just not with the whole Muslim thing, just like I rock with Malcolm X, but I just, you know, the Muslim thing, I'm just not here for it. But nonetheless, he admitted this, and he said that the reason why he shaves his face is because Muhammad taught that having a beard is nasty and unkempt and disgusting, which can be true. But if you a black man, you should know how to groom yourself. You should know how to keep your beard nice and lined up. You should know how to keep it cool. If you can get your hair cut and all that, why the heck you ain't getting your beard right? No, I don't believe you should be stepping outside looking a hot mess. I don't believe you should step out looking all jacked up like you just woke up. Take some time to take care of yourself. As a black man, you should know how to groom your beard. You should know how to trim your beard. You should know how to wear your beard as an Israelite black man. And if you don't know, you need to learn how to do it. That's your duty as a man. Men are supposed to have beards. We are men. We are not women. If you ain't got a beard, you either a boy or a girl, or you either a boy or a woman. Now I know some nations can't grow beards because you ain't an Israelite. Just saying. So Islam doesn't teach the law of Moses. Even though they acknowledge Moses, they acknowledge who they call JC, who's not the true Messiah. There's still some lies thrown in there. They believe Ishmael to be the chosen child of promise. And they believe that because Ishmael was born before Isaac. Even though Yahuwah told Abraham he was going to have that child of promise with Sarah, he didn't have no faith. And neither did Sarah in that instance. Now, their faith is spoken about in Hebrews 11, so they ended up getting it right. But what I'm saying is, Yahuwah told Abraham he was going to have that child of promise with Sarah, which is why he told her to take her for a wife. He told Sarah this, and Sarah said, I'm barren. I can't have no children. You take Hagar. And then that will be, our child. But Yahuwah said it's going to be Sarah. So Abraham and Sarah had a lack of faith because he told Abraham, and Abraham, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like he was kind of weak in that regard, because he should have corrected his woman and said, no, the Most High said, I'm having the child with you. I'm not taking Hagar. I'm good. I'm gonna trust him. I mean, if you trusted the Most High to leave your country and go into the land of Canaan, then I don't understand why you would also not trust Yahuwah that you're gonna have the child with Sarah, even though she's barren. So we had a lack of faith right there. But nonetheless, the child came. Now, Ishmael was born through the flesh and lack of belief. Isaac was born through adherence and obedience to Yahuwah and what he promised to Abraham and Sarah. So one child represents the flesh, and the other child represents the promise and belief and amunah in Yahuwah. And that's Isaac. So while we can admit that some of these religions have some kind of ties to what we think of as the Bible, the doctrines are completely different, including Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. None of them teach the full truth. None of them teach you who the true people are. And the problem with these religions is it gives strength and power to replacement theology in any religion. Judaism wants to hijack your Torah. Islam wants to hijack your promise. And Christianity wants to hijack your liberator and whitewash him to liberate them. Every single religion is against you. Every single one. Listen to me. Every single religion is against you. Every one. I mean, you can look at every single religion as a way in which they're trying to make themselves greater than you. Like you're not the one that the covenant was made with. Every single religion does this in some kind of way. So no, I'm not interested in any religion at all, bro. I don't care about religions, bro. And this is not a religion. This is a way of life to the chosen people. And only the chosen people, not everybody else. If I haven't made that clear by now, I don't know what else to say. So, given a new religion, they will also be evil against each other. Well, I'm from LA, bro. This was like the first prophecy of Deuteronomy 28 that made me realize this is about us. Let me just show you what I grew up in. Y'all know about it. I talk about it sometimes, but I grew up in the gang life, like, because it was just always around me. So this right here is LA. Let me pull it up. This is the LA gang life. You got Mexicans that are in gangs, like MS-13s, I don't know all the Mexican 18th Street, you know what I'm saying, in LA, right? Then you got the Crips, you got the Bloods, you got the Parus, you got the NHBs, Neighborhood Bloods. You've got all these, you know what I'm saying, the Hoovers. You got all these different factions of gangs in, you know what I'm saying, the hood. So I know directly the hatred we have toward our own people because of the gangs that have kind of, been fostered. Right here, you got the Bloods right here. If you guys know about the West Coast, you know that Suge Knight is from Paru. Game is from Treetop Paru in Compton, right? So, Snoop is from LBC, like, you know what I'm saying, Long Beach 20s. So it's like, I know this stuff, not because I want to know this stuff. It's just in order to survive in LA, you got to have some understanding of where you at, what hood you around, and who you're around. Because where I'm at, wearing the wrong type of fitted cap will get your brains blown out. And you won't even know it. Some people come from like New York or come from other places, and they think that it's the same thing in LA, and it's not. Somebody coming from LA or coming from New York with an NY hat, they gonna think you from neighborhood 60. So if you go over to the jungles and you wear that, you gonna get shot. Sometimes they don't ask no questions. Some niggas in the hood, they shoot first, ask questions later. I've been pressed about gang colors But the thing is, I wear what I want to wear. You gonna do something about it, do it. So, you know, it didn't really matter to me. I wear whatever I want. If I want to wear red belts with red shoes and red, you know what I'm saying, red forces on or whatever, red hat, I'm wearing it. And you ain't going to tell me nothing. If you want to do something about it, do it. A lot of niggas, from what I see, didn't really press the issue. Some niggas was like, where you from? Where you from? I'm like, I don't bang, bro. But you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Some niggas did press me about the colors I wear. But, bro, I mean, they didn't do nothing about it. Oh, you wear a lot of red, man. Yeah, so what? It's my favorite color. And the thing is, I grew up around Crips. So I have more understanding of them than I do the Bloods. Because every interaction I had with Bloods was never good. I've got jumped by Blood Gang so many times, bro. Not by Crips as much, but I've got jumped by Crips too. So when the Bible says that our people would hate each other, that's not just black men hating black women hating black men. That also applies to hatred towards your own brother. And one way they've done that is through gangs, gang violence. Look at Chicago. And I'm not trying to focus on Chicago like that's like the only place where you see this kind of stuff. You see it in LA. You see it in Baltimore City. You see it in the hoods across the world, bro. Granted, the gang life is not like how it is in LA and these other places I've been. Some people be acting like they really about that, bro. But I'm like, man, these niggas wouldn't last in LA at all. Y'all be talking about, oh, I'm from this hood, I'm from that hood, but y'all move a lot differently than how we do in LA. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. I've been to other hoods. I've talked to other people and stuff like that. And, you know, like I said, not to take away from the other gangs in the other areas, which is pretty dangerous. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying certain places I've been, like Vegas, niggas say they from the hood. Bro, I've been to Donna Street, bro. The Donna Street Crips, bro, is like y'all that y'all are not like how we are in LA. I'm just saying. But anyway, not that I'm glorifying the gang life. I'm just trying to help you understand. I understand this for our people because I grew up in the gang life and my family, all of them are affiliated in some way. Bloods, Crips, all of that. You feel me? So I understand that, but this is just another prophecy because the Jewish people don't fit this. You know why? When it comes to getting money and usury, they work together. Jewish people do not push hatred towards their own people like they get us to do. Who the hell you think benefits from internet beefs and music beefs and all this other stuff? Them. Gangster rap was created for the sole purpose to help feed the mass incarceration agenda and the 93 crime bill. So more black men could get locked up. Then before that, you have feminism, you know what I'm saying, and you know, giving benefits to some sisters so that they could get the black man out. So if the black man's out and he's selling crack because of the 80s and the Ronald Reagan era, naturally, for that little crack rock he got, he gonna do 15, 20 years off top. Mass incarceration, free slave labor. Matter of fact, let me show you something real quick. There was one dude who got caught up in Texas during the crack epidemic during the Ronald Reagan era, and he was actually picking cotton in prison. You don't believe it's free slave labor? I'm about to show you. He did a really, really good video on this. This black man, Yahudi brother. He got caught up, you know what I'm saying, during the whole thing. But Cuz was picking cotton in the penitentiary, y'all. And some of these penitentiaries do have that, where you're going to be out there picking cotton. Let me see if I can find it. Shout out to this brother, man. You know what I'm saying? He called himself Kryptonite, I think. But he was talking about this, and I thought it was just so interesting because a lot of our people don't realize this is still going on. Let me show y'all. All right, let me show y'all this real quick. It got a lot to do with what I'm talking about.
Silence for the rest of the days.
You asked me why I said slavery?
Let's go.
Have you ever seen pick cotton?
Nah.
Where have you seen pick cotton at?
Never in my life.
A slave, though.
Oh, slave.
Slave. I was sent to pick cotton. That's why I say.
Oh,
I'm
so
a
you?
slave.
So wait.
I
So
was sent to see. I was.
wait. All right.
I
So
ain't never seen nothing but a slave pick cotton.
wait. So
Yeah.
you have
Right.
actually picked cotton off the cotton plant.
I have picked cotton off the cotton plant. Texas Department of Criminal Justice, you pick cotton off the cotton plant.
Real life.
Okay, and that's real stuff, bro. I ain't seen nobody but slaves pick cotton, and they still got our people doing that to this day through the prison industrial complex. So again, what the hell do these heathens need salvation from? Cuz there's a whole system that's still built against us. There's still a whole system that is benefiting from our slave labor. And guess who is benefiting from it? The oppressor. So no, I don't give a damn about the other nations. I don't. Why should I? With what we going through. When we all right, maybe I could worry about everybody else, but we not all right now. Let's keep watching.
Right? Because I've been a slave. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery unless you've been convicted of a crime. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I catch you.
I'm inventory at the age of 17, a slave for the state of Texas to serve 8 years of servitude in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Now, why you say a slave? Because some people think that, hey, once you're there, you just get a bunk bed, you get a book, and you get to just sit there in boring silence for the rest of your days.
You asked me why I said slavery?
Let's go.
Have you ever seen pick cotton?
Nah.
Where have you seen pick cotton at?
Never in my life.
A slave, though.
Oh, slave.
I was sent to pick cotton. That's why I said.
Oh, so you?
Slave.
So wait. So
I was sent to see. I was.
Wait. All right. So
I ain't never seen nothing but a slave pick cotton.
Wait. So
yeah,
you have actually picked cotton off the cotton plant.
I have picked cotton off the cotton plant. Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You pick cotton off the cotton plant.
I remember in movies you would watch. They would whoop a slave for not getting, let's say, 50 pounds of this soft ass cotton.
Right.
So, like, just walk me through a cotton picking day.
No, I give you this day. So I'm big badass Crip Night, 17 years old. You put anybody in front of me, I got a high percentage of running them over, right? Amongst my peers, I'm that nigga, right? Okay, I hit Brazuria, Clemens unit, right? Burning Hell, AKA Burning Hell. That's the name of the unit.
Shit.
The name of the unit is Burning Hell. So
damn, that's crazy.
Right? First day they want to roll you out to the field. Well, the day after you arrive, I go through fighting and all that. The next day, we go to field work call. They call them hoe squads, HO, because you got to cut grass with an Aggie. This is what I'm telling you. Yeah. You cut grass in line with an Aggie, right? Whole fields of grass are cut. We are human lawnmowers. Okay, that's when it's not cotton time. But I get there at cotton time. Now I'm like you saying damn. I'm like, what the fuck is cotton time? If anybody tell you right now it's cotton time, you like, I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
What, cotton candy, nigga? Like,
and this is something me and you would never think exists. Right around the corner here, it's plantations of nothing but cotton. The South Empire was built on cotton. And they hadn't changed it in the 90s. We was here to pick it. And look, when I got to the field, I'm like, I'm not picking that shit, nigga. I'm not no motherfucking slave. They drew their guns. You ask what happened. You say what happened, right? Oh, they trained for niggas. Oh, you one of them niggas. You think you ain't gonna pick, huh? What they call it? Kunta? What was the nigga name?
Yeah, Kunta Kinte.
Yeah, Toby.
Yeah, that's what they call him, Toby.
Yeah, oh, Toby, you think you Kunta.
Yeah.
You think you Kunta, Toby. Roll right up me on them guns, told me get down on my hands and knees or they gonna shoot me. That's what I'm telling you. They got, you are a slave. They have the right to kill you if you pose a threat to leave in this structure. No, damn. This is jail.
So
I am a slave. If I run, they shoot me in the back.
How many times you thought of running?
None.
Oh.
What you mean, yo?
So y'all get the message, bro. Slavery is still going on right now, my nigga. Right now. Let me see if I can find an actual video of that slavery that's going on with our people. So again, Our people need the gospel. Our people need liberation. I'm not worried about everybody else, bro. There's not no mass incarceration of other nations. I mean, granted, you're looking at ICE and what's going on right now, but that's just now happening. Hold on. Let me make something clear to you. The heathens are just now experiencing oppression. Okay? These Hispanics that are being rounded up and all of that, how long have they been here and they've been above you in every single thing? How long have these Hispanics, and I'm talking about the pale skinned ones, I'm not talking about Afro Hispanics, our people. How long have these white Hispanics been here and been doing better than your ass, Jacob? They're just now experiencing this. They're just now experiencing what we've experienced and what we've been talking about. So if we had to suffer 400 years for this oppression, they're just getting started. So they definitely don't need no deliverance. You feel what I'm saying? This is just getting started for some people, man. Sugarcane fields still have slaves to this day. Yes. Let me see if I can pull up a video in regards to the slavery. Give me a second, y'all. There's another video that actually shows it. Even in like Louisiana State Penitentiary, they have Negroes also picking cotton. A lot of these, like in the South, bro, the Southern states, you definitely gonna find that for sure. You're definitely gonna find that for sure. Because that spirit of the Confederacy is still there. So let me show y'all here this real quick. This is in the South. You got Negroes right here. Let me pull it up. You got Negroes right here also picking cotton, family. Look. And this is Louisiana State Penitentiary, Angola. Not like Angola in the continent, but yeah.
The Louisiana State Penitentiary in Angola is one of America's most unusual prisons because it is in some ways a plantation. Once you pass through Angola's front gate, you can't help but feel that you've gone back in time to another South.
It's the largest maximum security prison in the country. Right now, there are 6,300 prisoners. The majority of murderers, you have rapists, you have people who've committed assault, drug felonies.
How long are you here for? Next 40 years? What was the charge? 4 counts?
Roughly 75% of the prisoners are here serving life sentences without the possibility of parole.
Louisiana has some of the toughest sentencing laws in the
Bro,
country.
they literally got the dogs, cuz. They literally got the dogs that they would send after the runaway slaves family. They got the dogs on these plantations in prison, cuz. Wow. Ain't nothing changed in this world, and it definitely ain't nothing changed in America. Don't you let these children of the devil sit here and gaslight you and tell you slavery's over and done with, when they got the freaking dogs in the fields to hunt niggas down who's trying to run away. Still got them working in the South. Still got them picking cotton. My. Oh, boy. So this is what we dealing with, y'all. So when they talk about slavery is over and done with and we still not in a captivity, now everybody's saying America is not our place of captivity, then how do you explain this? How do you explain this if America is the land of promise and not captivity? Is this not captivity work? Is this not what our people were doing when they were first brought here? How is this the chosen land? Like, factor in this right here. Let's just factor in, aside from everything else, geographic locations, everything else. How could America be the land of promise when the Yahudim right now in the South are still being forced to pick cotton against their will? Got dogs being chased after them, and they'll be shot if they refuse. Somebody said you should look up the history of Angola prison. It was a plantation. Very interesting. Yeah, sure. Let me highlight your comment. I'll check it out in a sec. I'm done with the lesson I was doing, so we can hang out for a little bit. All right, I highlighted your comment, so I'll get back to it. We're gonna watch a little bit more of this. I just want y'all to see, bro.
These guys are not going home.
Praise, bro.
For most of its history, Angola has been a fearsome place but in recent years, it's become relatively docile.
Absolutely. And this is what I talk about with melanin and white skin, and that's what people don't understand. I played a video on here where I said that white people are much more prone to demonic possession, psychopathic behavior, and outside spiritual influences because they don't have melanin to protect them. That's why when you look at like I said, you look at the writings of Abraham, chapter 8, Noah, his melanin being restored was considered a covering. That's why I said he shall be covered and appear as all other men. So we looked at that scientifically, and I said that even white people will admit that the ultraviolet light, which can cause mutations and splice the DNA, we absorb that. But when they use ultraviolet light on Caucasians, they can easily manipulate their cells. So they're more prone to demonic possession. They're more prone to psychopathic behavior and bestiality and all of this. One, because it's in their blood, because of who they descend from. Two, because these fallen angels created these hybrids, and these hybrids would be much more susceptible to the spirits of the Nephilim that they come from. So the Most High not only struck away their, didn't allow them to be melanated like his children and his people and those who come from Adam, but that they were much more prone to demonic influence because they're not made by him. And they don't have that covering that melanated people do. That's what I'm saying. When I be hearing like that sister that was like defending these other people, there's just so much she doesn't understand that I understand. And I'll bring out the precepts, I'll bring out the scriptures, and people will still be all like, but it says there's neither Jew nor Greek. It says there's neither Jew nor Greek. It says there's neither Jew nor Greek. Right? And I'm like, okay, if there's Jew nor Greek, then I guess there's neither male nor female either. So I guess men can do women things and women can do men things, and there's no hierarchy and there's no order with Alua. I'm sorry, but that's hilarious. There's neither Jew nor Greek. And I would count that kamatz as well, because there's no precept for that in Torah. There's no precept that a man is not a man, or a male is not a male, and a woman is not a woman. There's no precept in the Tanakh or the First Covenant about male and females being no longer separated from each other in regards to roles. There's no precept for that in the First Covenant. I'm counting it as kamatz. I'm calling it kamatz. I'm calling it lies. Just like Romans 3:29. Let me show y'all this other one. Y'all laughing at me. Stop laughing. Let's go to Romans 3:29. This is another one I think is definitely leaven. And like I said, I'm only going off of what the scriptures say. If it don't agree with the First Covenant, bro, it is likely added by the enemy. And I know it is because they don't have any love for the law. They hate it. Let's look at this. That's why they teach a religion to forsake the law. Let's look at Romans 3:29. This is another one that is definitely leaven. Let's look at this. Is he, this is what the Gentiles love to use this one. Is he, Yahuwah, the Eluah of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, also of the Gentiles too. Here's the problem with this though. How many times does Yahuwah say, I mean, nobody knows the full number. I'm gonna see if I can look it up. How many times in the scriptures does Yahuwah say, I am the Eluah of Jacob, Eluah of Jacob, Eluah of Jacob, Eluah of Jacob, Eluah of Yasharal, Eluah of Yasharal, Eluah of Yasharal, Eluah of Yasharal? Only one place in scripture does he, and it's in the renewed covenant, which is filled with kamatz, where he says he's now the Eluah of the Gentiles. But all throughout scripture, like it's got to be at least close to 1 trillion, at least maybe 1 trillion. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'm going to use ChatGPT because it can give me more specific verses. How many times does Yahuwah say, I am the Eluah of Yasharal, or refers to himself as the Eluah of Yasharal or Jacob? All right, let's see what it says. Sometimes I ask ChatGPT regularly because it could at least give me an actual number or something close to when he says that. Okay. Okay. It does not even know how many times, but I can just tell you right here, it's telling me in regards to I am the Alua of Yasharal, there is 200 plus occurrences. Okay. I am the Alua of Yasharal. That's what it says. 200 plus occurrences of that. That's the first one. And then the Alua of Jacob, there is 40 to 50 occurrences. Then the Alua of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 15 to 20. And first person divine declarations. I am Yahuwah, your Alua, specifically to Yasharal, 150 plus occurrences. So I could just leave that right there. So you have one example where he says he is the Alua of the Gentiles, but you have 300 plus examples where he says he's the Alua of Jacob. That makes no sense. That's clearly leaven. That's another thing. I'm glad you said that. And you are right. And I was just going to touch on that. I'm glad you caught that. Barak Yahuwah, all praise to the Most High for our people. So look, you're right. You're actually right, because there were two kingdoms. Yahuda is the Yahudim, and Israel, or Yasharal, is the northern kingdom. So what this should say is, I am not just the Alua of the Yahudim, but also of Yasharal. But notice how they put Gentile right there. Because the Yahuda is who Yahusha was dealing with directly, and Paul was going out to all the Israelites of the northern kingdom scattered abroad. James 1:1. 1 Peter 1:1. All right. So you are right, brother. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I can't tell by the name if you're a brother or sister, but family. Mashfaka. Thank you so much for bringing that out, because I was just about to go to that. It should either say he is not the Alua of the Israelites only, or he's not the Alua of the Yahudim only, but he's also not the Alua of the northern kingdom. He's also the Alua of the northern kingdom, or the Israelites. So this right here was definitely something that I said could either be something that they added in, or it could have originally said he's not just the Alua of the Yahudim, but also of Israel, or the northern kingdom. Because there were two separations between those two kingdoms, as we always talk about. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you pointed that out, because when I first saw this, I was using it because somehow, some way, I had allowed the heathens to present this to me, and I accepted it, because at the time I did not know who these people were. I didn't really understand like the order of everything and why the covenant is not for everybody. It's just so much I didn't understand at the time, family. And unfortunately, I did listen to a lot of these white people's doctrine in this truth, just because I was like, well, we're the chosen, but everybody can serve Yahuwah, so it's not an issue. So I didn't have a bias about listening to heathens. But now I definitely do, because I realized that they were using their doctrines of devils to try to get me to throw away my birthright and make the people he has written judgment for to feel like it's not going to happen to them. So they were manipulating my innocence and my coming into this like a child. And then, like, I remember this one person, they knew, Hebrew, and I learned like Tura Rabba Ata Yahuwah, right? Before I knew the language and stuff, like, she had the nerve to sit there and try to tell me, I've taught you so much about the language. No, you didn't. The only reason you know about the language is because you listening to Yahudim. You over here talking to other Israelites who look like me, and you're trying to act like you're some expert on the language, like the Most High just revealed a Bari to you. How dare you? These people are trash, cuz you know what I'm saying? For real. Somebody said, where did Pauline come from? What happened to the 11 original? We know there were Yahuda, Judas, and them Roman Catholic. So with Paul, I'm going to be honest, y'all. A lot of the leaven is through what is coming out of Paul's mouth. And I'm going to be honest, I don't believe everything he's saying. Especially when you see the fact that, as you said, heathens love Paul and love to use him to justify lawlessness. Clearly, it looks to me like Paul is a creation of Rome. Now, I'm not going to say I fully dismiss him. I don't want to do that, because if you look at the prophecies in regards to our people and the restoration of the kingdom of Yasharal and stuff like that, that is biblical. But there's definitely some things coming out of his mouth that definitely would have white behind the white man's pen that would have been put in his mouth. Because when you think about how Yahushua was dealing with us and how Paul was dealing with us, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm going to be honest. I mean, Paul was the persecutor of our people, killing our people. He was on his way. When he heard from Yahushua, he was literally on his way to Damascus to kill us. This nigga was on his way to kill us, y'all. This nigga Paul, was on his way to unalive our people because he was doing that. So, yes, I will be honest with y'all, fam. I don't fully trust Paul. Hell nah. If I'm being real with myself and I'm looking at the scriptures and I'm following the rule of thumb that we discussed earlier, if it don't make sense, probably because it's not true, and if it don't agree with the Torah or the Tanakh, is something wrong. Definitely with Paul, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because there's two sides of Paul, right? Two sides of Paul. There's one side of him that follows Torah. But then there's another side of him downplaying the importance of it. So I would have to call you a false apostle if your message contradicts what Yahushua was teaching, which was Torah, which was covenant. So if you're preaching we don't need the Torah, but you're preaching about Yahushua, you are doing a great disservice for the Most High. Why? Because Yahushua taught us Torah, quoted Torah, spoke on Torah. But yet you're talking about Yahushua HaMashiach, but then you're talking about the law doesn't matter. So yes, I believe Paul could be a good portion of what we know Paul of as of right now is created by Romans and created by our enemies to push this lawless doctrine. Like I said, there's some precepts of what he's saying is biblical that I can attest with, but a lot of what we currently have from that man is a bunch of leaven. Somebody said, Yek. Felicia Yah. Shalom, sis. I saw you there earlier. Wanted to shout you out. Why does Paul's encounter mirror Joseph Smith's and Muhammad's? That's a good question, sis. I never thought about that. But they are very true. So, in Mormonism, for example, Joseph Smith claims that JC came to America and revealed the gospel to the Israelites, who were the Native Americans. That's, like I said, that's Mormon doctrine. So this Joseph Smith character went to these other lands preaching this gospel message of JC to non-Israelite people. Now, as I said, I believe Paul was going to our people, which is why he said it's my desire for Israel to be saved, right? Who was not cast away as people, never. But you have Joseph Smith that also preaches a very similar message, that some random guy just goes, has the truth in his hand, and he goes to these other nations and these random people and starts presenting JC to them because God's, or who he calls God, somehow gave him this revelation to preach to people in America about the promises of the promised land of America. Yeah, it's very, 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 very similar to Joseph Smith. Here's another thing that's a problem with Paul. When Yahushua speaks to him, when he's on his way to go kill us, Yahushua doesn't even show himself to Paul, but he speaks to him in a bright light. Pay attention to what he says, though. I'm going to show you something that's interesting. We taught, that's what I'm saying. We're only, listen, family, I'm not trying to get you to reject the renewed covenant. Don't you dare reject Yahushua. I'm just trying to show you what our enemies have done. All right? So we can kind of look at the scriptures a little bit more objectively and allow the Ruach to lead us into understanding. All right? So let's go to Acts 26 real quick. Acts 26. Acts 26. Right here. This was one of my favorite verses to use to tell you that Yahusha had a Hebrew name and spoke Hebrew. But I want you to pay attention to something here. I'm going to focus on something else. So let me start with the context. This is Acts 26, and we're going to read 12 through 15. All right? Acts 26, 12 through 15. Now, this doesn't make any sense. Let me show you why. So verse 12 says, "Whereupon I went to Damascus with authority and commission from the chief priests. At midday, O king, I saw in the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun, shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. And when we were all fallen to the earth," this makes no sense. Fallen to the earth? Like, does he mean he fell down? What does it mean, fallen to the earth? Sound like some fallen angel stuff. But anyway, let's keep reading. "I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in Ha-Abarith Lashun, the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecute you me? It is hard for you to kick against the pricks. And I said, Who are you, master? And he said, I am Yahusha, whom you persecute." Now, this particular passage, it is hard for you to kick against the pricks. Let me show you something about this particularly. This is going to blow your mind. Give me a 1, because I'm about to mess you up right now. I'm about to jack you up. Hey. Oh, whoa. Yeah. Okay. Give me a 1, because I'm about to show you something that's real crazy about this. All right, let me see. That's actually something that is said by deities in the Greco-Roman thing. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Okay, so when he says it is hard to kick against the pricks, that is something that is said in Greco-Roman literature. This is a quote directly from some Greco deity or some Greco writer or something like that. And this is what I'm talking about when I talk about why is it the renewed covenant is only in Greek. Now let me show you something here. Kicking against, yeah. I mean, like, even logically, it doesn't make sense in the way in which Yahusha is speaking to Saul. Why did this even need to be said when it's talking about persecution? Now, let me show you something real quick. So this is from idioms, or the idioms page, and it says kick against the pricks is a Greco idiom. Okay, you can see the Greek right here. Kick against the goads. So what does that mean? Resisting authority or control in the way that only causes oneself pain or harm, rebelling against rules or systems that cannot be changed, fighting back against a stronger power even though it's pointless, opposing fate or destiny with frustration or anger, struggling against criticism or discipline in vain, objecting to advice or guidance despite knowing it's right. So, the origin and history. Let's get to it. Ancient Greek roots. The phrase kick against the pricks originates from ancient Greek literature. It appears in Euripides' tragedy, The Bacchae, written around 405 BCE. In the play, the line, "I would rather sacrifice to him than kick against the pricks," illustrates the futility of resisting divine will. The term prick refers to goads or sharp sticks used to drive oxen. When an ox kicks against the goad, it only injures itself, symbolizing self-destructive resistance. And it says right here in the Christian New Testament, Acts 26:14, JC says to Saul, during his conversion, it's hard to kick against the pricks. This metaphor emphasizes the futility of resisting divine authority. Now, I just find it very strange that Yahusha in this particular passage was speaking in a Bari to Paul, but then uses a Greek or Greco idiom. Let's go back to it real quick. Acts 26:14. And when we were falling to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying, in Ha-Abarith Lashun, the Hebrew tongue, Saul, why do you persecute me? It is hard for you to kick against the bricks. Now, if you want to take that meaning that they gave us to what that actually means, he would say, why do you persecute me? It is hard to resist authority. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all. And then on top of that, this is the only time Yahusha appears to somebody in a bright light. This experience is not anywhere else in the scriptures where Yahusha speaks to somebody or comes to somebody in a bright light. And how is Paul persecuting him if Yahusha has already died and suffered? Bro, this doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense, bro. And you understand why, because it came from non-Israelite people. So listen, I'm still looking, family, for some kind of renewed covenant that's more reliable for us. Unfortunately, my attempt to find a good renewed covenant has been fruitless. I have not found anything yet. I'm still looking, y'all, but there's so much wrong with the renewed covenant, bro. And I can show y'all way more examples, bro. You know what? Screw it. Why not, right? So I've shown this before, but there's a huge contradiction of the resurrection account of Yahusha. I actually have it written down. Give me a second. I always have these ready because it's like, I know that, you know what I'm saying, there's going to be something that, you know, could come up in some type of live conversation. So I have these written down. So first, let me show you one thing here. That I'm going to pull up here about the resurrection account of Yahusha. There are hella contradictions when it comes to Yahusha and his resurrection. But before we get to that, though, before I get to that, the first piece of leaven I'm going to show you in the renewed covenant is his when he actually rose from the dead. Because if you look at the scriptures, it says he rose on the first day of the week. But is that true? Or is that leaven? It's leaven. And I'm going to show you. And like I said, the problem is the Greek. They put the Greek in there to confuse you. And you might be like, well, you actually use the Septuagint. Yeah, I do. And it is in Greek. But here's the difference, though. This was a Greek that our people wrote. Our people, the Israelites, they translated the Septuagint, or what's called the Septuagint now. They translated from the Hebrew scriptures, the Hebrew text, to Greek to reach our Hellenized brethren scattered abroad with the Torah laws and the covenant and all that, to get them back in a covenant with Yahuwah. So the Septuagint is by Negro Israelites. It's just the English version is translated from what they wrote in Greek. All right, so first, let's look at when Yahusha rose. First, we're going to look at what day it was. Then we're going to look at what happened at his resurrection, so we can confirm all of this. So let's go to Mark 16, 1-2 first. All right. I'm showing a few witnesses, so please write this down so you can understand this. All right. Mark 16, 1-2. This is the first contradiction here. Mark 16, 1-2. And again, I'm only showing you this so you'll become more of a Berean and you'll look into things more and not just blindly believe it because it's in the so-called New Testament. Just as they've taken away from the scriptures, they've added to it as well. So right here, Mark 16, 1 through 2. And when the Shabbat was passed, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James and Salome, had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. Now it says right here, the first day of the week. That would be Pagan Sunday. But is that true? Is this actually true? Let's look at the Greek real quick. This is the problem with the renewed covenant. All I have is Greek, right? So if we read this, we get early in the morning, prooi, ho, heis, Sabbathon. Sabbathon. This is Shabbat. But why do they have Shabbat this week? Family, this should say the last day of the week. So Sabbathon is used for the word Shabbat in the Greek, but they're telling you it means week. Let's look at this word here because we're gonna look at a few more occurrences so I can show you this deception. Okay, so Shabbathon in Greek is the word for Shabbat, but in some places they have it as week, which makes no sense. But let me show you, even though it's the last day of the week. So we're going to look at a few more occurrences of the Shabbaton. I'm going to show you some other contradictions too. All right. So right here, 37 times in the text, it means Sabbath day. 9 times it means week, and 22 times it means Sabbath, right? Now let's look at a few other examples of this real quick where we can understand this. All right. So let's go to Matthew 28, verse 1. We'll start there. All right. So Matthew 28, verse 1. In the end of the Shabbat, as it began to draw towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. Now, let me show you something here in the Greek right here. In the end of the Shabbat, and it began to dawn toward the first day of the week. And you see Sabbaton right here, right? Now, let's jump back over here. I'm just showing you these different examples because I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Okay. All right, so Mark 16, verse 9. Let's go there real quick. Mark 16, verse 9. Right here. And when Yahusha was risen early, the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. So again, it keeps on saying Sunday he rose. But that's not 3 days and 3 nights. Now let's look at this in Greek. Now when Yahusha rose, the first, protos, Shabbat. So right here, this should say one of the Shabbats. But they have the first day of the week, but it should say on one of the Shabbats. Why? Because Yahusha, he rose on the weekly Shabbat. There was the high Shabbat of that week, which would have been unleavened bread. And then there was the regular 7-day Shabbat. So what it should say is he didn't rise on the first day of the week. He rose on one of the Shabbats. That's what the Greek should say. But it tells you the first day of the week. So they can push this Sunday pagan worship. So that is another contradiction. Because Sunday is not 3 days and 3 nights. He actually rose on Shabbat and he ascended on that pagan Sunday to Yahuwah, which would be first fruits, which would be the 19th day of the first month. If you know the whole timeline and all the Messianic time. I did a video on the Messianic timeline. So he rose on Shabbat, and he would have rose around the same time as the time he died, so it's a full 3 days. So if he rose at the 9th hour, or he died at the 9th hour on Pesach, that means that he would have rose at the 9th hour, which would have been 3:00 p.m. Around that time on Shabbat, for it to be a full 3 days, 3 nights. So this is how they've deceived you into this pagan sun worship. Because what it should say is Mia Sabaton. Right here they have Protos. But what it should say is on one of the Shabbats, because there were 2 Shabbats that week. There's the unleavened bread, which is a high Shabbat, and then there's the regular, 7-day Shabbat, which pagan Saturday or whatever. So there's a contradiction right there. Now, let me pull up something else here. Are y'all enjoying this, bro? I feel like nobody has dug that deep in this Israelite awakening and how many deceptions are in the renewed covenant. That's why I just don't be rocking with everything these heathens bring out. Because a lot of times they'll just twist things to, try to make you think it means something that it doesn't. Okay, now, I showed you that. Now, I want to show you some of these conflicting accounts of his resurrection. Okay? Now, before I show you this, give me a 1 if you can agree. When it comes to the Most High and the details of Hamashiach, give me a 1 if you agree that's not something he's going to get wrong. Give me a 1 if you agree with that. Give me a 2 if it's something you disagree with that he will get it wrong. Give me a 1 if you agree the Most High will not get the timeline of Hamashiach wrong. And give me a 2 if you believe he will. Okay, Barak Yahuwah. Well, we are all in agreement. Afro-Dominican Negro, what's up, Barak Yahuwah? So look, we're all in agreement here. These are not things Yahuwah would get wrong, especially about Yahushua HaMashiach, because there's prophecies about him in the first covenant. I'm glad we're all in agreement. Finger red number 1, Barak Yahuwah. Okay, cool. So let me show you, there's 3 different accounts of his resurrection that make no sense. I'm going to show you. Like I said, to people who've seen this before, y'all know what it is. You feel what I'm saying? But we got some new people who've never seen this. So let me show you what I mean. So first, our first place we're going to go to look at all of this leaven in regards to Hamashiach is going to be, we're going to start off at Mark 16, verse 1, where we just were. That's where we're going to see our first contradiction, okay? So Mark 16, verse 1. And I'm going to just read you this account. So the resurrection, all right? And when the Shabbat was passed, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome. So we have 3 women. Mary Magdalene, that was the prostitute that was always around Yahusha. Then we have his mother, okay, who's also the mother of his brother James. So Yahusha's mother, Mary Magdalene. Then we have some woman named Salome. Okay, so 3 women, all right? Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Yahusha and his brother James, and his other siblings. And then, of course, a 3rd woman named Salome, all right? They had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint Yahusha. And very early in the morning of the first day of the week, now it goes back to Sunday, they came into the sepulcher at the rising of the sun. And they said amongst themselves, who shall roll us away the stone from the door of the sepulcher? And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering into the sepulcher, they saw a young man. All right, so these 3 women, they brought spices to Yahusha. They went to his grave or his sepulcher, and they saw that the stone was rolled away. And they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were afraid. And he said unto them, be not afraid. You seek Yahusha of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him. All right. So we have this first account. Okay. Very, very self-explanatory. Let me just break it down for you before we go to the next account, because it's totally different from this. All right. We have 3 women. Okay. Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Yahusha, and a woman named Salome. They go to the grave to see Yahusha. The stone is rolled away, and there's a man already inside who obviously would be an angel because he's clothed in white garments. Okay, so that is our whole, account. Now, let me show you another account in a different book that tells you something totally different. Matthew 28, verse 1. Let's go there. Matthew 28, verse 1. Matthew 28, verse 1. Now, let's read this one, and you're going to see it tells a different story. Pay attention, all right? At the end of the Shabbat, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week. Now, In the previous account, it said it was already the first day of the week. Now it's dawning towards the first day of the week. So in the first account, Mark 16 verse 1, it says the Shabbat was over. Now it's saying it's not quite yet the end of the Shabbat. It's dawning towards the end of the Shabbat. So that's a contradiction that don't match what we just read. And we'll go back and compare all of it. So the end of the Shabbat, as it began to draw toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulcher. So look, now you only have two women, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Yahusha. There's no Salome here. Now you only have two women. But before we saw three women. Something ain't right, y'all. Let's keep going. And behold, there was a great earthquake. Wait a minute. There wasn't no earthquake in Mark 16 verse 1. So you have two women in this account. There's no third woman. Then you have a great earthquake. And also, it wasn't already the first day of the week. It was becoming or turning towards the first day of the week. So it was still Shabbat. Bro, this don't make no sense. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. That's what I'm saying. I have never seen any Israelite break these things down and show this to you. I've never seen nobody do it. So I probably will do a series on the leaven and the renewed covenant for sure. I just got to pray about it more because I need to understand more. But like I said, we'll get to it. So look, so you have two women instead of three. It is still Shabbat, and there was a great earthquake. Four things that are not mentioned in the other verse that we just read. But let's keep going. Then it says, for the angel of Yahuwah descended from heaven and came back and rolled back the stone from the door and sat up on it. And his countenance was like lightning and his raiment as white as snow. Wait a minute. So in Mark 16 verse 1, there was already an angel inside. In this account, there's an earthquake. Then he comes down from heaven and rolls the stone away. And also in Mark 16 verse 1, the stone was already rolled away. And there was already an angel in there. Do y'all see the contradiction? It doesn't make any sense. These people have lied, bro. Give me a one if y'all see the contradictions, bro. Some people probably ain't gonna see it, but bro, I don't know how you could ignore this. I'm just saying, how? How can you possibly do such things and ignore these things like this? How can you possibly be out of your mind to ignore the truth in which I'm bringing it to you right now? How could you possibly believe that there's no contradiction in the scriptures? There definitely is. And that's why I say this is not the unadulterated word of Yahuwah. It's not, because it's been altered. It's not because Yahuwah's a liar. It's not because Yahusha's a liar. It's because the people who translated it are. They're of their father, the devil. So you can't expect it to have the full truth. All right? Okay, so we're all in agreement. Barak Yahuwah. Okay, I'm going to show you some more examples. Somebody say you sound like one of those cartoon characters. Yeah. All right, let's keep going, okay? Let's keep going. So this angel was not already inside of the grave or the sepulcher, but he came down from heaven after there was an earthquake. Then he rolled back the stone from the door and he sat up on the door. But we just read in Mark 16 that he was already inside. So he didn't descend from heaven. There was no earthquake, and there wasn't two women. There was three women. Yeah, this is lies. But let's keep going. So it says his countenance was like lightning, and for the fear of him, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. And the angel answered said unto the women, fear not, for I know that you seek Yahusha, who was crucified. He's not here. He is risen. He said, come see the place where the master lay. All right. So we have two different accounts of what took place. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back to Mark 16 so I could just review it and show y'all the differences real quick in case I'm moving too fast. All right. So let's just go back to Mark again and let's look at this. Okay. So going back to Mark, we had three women named. All right. Mary Magdalene. This is Mark 16. Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Yahusha, and Salome. They were bringing sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And it was very early in the morning, and it was already the first day of the week. It wasn't dawning. It was the first day of the week. Then it says they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. And they said, who shall roll away the stone from the door of the sepulchre? So the stone was not rolled away. It was in front of the sepulchre. And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment. Okay? So this angel, so they assume, okay, basically here, they assumed that the stone was not going to be rolled away, right? And who was going to roll it away? But when they looked up and got over there, they saw it was already rolled away, and there was some black man sitting in there. You know what I'm saying? A young man, say a young man. He would obviously be someone who looked like them, I think. But this young man is sitting inside this sepulcher. He didn't descend from heaven, and there is no earthquake mentioned here. Okay? No earthquake. And right here, it says Shabbat was already done. It wasn't dawning towards the first day of the week. It already was very early on the first day of the week. Okay? Now, let's go back to what we just read so we can compare it. All right. So that was, okay, so that was Mark 16. Now let's look at Matthew 28, which we just read. So it was the end of the Shabbat. That's the first contradiction. All right. It wasn't quite the first day of the week yet. Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Yahusha. So right here, you only have two women mentioned. Okay, there's no Salam, there's no third woman. Then after that, there's an earthquake. All right. Then an angel comes from heaven and he sits up on the stone from the door. So he doesn't even sit down inside the sepulcher. He sits on the stone of the door, y'all. Come on, bro. They're playing with us. They are playing with our lives, y'all. Gift of Mathath Yahoo. I'm leaving. It's late here. As always, family. Extra stay safe. I'll watch the replay. Replay. Salaki Ak, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you for being here. I know it's late in the continent. Much love to you. Shout out to all our people in Africa. Love you. Much love to you, Ak. I'll see you soon. All right, Brock Yahuwah. They are playing with our scriptures, playing with Yahuwah, playing with Yahusha, and putting a whole bunch of leaven in here. So again, why should I be worried about the other heathens when our people have the renewed covenant and they're believing everything it says when it's a whole bunch of lies and contradictions? It's nothing wrong with saying that. People feel like I'm turning my back on Yahusha. How can I, nigga? How can I? I'm just trying to show you that there's a lot wrong with it. And it's not the unadulterated word of the Most High. But let's keep going. So I showed you those two examples. Now let's look at a third example, because there's another one with contradictions. Let me jump on over there real quick. So the next place we're going to go is Luke 24:10. So we looked at Mark 16:1 and we looked at Matthew 28:1. Now let's go to Luke 24:10 real quick, fam. So let me switch over here. Luke, and I'm keeping all these open so we can go back and compare them. Luke 24 verse 10. Or is that correct? Let me make sure. Yeah, Luke 24:10. Okay, Barak Yahuwah. Okay, listen to this. Luke 24:10. It was Mary Magdalene and Joanna and Mary, the mother of Yahusha, and other women that were with them, which told these things to apostles. And their words seemed to be as idle tales, and they believed them not. Actually, you know what? Hold on, let me go back. Okay, right here. Yeah, let me start over. So we're starting off at Luke 24. Okay. So this is Luke 24. Now, upon the first day of the week, okay, so in this particular passage, it is Pagan Sunday now. Very early in the morning, they came into the sepulcher, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them. Okay, now, I'm sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. My bad, y'all. My bad. Okay, there we go. Now, look at this. This one doesn't even mention the women. This one does not even mention the women by name, family. It just says, now they came. Who is they? They came into the sepulcher, bringing the spices which they have prepared, and certain others with them. But it does not even identify who these people are. Family, come on. Come on, cuz. This is wild. And you're gonna sit here and try to tell me that this is not leaven. You want to sit here and tell me there's salvation for the people who did this to Yahuwah's word? Absolutely not. Let's keep going. Verse 24, verse 2. And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulcher. So now there's no earthquake here, and it doesn't reveal who these women are or who these people are. We don't know if it's man or a woman. We don't know who this is. And they entered in and found not the body of Yahushua HaMashiach. And it came to pass as they were much perplexed thereabout, behold, now you have two men stood by them in shining garments. So in one instance, you had a man who was already in there sitting down. In another account, you got an angel that comes down from heaven after there's an earthquake and rolls the stone away. Then here you have two men that are standing next to them out of nowhere in all white. Bro, this is hilarious, cuz. This is so hilarious. So in both other instances, in Mark and Matthew 28:1 and Luke 16, you have one angel. In one instance, in the Mark version, the Mark 16 version, there's one man already inside the sepulcher, and the stone's already rolled away. In the second instance, which is Matthew 28:1, you have an angel who descends from heaven. There's an earthquake, the angel descends from heaven, then he rolls the stone away. And in this instance, which is Luke, you have two men who just come out of nowhere and they're standing next to these mysterious characters that we don't know who they are that went to the sepulcher. I'm trying not to laugh, but it's just the fact that no Israelite I have seen has called this out is crazy to me. And that's why I just think Yahuwah is just doing different things with me. And that's why I say I'm doing this to show you that there's hella more leaven than this. So you have to be very, very careful with these passages when you're presenting them to be what you think is truth. All right? But let's keep going. And we'll look at some more of these contradictions in a second. So now you don't have one angel, but you have two of them that just appear out of nowhere. It don't even tell you where they were sitting down at. It don't tell you what they were doing. It said these two men stood by them in shining garments. All right, verse 5. And they were afraid and bowed their faces to the earth and said unto them, why seek you the living among the dead? He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying the Son of Man must be delivered to the hands of sinful men and be crucified, and the third day rise again. They remembered his words and returned from the sepulchre and told all these things unto the 11 and to all the rest. Wait a minute, there's 11 people now? It didn't even identify who these people were. Now it's saying there's 11 people? Who are these people? Right here it says it was Mary Magdalene and Joanna and Mary and other women that were with them, which told these things to apostles. Who are these other women? And it didn't even, who's Joanna? Somebody asked, who's Joanna? Who is this? I don't know who this is. Because in verse 1, it doesn't mention anybody by name. It just says they. And now I'm supposed to believe that you've got 11 people? And then it's mentioning a woman who's never mentioned nowhere else in scripture? Bro, come on, man. This is wild. All right, let's keep going. All right. So the last one is going to be John 20, verse 1. So now we're going to go to the book of John. So you have different accounts in all of these different gospels. That's crazy, y'all. All right. So now the last example is the fourth example. And this is going to be John 20, verse 1. So now we went to Matthew, we went to Mark, we went to Luke, and now we're going to John. All right. So here we go. John 20, verse 1. And let me switch this over, actually. My bad. Okay. John 20, verse 1, the empty tomb. The first day of the week, Mary Magdalene, early, when it was yet dark, unto the sepulchre. So now it is the first day of the week. It's still dark, but it's the start of the first day of the week because it's early dark. Okay. Unto the sepulchre, and seeth the stone taken away from the sepulchre. So now we just have Mary Magdalene alone. All right. There's no Mary, the mother of Yahusha. There's no Salome. There's no they. There is only one woman. One woman. One woman, one woman, one woman. One woman. Okay? And that would be Mary Magdalene. Then she runs and comes to Simon Peter and to the other disciple whom Yahusha loved and said, they have taken away Yahusha out of the sepulchre, and we know not where they have laid them. So now there's no angel. She just goes directly to his Talmudim. There's no angel. There's no... Okay, let's keep going. Peter therefore went forth that the other disciple and came to the sepulchre. So now Peter and the disciples are now with her. But they weren't mentioned before. And the angel told them to go tell the disciples about Yahusha rising up and being resurrected. But now these disciples are with Mary Magdalene. Oh my gosh. This is a mess, bro. So Peter therefore went forth, that other disciple, and came to the sepulchre. So they ran both together, and the other disciple did outrun Peter and came first to the sepulchre. And he stooping down and looking in, saw the linen clothes lying, yet went he not in. Then came Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen clothes lie, and the napkin that was about his head not lying with the linen clothes, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also the other disciple, which it doesn't tell you who, came first to the sepulchre, and he saw and believed. For as though they knew not the scripture, that he must rise again from the dead. Then the disciples went away into their own home. But Mary stood without at the sepulchre weeping, and as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre. And she saw two angels. Wait a minute. Hold on. So the Talmudim just went into Yahusha's sepulchre, and they saw no angel. They actually scoped it out, and they saw the linen that he was wearing, and they also saw the place where the napkin where his head was laid in the sepulchre. But they didn't see no angel. But Mary Magdalene goes over there weeping, and then randomly two angels, it says, and sees two angels in white sitting, the one at the head and the one at the feet, where the body of Yahusha had been laid. So now you have two angels that ain't just randomly popping up, but they randomly sitting there on the bed? Bro, what the hell? Woo! Okay, I'll stop there, bro. Maybe I'll do a series on this. It might take me time to do it though, because like I said, I don't have nothing to compare these verses to. But I can just tell you right here that this is leaven, because these stories are contradictory. They don't make sense. And we looked at all these different examples. We looked at Matthew, just so if you want to look these up yourself, I'm going to go ahead and go through them again. So Matthew 28:1 through 1 through 9. Matthew 28:1 through 8. Okay. That's one of the ones we looked at. Then we also looked at John 20:1 through 8, where we saw another contradiction. Then we also looked at Luke 24:1 through 8. All of them contradict each other. All of them got a different story. I want to know what actually happened. To be honest, you may never know. Not until Yahuwah reveals it. It's hard to say. Who knows? I mean, we ain't got no access to the Gospels. All we have is what the heathens gave us. So you may never know. I mean, unless you ask Yahuwah and he reveals it to you. But I'm sure you probably want to read it in scripture, but we don't have access to none of that. So what are we going to do? We can't do anything. You got to just accept that you've been lied to by the children of the devil, and they are playing with our Father's word, which is why I preach their destruction. I don't preach their salvation. I preach their destruction. Because look how much they hate our Father. I mean, he talked about they take confederacy against him as well as they take confederacy against us and Mashiach. Well, how do they take confederacy against Mashiach and Yahuwah? Putting words in their mouth they didn't say. Causing confusion to the scriptures when the Israelites are just trying to come back to Yahuwah and know the truth about our people. The lies that they speak are from their own resources because they are of their father, the devil. Somebody said each one is giving their perspective. Okay, you could say that, but every single prophet that gave their perspective of what Yahuwah revealed to them, they agreed. They all agreed with each other. These are several different accounts with different conflicting messages. So there's no example to say, well, they're just giving their perspective. Every time Yahuwah spoke through the prophets, the prophecies agreed with the other prophets. Let me give you a perfect example. Let me give you a perfect example, bro. So, Revelations 13 or Revelation 7. Let's go to Revelation 7 real quick. I want to show you something. So Yehukanan, the immerser, is who wrote Revelations. So in Revelation 7:9, it says that all tribes, tongues, and nations were clothed in white, worshiping Yahuwah. Now, I don't believe that to be the demon seed, obviously. But definitely the Israelites and those who cleave, that are accepted of Yahuwah. But look at this. Revelation 7, verse 9. Let me go to that. Whoops. My bad. After this, I looked, and there was before me a great multitude that no one could count from every tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb. And they were wearing white robes and were holding palm branches in their hands. And they cried out in a loud voice, "Salvation belongs to our Eluah, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb." Okay? So people in white robes singing praises to Yahuwah. Okay? Keep that in mind. People in white robes. Let me just type that in. All right. So let me show you this. People in white robes were singing praises to Yahuwah. That's what we saw in Revelation 7. Now, let me show you something else here. This is another precept that literally proved to me whenever Yahuwah uses prophets, they agree with other prophets. They don't contradict what he said to one prophet to another prophet. Then it's not from Yahuwah. All right. All right. Second Esdras. We're going to go. I don't know the exact verse. Second Esdras 2. Okay. Second Esdras 2, 42 through 48. Now let's see if we can get another witness to back up that vision that he had, so you can see prophecies agree with other prophecies. Okay. So Ezra sees the son of Eluah. And I, Ezra, saw Mount Zion, a great multitude, which no one could number. And they were singing praises to Yahuwah with songs. And in their midst was a young man of great stature, taller than any of the others. And on the head of them, he placed a crown, but he was more exalted than they. And I was held spellbound. Then I asked the angel, "Who are these, my master?" And he said to me, "These are they who have put off mortal clothing and put on immortal. And they have confessed the name of Yahuwah. Now they are being crowned and receive palms." Then I said to the angel, "Who is that young man who places crowns on them and puts palms in their hands?" And he answered and said to me, "He is the son of Eluah, whom they confess in the world. So again, the prophecies agree. So trying to turn around and say that these are just different perspectives makes no sense. Because when Yahuwah is speaking through his people, their perspectives align with his perspective. So saying that, oh, it's just their perspectives are different. No, they should agree with each other. They shouldn't be different accounts. That means somebody's lying. I mean, how do you think that Jesus was added into the scriptures and they didn't add other things into Messiah's mouth? They included false pagan names. Why would they not also add things in to make you a slave? They know you the people of the book. Even if it's different accounts, bro, it shouldn't be several different things that don't agree with it. So you're telling me one person saw one angel, but then the other writers, they saw two angels, and one person saw an earthquake and the other didn't? Bro, that makes no sense. That absolutely makes no sense. And like I said, if you think that that's true and Yahuwah gives people different prophecies that don't make sense and confuse people, you don't know the Most High. Just saying. Just saying. So, yeah. Anywho. Matter of fact, even that crown of life, him giving people the crown of life, there's a precept for that. Let me go to that verse. Just so I can show a third piece of evidence. I always got to prove stuff. All right, Revelations 2:10. Let's go to we'll start here at James 1:12. So we read about the crown of life, right? Let's look at another one. James 1:12. Yahushua crowning people with the crown of life. Revelations 1:12 or James 1:12. Blessed is the man that endures temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which Yahuwah has promised to them that love him. There's another proof of evidence about these crowns of life, Yahushua crowning people. Now, let me go over here to Revelations 13. Or Revelations, what was that? Revelations, hold on a minute. Revelations 2 verse 10 is that next verse. Revelations 2 verse 10. Give me a second. Revelation 2:10. All right. Now, we just read about Yahushua giving people the crown of life. Well, listen to this. Revelations 2:10. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to cast some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and for 10 days you will have tribulation. Be faithful until death, meaning endure to the end, and I will give you the crown of life. And that agrees with everything else I showed you in the prophecy about him crowning people who survive this thing to come. So again, like I said, it all connects. So you can't use that as an excuse to say, oh, well, they're just seeing different things. That's foolishness. The Most High does not get stuff wrong. The Most High doesn't get things incorrect about his people, about Yahushua, about the prophets. Otherwise, he's not the true Eluah. He's not all-knowing and all-powerful. When you try to water it down and justify it because you want to hold to the renewed covenant as fully from him, even though it's not, and I just proved that, you got a problem now because you're saying that the Most High is about confusion. The Most High wants our people to be confused and lied to. That's not how the Most High operates. He operates in truth. And I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that justification is just retarded, low key, because I mean, it's like, why would the Most High want us to be confused, bro? That's Babylon that's confusing people. That's America that's confusing people. That's Christianity that's confusing people. That's the heathen that confuses people. All right, so that's it, man. I don't really have anything else to say. I just hope that this has been something to help you guys understand why you can't fully trust the renewed covenant. Sorry. I'm not telling you not to believe in it and believe in Yahusha. I'm just telling you, you need to be very careful when you're going around telling people that this is the unadulterated word of the Most High, because Christians believe that shit. They believe the so-called Christian Bible is the unadulterated word of God. They believe that, even though it's filled with leaven, and most of them are using the KJV. So they can't even see past the leaven in the first covenant, because they're still using the KJV. At least with the Septuagint, I can get much closer to the renewed covenant, or much closer to what was originally written in the first covenant, and that can help me kind of decipher the renewed covenant, because I know that the Septuagint is more accurate to the original text. And that's why, you know, when one person, there was a brother, I don't deal with him no more. You know who he is. But he was over here talking about salvation in John 3:16 being for everybody. Then I literally asked him, like, so wait a minute. You're saying there's a universal gospel for everybody, but then you're not even literally acknowledging the fact that there's leaven in the renewed covenant. So you fully believe this is the word of the Most High, and it's completely untouched by heathens, and it's not pushing some Roman Catholic agenda. Oh, well, that's what some of you Israelites do anyway. Y'all just want to say that everything is false and added by the heathens. I'm like, nigga, it is. Do you not acknowledge that's true? Like I said, a lot of our people are freaking Christians. All right, they are. And they don't know it because they believe that this renewed covenant is fully from Yahuwah. And don't get me wrong, there is a original one that Yahuwah originally gave, that he would have gave to Paul. He would have gave to the disciples and all of that. There would have been an original version of this covenant for sure. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that when the Romans besieged the temple, they stole a lot of the original scrolls. I mean, how do you make a renewed covenant without having the original to, you know, approve what you're going to keep in, what you're going to take out, what you're going to add in, so on and so forth? They had to have the original to be able to know how to make a Christian pagan version of it. In order for them to come up with this JC character, they had to have some understanding of the writings of Yahusha. Or what was written about Yahusha, what was written about the Torah. They had to understand that the Torah is the way of the Hebrews in order for them to create a Paul that goes against Torah. So there is an original version. There has to be. In order for them to be able to make a corrupted version of something, that means there's an original version of it, right? So we are the original man and woman, and Satan created a corrupted version of it, the pale-skinned fallen seed. You see how that works? The devil corrupts everything, including even man, creating mankind, a different type of man from the original man the Most High made. Yahuwah has a covenant people. Well, the devil has a covenant people through many religions, through Islam, through Judaism, through Christianity. And every single one of those religions is trying to take your birthright, trying to claim your heritage, just in different ways. They all believe that they're above you when it comes to the Most High. But Yahuwah said you're above them. Yahuwah said you're above them. But their religions have you thinking they're above you. You see how the devil inverts everything? Crazy. These sojourners must cleave to Yehudi, Yasharal. They still can't depict us as in the scriptures. Look at this pictures in the back of TS 2009. They don't love us. I'm going to be real. When it comes to these other nations, bro, Yahuwah is going to have to prove in his time who we can trust. He's going to have to prove who we can trust. And that's probably not going to be until it's time for it to be known. Yes, the Bible says the stranger that cleaves to us. But you know how many people who are not white, who are Gentiles, who still don't like us, though? Y'all realize that? There's a lot of people who are non-Israelites who don't like us. And they still, you know, don't rock with us. So I'm gonna need Yahuwah to prove to me who I can trust that's not an Israelite. Just saying. Just saying. And that's gonna come when he says so. Until then, like I said, if you are another nation, you can watch this channel, you can learn from this channel, but I'm only focusing on the people. The Most High is gonna have to prove what Gentile is humble enough to come with us and be a servant in the kingdom. And until he proves that, I'm not taking nobody's word for nothing. I ain't taking nobody's word for nothing. Nothing. Okay, I'm not taking nobody's word for nothing, bro. I'm sorry, bro, but it's like all these heathens have lied, bro. I don't trust nobody, bro. I don't. The Most High is going to have to prove who we can trust. He will do it. He will have the Gentiles with us that will be the ones that he approves of. I definitely can tell you I don't believe it's going to be the fallen seed, and I can definitely tell you it's definitely not going to be nobody who calls himself Christian or any religion. They're going to be willing to submit to Yahuwah and be servants. And as a matter of fact, they will gladly be servants. They will have pleasure in serving his people because they love the Alua. So naturally, they're going to love his people, but I don't expect that to be the fallen seed. Yahuwah said the fallen seed would hate us, hate us, hate us, hate us, hate us, hate us. So it's definitely not white people. Definitely not. He said they would hate us. So was he lying? He said a certain group of people would hate us. So do we expect the people he said would hate us to love us in order to serve us? Of course not. So Yahuwah, to our people, fam, listen. I'm just going to tell you from my perspective. If Yahuwah tells you differently, cool. Stop focusing on these other nations. All right? Just stop. Yahuwah has to prove who we can trust that will do us no harm. Okay? He's going to have to prove that to us because he knows we are a byword to all nations. We are a reproach to all nations. He says he will take away that shame from us. He hasn't quite taken away that shame because these nations still hate you, right? So focus on our own people, man. They pay attention to us because we are the salt of the earth and we are the most influential people on this earth. And that's for a reason. They pay attention to everything we do. So you don't need to deal with them directly in that regard. Focus on your people, make videos and content for our people, and they will pay attention and understand the truth through us dealing with our people. They will learn the Torah through how we deal with our people. They will learn the righteousness of Yahuwah through how we deal with our people. They will learn how to love us by how we love our people. All right? That's how it needs to be. That needs to be the standard. Stop worrying about everybody else. Worry about your own, bruh. Worry about your own people as he taught us to. The Most High taught us separation and segregation from the other nation. That's why I said returning to Yahuwah is resegregation. Hey, let me go win on these boys, right? Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up that scripture where he literally said, we are not even to eat with these other nations. Like that's just how deep it is. You feel me? Let me see if I can pull up that verse. I don't know it. I know it's in Jubilees. I just got to find it. I don't know which one it is. You know what I'm saying? I got to look it up. Okay. I know it's in Jubilees. I don't have the exact verse on me, but I'm going to try to see if I can look it up. But Jubilees is one of my favorite because it talks about that separation so in depth. It's in Jubilees, and he talked about separating us from everybody else. Let me just put. Sometimes I have to like literally look the things up on the fly, y'all. But I usually end up finding it. So Barak Yahuwah, but you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I gotta look it up on the fly for real. Okay, I cannot find it, bro. But There was a specific, and I'm mad, bro, because I had posted a lot of these like memes and scriptures and stuff on my Facebook, but when they deleted the old one, they took all the content I had been posting for like the last 6 years. So a lot of the stuff I had, I don't have anymore because they literally deleted everything. But let me see. I'm trying to look for it to see if I can find it. It might pop up. I'm looking, y'all. Just give me a second. I have to pull up that preset because it's so powerful. And it does talk about how he divided us from everybody else. So we definitely shouldn't be worried about everybody else. I'm not saying you got to have wicked intentions toward the nations. I'm just saying, who cares about what they talking about, my nigga? I don't care. I'm worried about my own people, man. My people are being targeted. They are plotting against our people as we speak. Some white men right now are plotting against the Negroes. How we gonna draw them out into the streets? See, when white people go out into the street, bro, there's no police presence. They ain't doing nothing to them. I mean, they doing something now because, you know, it is what it is. But they've been trying to draw us out into the street, not the other nations. They don't care about the other nations. They're trying to draw us out there. Let's not sit here and pretend. All right, let me ask ChatGPT see if I can pull it up, y'all. I'm looking it up and I can't find it. Bro, I had so many like scriptures, memes, all of that, bro. But when they deleted my first Facebook, bro, they took everything down. All my videos, all my teachings, all my lives on Facebook. And that's what I'm saying. I'm the most dangerous dude on the internet because they couldn't just suspend me. They had to ban all of my content from Facebook. So that means all the lives I've done, all the music videos and, you know, little videos of information I've been presenting, the books I've shown, the links to books I've given, everything I have been putting in for the past 6 years to wake our people up, they wiped all that off Facebook. You can't tell me I'm not the most dangerous nigga on the internet right now. But anyway, Jubilees. All right. I'm going to just ask ChatGPT real quick on the fly because I can't find a particular verse. But I'm going to pull it up here. Okay, let's see. Okay, Jubilee. Let's start with Jubilees 20. Let's start with Jubilees 20 first. I was actually studying Jubilees, Yubileem on Shabbat, Barak Yahuwah. Sometimes you got to just go back and just reread stuff, you know? All right, so let's go to Jubilees 20 real quick. Jubilees 20. The book of Yubileem. All right, let me go to Jubilees real quickly here. All right, Jubilees 20. And we're going to read 1 through 6. All right? And this is talking about the way of the heathens. This shouldn't be hard to understand, but just another witness to why we shouldn't be doing nothing these people do. And in the 32nd Jubilee, in the first year of the 7th week, Abraham called Ishmael and his 12 sons, and Isaac and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah and their sons. And he commanded them that they should preserve the path of Yahuwah to do righteousness and should love each his neighbor, and that they should be thus in all the wars that they give into against everyone that is against them, and do justice and righteousness over the earth, and that they circumcise their sons according to the covenant which he made with them, and that they should not transgress neither to the right to the left from all the paths which Yahuwah commanded, and that they should preserve themselves from all uncleanness. Listen to that. Preserve yourselves from all uncleanness, and that we should remove from our midst all uncleanness and fornication. That's why I say you shouldn't have no dog in your house. You shouldn't have no pets or unclean animals in your house. Would y'all believe I still have Israelites from my video I did about how you're not supposed to have pets in your home still justifying and saying, well, the Bible doesn't say pets. Nigga, Yahuwah says no animals, no unclean thing in your house. I'm not saying you can't have a dog. Job had a dog, but them animals was outside. It is unsanitary and heathenistic to have a dang dog in your house, cuz. That's what heathens do. Why you think they got so many animals in their house? They got a damn pig, a goddamn chicken, a goat, you know what I'm saying? A goddamn rabbit, all in their house, cuz it's hair, it stink. Like, and I know because there was this one white boy I used to hang out with back in the day when we was younger. He lived in a trailer park, bro. He had all these animals in his house, bro. It's disgusting, bro. Know this one Yahudi who was adopted by a white woman? They had all these dogs in their house and hair everywhere. They letting the dog eat from the plate. It's nasty, cuz. The white woman kissing the dog all in his mouth. Hell nah, cuz. Y'all crazy. These white folks. So look, they should preserve themselves from all uncleanliness, and that we should remove from our midst all uncleanliness and fornication. Okay? Now, that would be spiritual fornication and literal fornication, meaning cheating on your wife, but also cheating on the Most High. And what I mean by cheating on the Most High, he considers spiritual fornication worship of other gods. So I don't care about birthdays, Christmas, heathenness, whatever it is. Don't celebrate it if it's not in the scriptures. Spiritual fornication is worshiping other gods. So even if you're not bowing down to Jesus, but you celebrating Christmas, that's worshiping other gods. That's spiritual fornication. That's just as bad as cheating on your husband, cheating on your wife. Let's keep going. Because we are a wife to Yahuwah. And if any woman or maid commit fornication among you, burn her with fire. And do not commit fornication after their eyes and hearts. And that they should not take unto themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan. Why? Why not the white pale seed of Canaan? Why? For the seed of Canaan shall be rooted out of the land. Yeah, that would be these Raphaim. That would be the pale seed that he told us to wipe out completely. Gotcha. And he spoke to them concerning the judgment of the giants. The giants. So their descendants, even Jubilees tells you they done, bro. They done. Okay? And the judgment of Sodom, and that these have been judged on account of their wickedness, on account of fornication and uncleanliness and destruction amongst each other. Be on your guard against all fornication and uncleanliness and contamination of sin, so that you do not make our name, Yasharal, a curse, and bring your lives and your sons to destruction by the sword, and become cursed like Sodom, and all your remnant like the sons of Gomorrah. And I call upon you as witnesses, my sons, love the allure of heaven, and submit to all his commandments, and do not walk after their idols and after their uncleanliness, and do not make molten gods for yourselves, nor wooden ones. They are vanity and have no spirit, but they are the works of hands, and all who depend upon them do not worship them, nor bow down to them. Yeah. Straight up. So this is a verse, or some verses about separation and Jubilees. Let's look at another one. Let's go to Jubilees 30 real quick. So 10 verses up from Jubilees 20, or 10 chapters up. This is another one of ones I think people should use when you're trying to tell our people we shouldn't be sleeping with other nations. But I'll just show it to you anyway. All right. Now, of course, the defilement of Dinah, or Dinah, who was Jacob's little girl, by the children of Shechem, led to him talking about why we shouldn't be with heathens. All right, check this out. Jubilees 30. And he begged her father and her brothers for her, that she should be given to him as a wife. And Jacob and his sons were angry on account of the men of Shechem, because they defiled their sister Dinah. And they spoke with them for evil, and entreated against and deceived them. And Simeon and Levi secretly came to Shechem and inflicted punishment upon all men of Shechem, and slew all the men they found in it, and did not leave a single one in it. They killed all in torments, because they had dishonored their sister Dinah. Now listen to verse 5. And thus you shall not do from now on into eternity, to defile a daughter of Israel. For in heaven it was ordained over them as a punishment, that they should root out all men of Shechem, because they committed a shame on a daughter of Israel. Now you see how protected these brothers are for their little sister? We got to be that way for our people in general. I'm just saying, all right? And Yahuwah turned them over into the hands of the sons of Jacob, that they should root them out with the sword, and that they should inflict punishment upon them, and never again shall it be thus in Israel, that a daughter of Israel shall be defied. Now, verse 6, 30 verse 6. And if there is any man in Israel who desires to give his daughter or his sister to any man who is the seed of the heathen, he shall surely die, and they shall stone him with stones, for he has committed a sin and a shame in Israel. And his wife they shall burn with fire. Put them strange women away. Put that strange heathen away. Because when we go in the wilderness, it's going to be as it was. Your white wife, white husband might get you stoned and them stoned. I'm just saying. Think about that. Let's keep going. For she has defiled the name of the house of her father, and she shall be rooted. So listen, even if a woman of Israel lays with a man of the heathen, she, that woman of Israel, is to be burned alive. Okay? This is not a game. Y'all think because we in captivity that Yahuwah is going to allow you to continue to do this. I'm just showing you this so you understand why you shouldn't be doing this, bro. But let's keep going. And no fornication or defilement shall be found in Israel all the generations of the earth, for Israel is Kadash to Yahuwah, and every man that defiles must surely die, and they shall slay him with stones. For it is ordained and written on the tablets of heaven concerning all the seed of Israel, that he who defiles it must surely die, and they shall slay him with stones. And listen to this. Listen to what it says right here. Verse 9. And to this law, there is no limit of days. Let me say it again. To this law, in regards to marrying other nations, there is no limit of days, and no ceasing, and no forgiveness. But he shall be rooted out who defiles his daughter among all Israel, because he has given his seed to Moloch and has sinned by defiling. And you, Moses, command the children of Israel and testify over them that they shall not give any of their daughters to the heathen, and that they shall not take any of the daughters of the heathen, for this is a curse before Yahuwah. All right? So just in case, you know, Ezra 9 and Ezra 10 wasn't enough for you, there it is. Yeah. And yeah, that's true, Ak. I mean, you know, slavery is like what slavery was. I mean, our women didn't want these people, right? And then somebody was like, well, not every black woman, you know, was raped. I mean, some of them wanted to be with the white man. I'm like, yeah, it's true. It's true. But in the sense of slavery, they definitely didn't want to be in any proximity to the white man, because these white men were forcing themselves on these women to get back at the black man, mixing their nasty colonizer caveman seed with our sisters. Yeah, some black women chose to be with the colonizer. But had slavery not happened, do you think that some of our people would have their blood in us? No, absolutely not. There would be some, because some of them just love these white folks, right? But there would not be as much of an admixture, I would say, had slavery not happened. But it was written that would happen, so we know that. But Yahuwah said that they would take your wives and they would rape them. Deuteronomy 28 said that. So it was a punishment that these nasty people would force themselves on our women. So my brother or my sister of the nation, why would you choose them and make a decision to lay with them when their nasty bodies and their nasty seed was a punishment from Yahuwah? Black man, black woman, why would you choose to lay with them as a choice when it was a punishment? This is what I mean when I talk about Stockholm syndrome. It is real. And our people can't seem to, you know what I'm saying, get away from these people. Yahuwah brought up on us as a punishment, and here our people are choosing these people. That's crazy. Deuteronomy 28 verse 30 says, for you shall betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell therein. You shall plant a vineyard, and you shall not gather the grapes thereof. So that wife that you betrothed or full on married, the white man helped himself. Why? Because they have no respect for the young or the old, as the scriptures also say. Yeah. So it's so true, fam. It's so true. But I think that's why the Exodus is going to be so beautiful, man, because for those who are mixed with the colonizer, had a great grandfather who's a white man, or whatever the case might be, the Most High will cleanse our blood, but you will be judged if you continue to marry these other nations. And see, some of y'all, the problem with some of y'all who are biracials, y'all are already half white anyway. So naturally, you gonna go after white. I'm gonna be honest, bro. If you mix with the children of Lucifer, I don't consider you an Israelite, bro. Even if your dad is black. I mean, that is the seed of the devil, bro. It's just no way to justify that to me. I mean, we're not supposed to mix even with other nations that are black, obviously. But being mixed with the fallen seed, bro, I mean, at least with the Adamic nations, at least they were made by Yahuwah, right? At least they're still of the Adamic stock. But you went and married somebody he didn't even create? That is nasty and disgusting. Ugh. Yikes. Some people don't like talking about that, but nigga, I mean, think about it. You was with a non-human people, a Neanderthals people, right? But these other nations who are not Israelite that are black, I mean, at least they're still made by him. They're still the image of Yahuwah there. There's still his signature upon them. And I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying that it's like y'all will go for every other nation but black, whether it's your own people or even if you were, not that I'm suggesting it, but even pursue another nation as black. You wouldn't do that. You want to be with the colonizer. I had to talk to one of my brothers. I'm not going to say his name because, you know, we cool and all, but I warned him about marrying these other people. And he ended up doing it anyway. And now he's coming, you know, he's a Yahudi and he's kind of coming to understanding some things about Torah and why you're not supposed to. And I was wondering why he was so like bothered by the stuff I was reading about the scriptures. And I asked him, I was like, is she pregnant, bro? Because I realized he was fighting it so hard. I'm like, bro, you see what the scriptures say? What's the problem? And he said, yeah. And I was like, there it is. There it is. But see, brother, I told you, bro, not to marry her. And I had a hard time wrapping my mind around it because then he knows she's RH negative, which is the fallen, you know what I'm saying, the bloodline of the fallen. And she's not white, but she's like another nation. And it's not a black nation. It's the oppressors of the Afro people in these Hispanic countries. So he knew that she was RH negative, and that's going to cause problems for him. And he's definitely marrying into some fallen bloodline or something like that. I mean, that's crazy, which means that gene could be passed down through his child, and his child could become that. So he knew she was RH negative, and he saw Esau on the horizon. He knows all of that, and he still wanted to be with her. Then on top of that, he knows it's a sin, and he still wanted to marry her. So now she's pregnant. Like I said, I don't need to say who he is or nothing. I respect him. I don't respect what he did, but I still respect him as a person. So now he's like, bro, I don't know what to do. I'm like, nigga, I told you what not to do, and you didn't listen. So now you got to figure this out. All the warning signs were there. Nigga, she's RH negative. That should tell you everything. This is a no, 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 no. But you did it anyway. You skeeted in that and married her anyway, my nigga. That's on you. You gotta figure it out. I hope you'll do it the right way. But I try to save you from doing with all this because I'm like, bro, if you marry a woman and you having that what y'all getting down, bro, you gonna bust a nut and eventually she gonna get pregnant. Eventually, if you a Yahudi. That's just how it goes with us. I get it. You feel what I'm saying? I'm a man. I understand. I'm like your big brother, bro. But now you have more that you got to deal with because you chose to do what you wanted to do and your flesh was moving you, not Yahuwah. Because Yahuwah, and I had to tell him, I was like, look, bro. He's all like, well, she serves Yahuwah. I'm like, that doesn't matter, bro. Show me one Torah scripture where it says that we are to marry the stranger. There's no scripture in there. It says that the stranger shall begat children amongst us, but not with us. Who? With other strangers, not Israelites. And I said, why didn't you choose a black woman? I always have to ask that. Anytime a man tells me they married a non-black woman, I'm always going to ask why. I always usually know the answer, but I always want to hear what they going to say. Why you didn't marry a black woman, bro? Oh, well, it's just black women and, and they just, they're very masculine and they want to argue with you and, this and that. And I'm all like, man, I think you've been watching too many red pill videos, bro. But here's the thing, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. I've dated a lot of black women in my life. A lot of them, because that's the majority of all I've been around. I have come across some of those women that people talk about in Western America or the Western societies with like feminism and wanting to run things. Some black women I have dated that were sweet, submissive, loving, you know what I'm saying? Don't like arguing, don't like drama, don't want to fight a man, don't want to get up in a man's face. You know what I'm saying? There's some black women who ain't like that out here. I understand that a lot of them are affected by this way of thinking because America lifts up the woman. And one thing I'm gonna say that some people don't want to admit to is a truth bomb that a lot of black men can attest to. And it's true. You don't have to like it, but it's the truth. America has no problem propping up the black woman as long as they can use the black woman to destroy the black man. You don't believe me? I'll show you right now. America has no problem propping up a black woman if they can use her to destroy the black man. That is a true thing. Let me show you something real quick, in case y'all don't believe it. So I understand when our brothers talk about how some of our sisters are. I'm not saying it's all of them, but it definitely is something that's promoted in the mainstream. So it definitely has much more of an influence. All right? Now look at this. Let me show you this real quick. If you don't believe me. Sometimes there's no accountability with our sisters. And I'm not saying this is every sister, so don't think I'm like generalizing it. I don't do that. But to sisters who deny that our sisters need to be held accountable for certain things, how do you explain something like this? Take a look at this real quick.
Because like the goal of this conversation should be to like progress, right? Unless you're ladies that you don't want to fucking deal with men at all, then we should talk about it.
We don't want to deal with black men at all.
I love all men and not black men. Just not black men.
Well, is there any women here who don't want to deal with men, period, or is it just black men, or is it a mixture?
It's just black men, and we actually want non-black men's help in these corrections that you speak of.
So what are the corrections that you're looking for specifically?
Force, because that's the only thing that's gonna work.
But I mean, what are you looking for black men to arrive at? A place of understanding of like, what do you want to see?
Well, we believe that there is no hope for them.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Some of these black women, some, not all. Every sister that I know in this truth ain't like this. So I'm definitely not talking about y'all. But see, the thing about this is this mostly affects women who don't know Yahuwah or know the scriptures and stuff. But there are some black women in this truth who still have this mindset. I'm gonna be honest. Some of them have this mindset. I've seen it. I just know the sisters who follow me don't have this mindset. But there are some who don't know Yahuwah who do have this mindset. And there are some who do know the Most High or claim they know the Most High who have this mindset. But this is a problem. Why? Because it's like, screw black men. We don't need them. And this is actually black women meeting with a colonizer to try to get rid of us. That's just like Cynthia G talking about all black women need to abort their black sons and get rid of black men. Yeah, that's feminism. Yeah, that's the white man's agenda. That's sour cream supremacy that they're using the black man to push that idea, the black woman to push that idea against our people, us brothers. And like I said, there's gender wars on both sides. You got black men that bash black women all day, blame black women for everything, but they sit there and kiss the white woman's behind, right? Want to breed with the white woman. I have my issue with black women, but nigga, my woman is black. I'm only choosing black. So I could be critical of certain things that I see on both sides, but nigga, my woman is black, nigga. Ain't nothing better than that. I can admit that. That's why I promote love, black love, Israelites coming together, marrying your own, stop marrying other nations, stop sinning. But let's keep watching, because we just having an honest dialogue.
We don't believe in changing their minds. We don't, but I'm trying not to say what I really want to say because you're on stage, but if they could not exist, hey, we wouldn't be mad at them.
If they could not exist?
I think for me, I want the coddling culture to kind of stop. I think they get validated a little bit too much and they're not held accountable as much as white men, Hispanic.
Okay, you know what? I agree with that. I'm going to be honest. And I'm going to say this to our sisters. And I love y'all. Sometimes mothers coddle their sons too much. A young boy or a young son, he gonna fall down and hit his head a couple of times. That's part of being a man. That's part of growing up. And I understand mothers because my mom was very, very much like that with me. My aunties. They were very much like that with me. She thought that she could save me from being a man and experiencing real life by sheltering me and keeping me from going outside and doing normal things young boys do, right? She thought she could stop me from having sex. She thought she could stop me from doing things that niggas do. But that is not a realistic mindset for a mother to have when you're dealing with a young boy. It's different when it's a little girl. But as a good father, when your son comes to you and tells you that this girl broke my heart, you were expecting him to come to you and tell you that. No good father is going to tell you that you're going to make it through life without getting hit from every direction. But see, fathers, we understand like what it is that you're experiencing as a young boy, as our son, because we had to go through those things. But the worst thing a mother can do, and I'm not, condemning you if you're a mother, I'm just saying you cannot coddle a son from going through hardship in life to build him up to become a strong man. The reason why a lot of these young brothers out here have this mindset of living off of women and living with the woman and never getting their own and sitting and playing video games all day and not even working, and they want the woman to work, and why there's so much, issues with that with young black brothers is because they were coddled by their mother. They were coddled by their mother and they were not allowed to go out there and do for themselves. My mother, she was so done with me. She was like, at 18, you got to go. And I accepted it. I was like, okay, you know what? Fine. She was mad at me. We wasn't seeing eye to eye. You know what I'm saying? It was like I was in high school and, you know what I'm saying, I was trying to get my credits up and I had to do more summer school. I just wasn't rocking with that. And I was just like, okay, you know, we just not going to see eye to eye. I don't want to go to college. I don't want to do none of that. I don't want to become a slave to the system and all that. I didn't want to do nothing that she wanted me to do. So she kicked me out at 18 and, you know, I had some money set aside. And so I just left and did my own thing. And honestly, as jacked up as this sounds, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. And what I mean by that is that I had some very traumatic experiences. The first day that I left my mom's house, bro, this dude from 6'0" pulled out a gun. He was about to shoot me because I was wearing this P hat. Like I said, I wear whatever I want. I had on the Pirates hat. He thought I was from Peru. But I had to go out there and experience hardship and experience what it is to be on your own and not have anybody. Unfortunately, I didn't have my dad around. So I looked to some of the homies in the area that was older than me, some of the OGs in the hood, kind of like that father figure. But they was in the streets though, right? But I ended up, you know what I'm saying, kind of learning things about what it is to be a man, just being out there on the street and experiencing the struggle and the hardship and jail and the police and, you know, selling drugs and stuff like that. All of those things will turn you into a man. When you've had a gun pulled on you, it will turn you into a man. When you get robbed, it'll turn you into a man. So that's what I experienced because my dad show wasn't there. The only thing that I would say that my mom made a mistake on is she didn't really prepare me enough for what the real world was like because she coddled me too much. And that's a natural feminine thing for a mother to do when she loves her son is to coddle him. And that's cool. But he still needs to be a man. And if his dad is not around, coddling is the most dangerous thing you can do. Because when he goes out into that world, he's not going to be ready for what he's going to face as a young black youth in America. Now, if his father's there, okay, well, Barack Yehuda, his father could teach him. But I'm just saying, if you are a single mother and you have a son, it's different raising a son than it is raising a daughter because you as a woman cannot teach a boy how to be a man. Only a father can teach him that. And in order for him to be able to be a man, he needs to see one. Let me show y'all this real quick. Now we're going to get back to that video, y'all. Let me pull this up. In order for a boy to become a man, he has to see a man. Why? Because, you know, our children definitely learn by example. We show them what a man is, and then they follow in those footsteps. So it's important for us to not just be a positive role model to our youth, but also just the nation in general, old, young, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me pull this up here. All right, let's see. I have a perfect meme for what I just said. In order for him to be a man, he has to see a man. Hold on, y'all. I got to bring up the meme because the meme is like so central to what I'm talking about right now. And I know these things, bro, because I have a lot of nephews, cousins, little ones that I've watched grow up. I knew them when they could barely talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm obviously an uncle. So I have experience, and, you know, I've been with women who have children. So I do understand what it is to be a parent. It's not like I'm just like completely inexperienced. Like, nah, bro, definitely not. But I will say this, though. When I was in those past situations, I didn't understand Yahuwah and the scriptures like I do now. So now with the biblical understanding on top of what I know what it is to be a man, I think that just gives you the full spectrum of what Yahuwah requires of me to be. That's why I don't take my position for granted at all. I don't. I definitely don't. I don't take it for granted. I try to be humble. I try to be respectful. Sometimes, you know, it don't come out like that all the time. I could be honest about that. I'm not perfect. But I definitely don't take this for granted. And I don't take this as something that I could just say whatever I want. And, you know, I'm not accountable for the people that I influence or people that watch these videos. I understand all of that. And I know, like, bro, if I do anything wrong or anything against Yahuwah, bro, it's a wrap for me. According to the scriptures, bro, if I do anything against what he says, bro, it's a wrap. That's what the scriptures say. Because teachers of the word are held to such a high standard. So trust me, everything I'm showing you and proving to you, I'm saying it with the knowledge that if I'm leading you astray, it's a wrap for me. And I won't make it to the kingdom. So why under the dome would I be literally lying to you and deceiving you, knowing that that's what's going to happen to me if I do that? I notice a lot of brothers in the camps and stuff like that, they don't even acknowledge that. Hold on. They don't even acknowledge that teachers of the word are held to a higher standard. So they don't even acknowledge that they could be held to a certain extent or you know, certain level of responsibility if they're misleading our people. Because that right there should lead you enough to question these camps. But if you ain't questioning them and you're just going along with it, then I don't know. I feel like you in danger of what Yahuwah's talking about. All right, here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. And we're going to get back to this video. So in order for him to be a man, he has to see a man. We demonstrate that. We as black men, to these young Yahudim out here, we got to illustrate that to them. And that means the way of Yahuwah above all things, above the streets, above the gangs, above all of that. I know our people still be in the streets and all of that, bro, but that ain't nothing to glorify, homie. What's to glorify is the way of Yahuwah and our people coming back in the covenant in obedience and righteousness as Yahuwah expects us to do. So shout out to all the fathers out there, Barak Yahuwah, and mothers. Now we're going to go back to the rest of this video. And like I said, this is not a moment for any of our people to bash our sisters. Please do not do that in this chat. I do not allow that. It's okay for us to have honest conversations. It's okay for sisters to be honest. And like I said, I agree with her. Because these black men have been coddled so much, some of them are not willing to take accountability. Because your mama's baby. So she never really held you accountable for certain things your goofy ass was doing. You feel what I'm saying? Right? So when a black man is coddled as a child by his mother and he's never held to task for the things he does, it can make us become grown-ass boys with no responsibilities, where we look at every situation as a game, right? Being with a woman, laying with a woman. I know if I lay with a woman, she gonna get pregnant, cuz I don't be using rubbers. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't. Just being honest. Because if I'm sleeping with a girl, I'm with her, right? So I know if I lay with a woman, bro, she gonna get pregnant. That's off top, right? So it's foolish to think that laying with a woman and her getting pregnant is some strange situation. And why? She's saying it's yours and you think it's not yours, but why wouldn't it be? You know you didn't use no rubber. You know you didn't. You know you didn't, boy. So all I'm saying is, family, when a young man is coddled too much, he can become very irresponsible and move like a child. He'll just want to play video games all day. He'll want the woman to go work and you know, provide while he sits at home all day playing video games, talking about, well, I'm providing or I'm protecting. That's what he'll say. I'm protecting you. That is a little boy's mindset. Don't get me wrong. I like video games too, bro. But listen, I got business to take care of. My woman needs me. I'm going to take care of her. Whatever the case might be. I also have an obligation to you guys in the service of Yahuwah. So it's not really about me. And because I'm in this position, I really have a lot of responsibility that I can't just throw off to the side and just throw it away, right? And honestly, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now had I not gone through the things that I've gone through as a grown man, being out there, my mom deciding no longer to coddle me and saying, Yek, you're going to have to get out there and learn for yourself. And I thank my mom for that. It made me a strong ass person. People be like, Yek, how you so strong? It's a little bit of a couple things. It's Yahuwah, but it's also the hard, what do they call it? Tough love. That's what it is. the tough love that my mother showed me in regards to kind of putting me in a position where I had to get out there and get it myself. That made me really, really strong. And I think that is the best thing she could do for me as a man, is allow me to be a man, allow me to bump my head, allow me to make mistakes, allow me to, you know what I'm saying, get in trouble with the police and stuff like that so I can learn from it. There's nothing wrong with loving your son, protecting your son, being there for your son as a mother, but just don't try to protect him from what he's going to experience as a man or a young boy in America. Like I said, with daughters, it's a little different, bro. It's actually very different. A daughter, you can shelter, you can protect. You don't want her outside. You got to protect her because she's a little, she's a baby, right? She's just a young woman, right? But a young boy, he could defend himself. He could fight back. It doesn't mean you don't protect your son. But a girl is much more vulnerable than a boy is. I mean, they're still vulnerable because they're children. But a boy is more likely to fight back than a little girl. All right? And a little girl is much more of a target because a boy will fight back. That's the difference. That's the difference. So it's like when it comes to a little girl, I'm just like, I would have a different way that I go about it versus my son. Like if I had a son, right? He's 13 years old. He plays football. So he's, you know what I'm saying, at school, after hours playing football, right? But then if I have a daughter, I can't give her that freedom like I can this young boy. Because he's into athletics. He playing his, you know what I'm saying? He plays sports. He's definitely a fighter like his daddy, right? But when it comes to my little girl, bro, nah, man. I'm going to be way more protective. Not saying I'm not going to protect my son, but I'm going to protect my daughter all the more. Because she's vulnerable, more vulnerable than my 13-year-old son who plays football. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just different. That's why I say, like, when I'm dealing with women, I deal with women differently than I deal with men. That's just how it is. It doesn't make me biased. It's just, there's a rhyme and a reason to how you deal with certain types of situations because every situation is different. Barack Yahuwah. So that's it, y'all. All right. I'm going to jump off of here. I've been on here for, almost 5 hours. Nigga, how do I do this? Thank you guys again for watching. I appreciate you guys. I hope this lesson has been beneficial for you. There's a lot of leaven in the renewed covenant. There is a lot. Yeah, girls need a covering, just like a woman needs a covering, right? Like my homeboy, he might be outside, you know what I'm saying, late at night, and I'll be like, bro, you good? But I'm like, he's a man, right? I know he good. But then I definitely would not allow my woman to be out late at night by herself. That's crazy. So it's different when it comes to a woman and a man. It just is. Boys, girls, it's different. There is a difference. There's a distinction because Yahuwah made a distinction. So Yahuwah ever bless me with a little girl, I'll take whatever. Son, daughter, you know what I'm saying? Barack Yahuwah. But I'm going to definitely be protecting my little girl, bro. 100%. Even that video where we were watching the diaspora, where the guy goes to these different countries and that black dude touching that black girl that looked like Candace Owens, I was like, bro, stop touching them. What are you doing? Then he started touching the little boys. And I get it. These are little boys and they were trying to protect the old girl. But I'm just like, why are you touching them, bro? If I was their dad, I'll be walking up on you like, why are you touching them, cuz? Don't be touching my kids. What's wrong with you? Y'all can already see, bro. I'm super protective, bro. Y'all can already see, bro. I'll knock somebody out, cuz. I will knock somebody out. I will kill for my children, bro. I'm serious. And my woman, too. When it comes to family, bro, that's one thing I don't play around with, right? People don't like me. People have an issue with me, bro. You can hate me all you want, but you gotta keep my woman's name out your mouth, keep my children's name out your mouth, my family, all of that. Don't talk about none of that. You got beef with me? Cool. You got beef with me. I don't care. But I'm very protective over my family. That's why I don't really talk about them in depth and tell y'all all the details and everything because, you know what I'm saying? I'm protective as a man. That's how you're supposed to be. Love y'all. Barack Yahuwah, Barack Yahusha. I will see y'all in the next one. I don't know when I'm gonna go live again, honestly. I guess it's just whenever I feel led to. I'm gonna kind of fall back on scheduling stuff. It's just gonna be whatever I feel like doing at this point. Nothing against y'all, but I think I will probably just be taking a break from going live so much. I think I do need to take a little bit of a break from going live so much. So I'll still be here from time to time, but I don't know if I'm going to be doing 3 or 4 streams a week like I was doing. You feel me? Sometimes I got to just take a break. But I appreciate y'all. I love y'all very, very much. Barak Yahuwah, Barak Yahusha, and I will see you guys in the next one. Shalom. On the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah. Telling all my people that we better stop mixing. Children of Edom think they better off lynching. Caveman colonizer raped all women. How many black children are reported as missing? Pale-skinned demons always want to play the victim. Want to claim oppression benefit from the system. Deeds of their seed is laced with their venom. Recessive genes in them, I'm not talking about denim. On the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah. Black, stomping out white. They high off the meth or they snorting out white. Damn, Pacey, known to get lice. Evils entice, sold at a price. Yeah. Judgment on the heathen like boom. Children of the devil like who? No. On the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah.
Step. Yes, are on the beat like yeah. Let the beat ride like yeah. Yes, are on the beat like step. Yeah. Let the beat ride like
One more thing. My bad, fam. My bad. Royal, shalom, sis. I want to address what she said, and I got one more thing to say. She said, Yexer, we need you more on Shabbat. Sis, I'm trying to, sometimes I do lessons on Shabbat, maybe not like the Shabbat day or the Saturday, so-called Saturday. I try sometimes to do these pre-recorded streams instead of going live. Because sometimes I do take Shabbat to really just get into the word myself. which is, you know, I think that's good. But usually I try to do it the night before. If I do a show, I try to do it, you know, that Shabbat night, right? Going into the Saturday or whatever. But I don't know. It just depends. Sometimes, you know, I just kind of take the Shabbat just to relax. But what I did want to say, though, is this Wednesday, I am bringing back Everything is a Lie, bro. All right. So we will be going live on Patreon. Patreon only. Everything is a Lie will only be on Patreon. So we're going to be doing weekly streams every Wednesday at 8. I guess we can do like 8 o'clock is cool. We can vote on Patreon on what time, but I will be doing the live stream. So it'll be an uncensored live stream every Wednesday, every week. Okay. So I'll do a poll on Patreon and we'll do a live stream every week. You know what I'm saying? On Patreon. And it'll be fire because I can show you video clips. I can show you movie clips. I can show y'all all types of content that YouTube ain't going to take down. I'm telling you, Everything is a Lie is going to be better on Patreon because I can show you movie clips, music video clips. I can show you all that uncensored stuff that I can't show on here because copyright. So join the Patreon, cuz join it, bro. There's so much content on here that is not on here. A lot of the videos that they deleted, I put them back up. Low key, I think, to be real with you, bro, I might put some of the content on there on Patreon only because some things is just like, you know what I'm saying? They keep taking them down for copyright reasons. And it's like they keep changing the copyright rules. So it's like what isn't copyright now, that could change in like 3 months. So I'm going to be taking some videos down from here that already have a copyright because it's already blocked in some countries and I can't get to it, or people can't watch it in certain countries, like in South Africa, certain videos can't show up. So I'm going to be taking a lot of that and putting it up on Patreon, and I will be going live on Patreon every Wednesday. So I will do a poll on there and we can pick a time. It's definitely going to be evening. I see most of y'all who show up for these shows is be evening time anyway. So I'll probably do like 8:45, 7:45, something like that. Every Wednesday we'll go live and I can show y'all movies. I can show y'all everything. So it'll be better. Trust me. Barak Yahuwah. All right. Somebody said, play that beat again before you exit. Which beat? The song that I just played right now? The Lucifer's Children? I don't know what beat you're talking about. Was it the beat that I was talking over throughout the stream? I don't know what you're talking about, sis. You gotta let me know. You gotta let me know. You gotta let me know. You feel me? All praises. I think she's talking about the song. Oh, Lucifer's Children. Yeah. Yeah, I can play it again before I jump off. I can play it again. Not a problem. A lot of people like that song. I'm glad y'all like that, bro. That song, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. It's my favorite song that I've made so far. You know what I'm saying? I can't even say this year because I mean we're still in the pagan year. So far, because it's not Yahuwah's new year, we still in the pagan year for me. So of the pagan year 2025, because it's not new year yet, so to speak, I'm gonna say the Gregorian year 2025. I feel like that's the best one that I've made. You feel me? And it's crazy because like that song, like it just came out of nowhere. And it's always the most random songs that I just come up with out of nowhere that just be the best ones. All praises. Somebody said I'm still waiting on humor in the Bible. Honestly, sis, listen. If I haven't put it up by now, chances are I'm probably not going to. You have been asking about that specific video for a while, and I have not put it up because I've just been doing other things. So my only request is that just be patient. Maybe one, like I had somebody write me the other day. He's one of my ox. I love him. Shout out to the brother from Word of Truth Kingdom Ministries. He was asking me about a song I had played on here. Like he said it's been 8 months. I don't even know how long it's been. I'm like, bro, you be keeping track of when I play these songs? Like, because I never released it, right? If you follow this channel, you know the song. It's called Idol Thrashers, right? It was a song I was supposed to put on Kwam Yasharal, which was another album I was working on, and I stopped that to go back to the land I was lynched and do the soundtrack, right? He asked me when I'm dropping it, and I was like, bro, I don't think I'm ever going to drop it. To be honest, there's so many songs I have that I don't think I'm ever going to drop. Just because, I don't know. I mean, that song I didn't finish. And I feel like if I tried to go back and re-record it, it just wouldn't sound the same. So I don't know. I'm just saying maybe, possibly, I don't know. I can't tell you when or how, or maybe if I'll do it, if I won't do it. I don't know, man. I just don't know. You just have to stick around and see. You know what I'm saying? But you've mentioned it like 3 or 4 times, and my answer has been the same thing. I don't know if I'm going to get to it. Maybe not. Maybe I will. Who knows? Same thing with that song. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish it. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll switch out the beat and do R&B or trap soul or something, or even disco or Jamaican or something, Caribbean. And, so I'm going to do a Caribbean song. I got a Caribbean song coming out soon. You feel me? All praises to the highest, like, yeah, oh, yeah. All praises to the highest, like, oh, yeah. All praises to the highest, like, oh, yeah. Hey, all praises to the most high. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, all right, I'm done. So listen, Wednesday. I will be going live on Patreon, Uncensored Show, every Wednesday. Don't forget, Patreon, do not forget. All right. And we'll just keep doing it. We'll do like a weekly show every week. And, I'll just kind of build out the series that way, and I can just do whatever. But also, get a Rumble account. If you are not on Rumble, make a Rumble account. Because if I do the streaming through Rumble, I can do the uncensored stuff. So just make sure you get a Rumble account, because on Patreon, I'm going to just post the link to the Rumble chat on Patreon. Do not share it. It will only be available on Patreon. If you go on Rumble, you try to go to my Rumble channel and see the live, you're not going to see it. You're only going to see it if you're on Patreon, because only the Patreon people will have the link. Okay? So on Rumble, make a Rumble account. Preferably something I might recognize, because I'm not going to know who you are, because some people make different names, and then they'd be like, oh, this is this person. And I'm like, oh, hi. Then I got to remember it. I'm like, bro, you feel me? So make a Rumble account. And that's where we're going to be doing the show from. And like I said, on Patreon, I will post the link when I go live, and you can just join in, do the chat just like we normally do. You feel what I'm saying? So it's going to be lit. And we're going to do that show weekly. And, it will only be on Patreon. It will not be on YouTube. So, yeah. Yeah, just make a Rumble, sis. Just make a quick one. It'll be easy. It's just an easy sign up. You can sign in, I think, with Google or whatever you sign in with. Just make one. You don't necessarily have to have one, but if you're a person that wants to be in the chat and comment and stuff like that, you would definitely have to make an account, to be able to do all of that. But if you just want to watch just to watch, you can do that too. That's totally fine. You don't have to comment, but I know some of y'all like to talk in the chat. So, yep. All right, man. So that's it, y'all. Barak Yahuwah. Like I said, when it comes to Shabbat, I don't know if I'm going to be doing videos on Saturday like I was doing every week. It's a lot of work. And I don't mind the work or anything like that, but sometimes I just be wanting to just like worship Yahuwah and do my own personal studies. And, like this week, I was reading Jubilees, going through Jubileem. I was reading some of Second Esdras. I'm really going back into like the prophetic books. Jubilees is not so much prophetic, but just been going back into these prophetic books, because sometimes you have to go back and revisit them and look how much closer in prophecy we are. I think we're definitely in Second Esdras 15 right now, though. I think we're in Second Esdras 11 and Second Esdras 15. Definitely 11. 11 talks about this eagle, this double-headed eagle, or this triple-headed eagle that pursues us. And that eagle goes back to like Esau. I've talked about it on here plenty of times, but Second Esdras chapter 11 is definitely where we're at right now. 100%. Because you're seeing the eagle rise, and the eagle is these Aryans, or this, the Aryan nations. And that's why the Aryans had an eagle. The Nazis had the eagle symbolism. America, eagle symbolism. You feel me? But I feel like we're very close to Second Esdras 15, where the Most High, Second Esdras 15, I feel like connects to Babylon's destruction and Jeremiah 51, as well as Revelations 18, and also Jeremiah 55. I feel like all of those prophecies tie into Babylon and the destruction. Dario Burr says, I have to get Rumble too. Yeah, it's free. It's free to sign up, y'all. It's just, like I said, you don't have to get it, but I think that the streams just be so fun, bro. Because it's like we could do whatever on there, bro. It'd be so lit. Like, I remember when I first did this channel, like, I used to do uncensored streams on Rumble. This was before I had Patreon, all of that. Bro, we would be on there for hours, bro, watching all these random videos. I could say whatever words I wanted. I didn't have to like bite my tongue if I wanted to say faggot. See, I just said that right now. I don't even care, right? That was the attitude. I had, right? So I could just say, you know, whatever, and I could talk about the VXX. I could expose the VXX. I could talk about Amalek more. There was just so much more freedom. You know what I'm saying? When I was doing those Rumble streams back when I was doing them. I'm not doing them anymore, but that's what I'm saying. That's what the Patreon show is going to be about, where we can kind of go back to that. We used to have such a good time, bro. We got into so many deep topics, and I like Everything Is a Lie because the reason why I like Everything Is a Lie, the show, is because we could talk about so many different things. We could talk about current events. We could talk about past things that have happened. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about future things that could happen. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a show like this one that's like centered on one thing, but it's like multiple topics of like multiple things. You feel me? And that's what I love about Everything Is a Lie, is that there's just so much you can talk about and expand on to make it a really, really good show. Every show that I've done, Everything Is a Lie was like always, that was like, I think that is probably one of the most popular series on this channel. That and the Nephilim series for sure. Just hit a milli on total views, and a lot of those views came from the Nephilim series. So I'm thankful to Yahuwah for that. Matter of fact, one of my videos, the Nephilim videos, one of our brothers, he wasn't really rocking with what I was talking about and what I was showing people, but then he started getting an understanding. So now he's waking up and he's like, bro, your videos, they make so much sense now. He used to be one of those Negroes who always wanted to defend the heathen, but now he's starting to see the truth about them through these videos and the clones and the NPCs and all of this. And I'm just like, man, Yahuwah, he's doing something major through this Nephilim series, bro. He is. He's doing something amazing. And I know it's him. I know it's Yahuwah. I know it's Yahuwah that is getting this truth about the Nephilim out through my channel, because it works totally against their agenda in every single way. I mean, if they wanted us to notice, they would tell us directly. But this seems to be like a covered up thing. And this is exactly why there was a guy, I was watching another podcast, and he was talking about how when he talks about the red-haired giants, it's a very, very sensitive topic that people don't want you talking about. And here I am just talking about it so casually, right? They don't care if you talk about aliens and freaking dinosaurs and all this goofy stuff. But you start talking about the real Nephilim and the giants and the red hair and the blonde hair and the blue eyes. They don't like you talking about that because now you like, oh, we the fallen. Like, so I know I done definitely poked the nerve by coming into this revelation. And it's like, it's a form of rebellion. So I'm like, okay, I got to keep talking about this, because how else are our people going to wake up? They use repetition to get us to hate ourselves and use repetition to create black self-hate. Well, what if I use their same tactics, but with truth, to help our people decolonize their minds? Okay, you know what? Hold on a minute. The Nephilim series, I'm going to keep it as the Nephilim series, but I'm going to put decolonize your mind. Watch this. Or something like that. Nephilim series, decolonize your mind. Let's go with that. That's so lit. But I'm just saying, I feel like this show has decolonized people's minds. And even the Everything Is a Lie has decolonized people's minds, bro, because it's crazy how Everything Is a Lie started, though. It started because it was during the time of like the whole Israel October 7th thing. And, you know, the whole campuses were kind of like protesting and going crazy and all of that. So it was funny because I was showing my audience at the time on YouTube, because I had a smaller audience back then. I was showing them that this is so fake. And that's why you have crisis actors and stuff like that. Okay, hold on. Nephilim series, decolonize your mind. Barack Yahuwah. Okay, so when they see that Nephilim series, it's gonna say the Nephilim series decolonize your mind. Okay, Barack Yahuwah. All right. So what made me do that video was like, it was because there was like a part or some footage from the protests at the college campuses where these people were acting like there was violence going on, and then you could clearly tell it was fake because he was literally like gently laying down his hands. It looked like he tackled him, like he was arresting him, but then he gently laid his hands down. I'm like, bro, this is so fake, bro. And then I have a song called Everything is a Lie because everything is literally a freaking lie. Everything is. Because this is the God of this world is Lucifer. And his children have helped perpetuate these lies. So everything is a lie because it came from them. If it didn't come from Yahuwah, you know what I'm saying? And it's from the children of Lucifer, it's from the paleface. It is a lie. So I made that song, and that was going to be like the theme song to the series. And honestly, I low-key want to redo Everything is a Lie. Like, I want to do a R&B trap soul version of that. Like, I definitely want to do one with a different vibe. I don't know if I'm gonna do it or I'm gonna try to get somebody else to do it. I'm gonna try to do it. I'm gonna maybe do a little singing and harmony. I don't know. You never know what I might do. You feel me? Because my mind be going like that sometimes, right? My mind really be going like that sometimes, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, I was supposed to go, wasn't I? Okay, I was supposed to go. Love y'all, family. All praises to Yahuwah, Yahusha, Barak Yahusha, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahusha. Barak Yahusha, Yahuwah, 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 Yahusha. Barak Yahusha, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahusha, Yahusha, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahusha. All praises. All praises. All praises. Man, bro. All praises. Hey, bro. All praises. Sometimes when I come off of here or I just get back on, I just be like geeked up, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like zeked up, you know what I'm saying? Bringing that energy, and y'all be like this nigga Yexa. And then, y'all be enjoying it and all that, and all of that. So Barak Yahusha, Yahuwah, Yahusha, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahusha. Somebody said, we love for you to sing. We've been waiting for that moment. We know you can sing. I can sing, bro, but I don't like singing. I know I sing on here all the time, but let me just say it like this. When it comes to singing for me, I can sing, obviously. The only song I've ever been brave enough to fully record and do is Black Messiah. Because that's like a song that's like majority, like at least a good chunk of it is singing. But if you really listen to some of my songs, bro, there is a singing element to it. Like, and the beat goes on and on and on and on. Right? That's singing. You feel what I'm saying? Hey, the beat goes on and on and on and on. But then when I switch to that beat, and the beat goes on and on and on and on. That's singing. You feel what I'm saying? Now, some people be wanting me to like really, really, really sing. I don't know, man. It's just, for me, people be trying to get me to sing all the time. My mom be trying to get me to sing. My woman be trying to get me to sing. People be trying to get me to sing because they know that I can, but I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, personally, for me, I'd rather get someone that has a really good voice to sing than me, which is why I get other people to sing songs, such as, I don't know, 400 Years, or, Yahuwah, We Need You, or Yahusha Is My Salvation. I get other people to do it because I can sing decently, but I'm not like what you would call like I wouldn't consider myself to be like a powerhouse vocalist. I don't really consider myself that. Not really. I know melody, right? I know chords. I know keys. I know all of that. But I can get someone to sing it exactly how I want it that actually has a voice and their core focus is vocals. You feel what I'm saying? Me, it's production. It's writing. It's mixing. It's a lot of other things than just singing. So for me, it's like I'm doing so much other stuff. Sometimes it's easier if I just get somebody to do it exactly how I'm hearing in my head. And every person I work with, if they hear me say it and they hear me sing it, they get it and pick it up right off top. And it gives me an opportunity to allow other people to showcase their talent and kind of get their voice and, hear kind of other people's sound, you know what I'm saying? And how well I can work with other artists or other singers or other rappers or other vocalists. But I'm gonna be honest, bro. I stopped collaborating with people like that because some people in this truth specifically, it's crazy because every person, there's only a few people I collaborate with that's actually in the truth. Other people I've collaborated with are not in the truth. That's the craziest thing. And the ones that aren't in the truth actually, you know what I'm saying, I didn't have some kind of issue with, right? So there's like a few people I've had issues with that I have collaborated with. Not everybody, but a few. And the main reason for me that it's an issue is because they change up on the Most High. For me, maybe I'm overzealous for the name, bro. But when you jump from Yahuwah, Yahusha, making a song called Yahusha HaMashiach with me on it that I produced and made the beat for, and I agreed to be on it because we talking about Yahusha HaMashiach, you called the song Yahusha HaMashiach. You said you wanted me to produce the song, so I did. And it was a fire song, and it got a lot of, you know what I'm saying, it did really well. And the crazy thing is, then you changed up. Then you started jumping to Yeshua. Then you jump from Yeshua to Yeshaya. So, bro, you all over the place. I just don't move like that. I don't, bro. Like, listen, if I'm wrong about the name Yahusha, Yahuwah, then I'll accept it and I'll repent and I'll acknowledge that like everything else. Let's just say, hypothetically, that the name is Yahweh Shai and Yahweh. If I'm wrong, okay, fine. I can accept that. But the problem with them names, though, hey, look, bro. Listen to me, bro. The problem with them names, though. Oh, man. Okay, listen. The problem with them names, though, bro. The problem with those names is that the ooh sound has been around for a very, very, very long time. Long before there was a wah sound or a va sound. And I've done actually the knowledge on this. And so, I mean, unless you can actually prove that there were no vowel sounds back then, we got a problem. Because when you look at the name of, like I said, I could name several people: Kazak Yahu, Yasha Yahu, Mathoth Yahu, Yahukanan. So if you're saying that the U or the U makes the W sound or the Wa sound, how do you get the name Yahukanan? How does that work in Hebrew? Because you got to have that Yahu in there, which is Yahuwah favors. And if you're saying that there's no U sound, then how would you pronounce Yahu? Yah? I mean, it's almost like yeehaw. It doesn't even make any grammatical sense. If you're saying that the Yahu or the U letter makes a W sound, then how do you get Yahuwah putting his name upon his people? I don't get it. It just don't add up. It just don't add up. Knowing that it just don't add up. Just don't add up. It doesn't add up at all. All right. I mean, unless you want to separate that, but then what does Yahuwah mean when he says, my people who are called by my name? And I've noticed every single one of them that goes by that concept of Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, I've noticed none of them use the Yahu in the name. But you clearly see it in scripture, though. I've noticed that thing about that, buddy. I've noticed that they never use the names with the Yahu in them. And I've also noticed that they do not refer to the Hebrew Israelites by their Hebrew names. They always use English. So how can you be an expert in Hebrew? I'm trying to understand something on this. How can you be an expert in Hebrew? I can tell you the names of the prophets and the names of the books in Hebrew. I could tell you every single one of their names in Abari. Every single one. But y'all still using English names. I mean, if you look at my old videos, I had videos where I use, like, when I'm showing the scriptures, I would have like Yashayahu / Isaiah 11:12 or something like that, right? you would see me put the Hebrew name and the regular. I started just doing the English just off top, but I do know them. The Kazakh. I mean, we could go through all of them. Hold on. I can literally tell you every single one of these names of these books right now. Hold on. Let me see here. So let's look at this real quick. Yeah. It's easy. All right. So you have the first 6 are so easy because they literally have a message in them. But so you have Barashi, Shamut, Uyakara, Bamadabar, Dabarim, Yahusha, Shafatim, Ra'uth, Shamuel Rishun, Shamuel Shani, Malakim Rishun, Malakim Shani, First Chronicles. I forget what First Chronicles is. Azara, Nakam Yahu, Hadassah, Ayub, Tahalim, Mashalim, Ecclesiastes. I have to look that up. Shayir Sharaim, Yashayahu, Yaram Yahu, Kina, Yakazakar, Daniel, Husha, Yahual, Amush, Abad Yahu. Wait. What's the wait, hold on. I got most of it. Jonah, Yahuna, Mika, Nakum, Habakuk, Zaphaniahu, Haggai, Zachariahu, and Malachi. So I got the whole I got the whole Old Testament for the most part. I know it in Hebrew. So I'm just saying, some people don't know it. So how can you be an expert in the language? How can you be so sure that this is the true name if you don't even know the names of the prophets or even the scriptures, bro? How can you be an actual expert? And like with the New Testament, some of these names are just like not even Hebrew. So it's like it would be pointless to even translate them. Like I know Mathath Yahu, and then you have Mark, that's not Hebrew. Lucas would be Hebrew. Yahukanan, Ma'ashim is Acts. Rumaim is Romans. Corinthians, not Hebrew. Galatians, not Hebrew. Ephesians, not Hebrew. Thessalonians, yeah, most of these are not even Hebrew except Hebrews. That would be Abarim. Kafarishun, that's First Peter. Kafashani, Second Peter. Yehukanan Rishun, First John, Second John. Yehukanan Shani, and also Yehukanan Shashi. That's a Third John. Then you have Yahuda, which is Jude, and then Kazun, which is Revelations. Yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying, I could go through the whole thing, bro. Like, so when people be trying to speak up on Hebrew and be so sure, like just like old girl, bro. Like I don't really watch her videos, honestly, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't really find her very interesting. I don't think she's a bad person. I think her videos are okay, but they just kind of bore me. She's just not very stimulating for me. You know what I'm saying? As somebody who watches her content. I tune in from time to time, but I don't really watch her much. But she is the African Exodus channel. And she did a video saying that Hebrew is pagan, or even ancient Abarith, Kadum Abarith is pagan. And she's saying the name Yahuwah is pagan and Yahusha is pagan and all of that. Yasharal is pagan and all of that. And I'm just like, somebody wrote me about it. It's like, bro, what do you think about what she's saying? I was like, bro, she don't even speak the language though. So it's like people be so astute about something, but they don't even speak it. That's like me saying that Spanish is you know, a language that's not very easy to learn, but I don't even actually understand how to speak it. And I don't even understand the rules of it. How can you speak on something that you haven't even taken the time to research because you believe it to be pagan? I mean, listen, I know Jewish people use Hebrew, but really it's not even really Hebrew though. It's really more so a mix of Yiddish, Germanic, and Babylonian dialects. That's really what it is. That's not Hebrew, because Hebrew is not mixed with Germanic, Indo-European languages and dialects, which is why I say it's garbage, because it's a culmination of several different languages. I mean, I might as well say modern Hebrew is a bastard-ass language. It is, because it's a culmination of several languages. But none of it has anything to do with the actual roots of it, which would be Abarif. None of it is actually tied to the original sounds. That's why they don't say Yahuda, they say Yehude. Yehude. I'm Yehudi. I'm Yehudi. Like, yeah. Like they say, yeah, instead of Yahuda, they say Yehuda. Yehuda. And it's like, even when you say it, even when I say it out my mouth, like, I kind of have to frown to say it. But I can say Yahuwah and I can smile. But then when I say Yehuda, like, I have to like do something weird with my face and like scrunch it up to like make that sound. It's like unnatural, cuz like Yahuda, that's just nasty. Like, ugh. But Yahuda, that just feels so, it's like the breath in and the breath out, right? Because you know, our lungs, like, they tie to his name, breath, right? So when I say Yehuda, it just sounds nasty versus Yahuda, Yehudi, and Yahudi. Yahudi, 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 Yahuda. Yeah, that sounds weird, bro. Yehuda. It's just nasty and disgusting. It's just nasty. It sounds nasty. Donald Pace Sr. Shalom, Ak. Barak Yahuwah. Yeah, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, if I'm wrong about the name, Yahusha and Yahuwah, then I'll accept that and I'll take that because I'm not too prideful. But just like I said, the letter W is modern. The letter V is modern. The U sound, or even the letter U, is modern. But the U sound, that is not modern. That has been around. Matter of fact, here, I'll show you real quick. I showed this already, but let's type in how long has the ooh sound been around? Ancient times. Ancient times. Okay, right here. Look at this. Gotta always pull them receipts, boy. Let me pull them receipts, boy. I'm gonna pull them receipts like, oh. All right, look at this right here, y'all. Check this out, fam. Just in case. All right. Hold on. I got so many applications open. Father, help me. Hold on, y'all. My bad. I didn't even realize these freaking apps open right now. And I'm just like, yo, what's going on? Okay. So right here, it says, while the general U sound in language has ancient roots. Hold on. Wait. It says the original or the general usha, Yahuda, Yahusha. It says the general ooh sound. It says the general ooh sound. I'm sorry. I'm just being silly today, y'all. I'm being a little silly with you guys. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I got to have fun with it sometimes. So it's the ooh sound. Okay, let me keep going. So I'm sorry, y'all. That is so funny. The general ooh sound in language has ancient roots. Look at that. The ooh sound in language has ancient roots. I mean, need I go any further? Do I need to go any further? Matter of fact, let's look up the ooh sound. The ooh sound has been part of the English language for over 1,000 years. With its roots in Old English, though its spelling and pronunciation underwent significant shifts between 1400 and 1800. And that's interesting because during like the 14, like everything prior to the 1800s is where they started like kept some information correct, but they did a lot of whitewashing during the 1800s for sure, and even a little bit before that. Let's see. The oo sound originated from Old English, where words often use a single o, Mona or moon or book. Okay, yeah. So this is talking more about the o sound, but you can see the oo sound has been around for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. 1,000 years is as a day to Yahuwah. So over 1,000 years. So it does have ancient roots. It does. Now the W, let's see how long that sound has been around. Let's just prove it. So it says the oo sound has been around for over 1,000 years. Okay. What about, okay, how long has the W sound been around? Let's just do that. This one says over 1,000 years. So let's see what this one. How long has the W sound been around? Okay, let's see what this says here. It says the W sound has existed as a distinct consonant in Germanic languages. Germanic languages. Indo-European. That is not Afro-Shemitic. That is Indo-European. Because it is an Indo-European letter, by the way. But it says, appearing in Old English around the 5th, 8th centuries in words like Beowulf, initially written using the rune when or as a double U, oo, okay? So there was a double oo before there was a wa or a W sound, but they used the W because it came from the oo sound. There's more proof. Yahuwah is an ancient name, all right? It is an ancient name. Yahweh is a modern name. The source of the modern name, double oo, with the letter W formally developing from this oo ligature by the 11th century in England after the Norman conquest. So it's Proto-Indo-European, all right? So the W sound is an ancient sound present in ancient languages evolving from what? Proto-Indo-European, all right? Old English, clearly distinguished as the W sound using the rune when or the digraph oo or VV to represent it, as seen in the Old English poetry. Yeah. So, I mean, bro, it came from the double oo. All right. So it is modern. It's very much modern in regards to the ancient oo sound. And like I said, the letter U today, people say there's no letter U. I mean, they're true. There's no letter U back then, but there's no letter W either. But the thing is, the letter Ua that you hear in Yahuwah or Yahuda or Yahusha or Hallelujah, people think of it, they equivalent it to the letter U, but the letter U we have today makes the sound. The Ua or the U letter makes the Ua sound. It makes ooh, like two O's put together, like ooh, ah, right? So ooh, like breathing. The letter U we have today makes sound, like umbrella. That is a modern version of the letter U. So the letter U would not exist in ancient Hebrew, but the ooh sound, that has always been around. Always. 100%. I mean, because how do you say that the Aleph Bat doesn't have vowel sounds when you literally have an Aleph? And even the name itself, Aleph, makes a vowel sound. And you're trying to convince me that it was a full consonant language. Yeah, that's just not true, bro. It's just not true. I know a lot of people say there's no vowels, but everybody I've seen say that is just unlearned in the language, or they're using Yiddish as some sort of reference point. But I'm going to be honest. I'm still learning language. I'm still studying. I'm learning. My woman is teaching me Swahili. Nakupwene. You feel what I'm saying? All praises to the Most High. That's all I know how to say is Nakupwene, which means I love you. Obviously, it's like the first thing, but I'm still learning language. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my third language, so I know English, I know Abarith, and now I'm working on Swahili. You know what I'm saying? So all praises to the Most High, man. He's trying to turn me into maybe, you know, I'm turning into a master of language or something. It's like a minister of information, minister of language, master of language. It's like if you got a minister of information, maybe you need a master of language to go with that. The master of languages, ancient languages, is Yexer, the language man. Nah, just play it. The language man, that's hilarious. Like minister of information, it's like, can you imagine like a movie trailer with the trailer park voice? And I tell you a story of the minister of information, the master of languages. His name is Yexer. Oh, what do you know about Yexer? You better shut your mouth. Right? You know, something like that. That would be so fire, bro. Minister of information, master of languages. Bro, that's so corny, but it's like funny at the same time. You know what I'm saying? All praises to the Most High. You say the most craziest, funniest stuff, bro. It just, I love having y'all around because then it's like there's somebody to laugh with me, so I'm not just laughing myself. Because I'll come with the funniest things sometimes when I'm by myself, and I don't talk to myself, so it's like I can't enjoy it with nobody. But when I'm on here and I'm saying it out loud and there's an audience, it's all praises to the Most High because now I can share this laugh with you. You know what I'm saying? We can have a laugh together. We can laugh together. Sometimes I think it's important to laugh. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes life can be hard, and I know that they're trying to wear us out and make us sad and afraid and scared, but that's why sometimes I gotta be I gotta be that you know what I'm saying, that comic relief. You know what I'm saying? All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Even when it gets serious, even then, sometimes I can turn that into something funny. I always been a class clown. Y'all could probably tell I was a class clown for a long time, for real. Man, you still on? I hate that I left. I was supposed to jump right off, and we just started talking, and I just started staying on long. But I'm actually going to bounce now, though. Gotta go, y'all. Much love to you guys, though, man. Thank y'all. But again, Wednesday. I'll do a poll on Patreon, and we'll bring back the show on Everything is Alive, Barak Yahuwah. We'll have new episodes every Wednesday. I'm gonna make a playlist for that. I might just put all the episodes in one playlist. That way, it's like you don't have to go to season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4, and all that other stuff. You can just be in one place where I can have all these Everything is a Lie. So that's what I'm gonna do. So on Everything is a Lie on Patreon, I'm gonna put it all on one particular playlist. I'll put Everything is a Lie uncensored Patreon show. So that means if you missed the live, it'll show up on the feed, but you can also go to the playlist and it'll have all the episodes. It'll be the old ones that I uploaded, and then it'll be all the new ones. I'll put it all on one playlist. That way you know where to go if you miss anything or if it just doesn't pop on the feed because I'm putting up other videos. So yeah. All right. All praises. Love y'all. Yeah. All right. Shalom. Old girl said she wanted me to play that song again, but I think she left, so I'm just gonna play something different, I guess. I'm gonna play, you know what? I didn't play this one earlier. All right, shalom, y'all.
Hey, Yexer.
Yo, I rest on the 7th day as surely as a Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't fall the ways of Edom, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yes, I spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity, Campianity, same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Hugged up with these nations, white body like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Ain't no new age doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when you Kadashi you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first, yeah. Whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy. It's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham, Yahuwah. Baruch atah, King Yahusha.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget you can support this channel by Cash App, $Malkaya Music. Also be sure to check out the Patreon for uncensored documentaries, films, deep dives, and much more content that you won't find here on YouTube. Check out the merch store for the latest trip. And let me not forget to say, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that like button and tap in with us. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, the highest. Shalom.